And we are back once again. We are here, NLC Div 2 finals for spring. It's been a long road. We've had a lot of matches. It's been turbulent as well, ups and downs throughout the season. We are finally here. Rich Gang taking on Blue White. And I don't know, right? I'll be real. I wouldn't have expected this to be the final, but let's talk about who's bringing us through the games. It's Brackish Brit and EK. Welcome in, guys. How have you felt about this whole season?
I mean, EK and I had the privilege of directly witnessing and bringing to the screens, obviously, part of Blue White's heroic run to make it to the grand finals. So to see them make it the whole way after taking their revenge on Fourth Wall as well is really sweet to see. And I mean, we'll have to see if they can take it that last step, because Rich Gang, well, they might be a bump too far.
Yeah, and I have just learned that you can't count this team out. You can wait for 0-1, you can wait for 0-2, but when 0-2 hits, that's their comfort zone. That's their power spike. So, I'm here again. I seem to bring some game 5s in my series. So, guys, don't worry. Make sure you don't have any other plans tonight, because we are going to game 5.
And if you do have plans, cancel them right now, because we're going to game 5. That's what we're hearing here from EK. I like it a lot. But let's kind of talk about the two teams, right? Let's start with Rich Gang, because I feel like this is the team that everyone expected to make it through to finals. Everyone was not surprised about this one, right? Obviously performing exceptionally well in the main season, right? Coming in first place, I believe, losing 2 games in total. Like, Rich Gang, they have it going on, Brack.
They certainly do, Jay. And specifically in this right now, it's they have the 0-2, or rather the 2-0 over Blue Whites in the regular season. Also, they didn't get a chance to actually play each other in the playoffs bracket. Unfortunately, Blue Whites dropped down very early, first round of the upper bracket, and they've had to claw their way all the way back through. So, I mean, I'm just wanting to see, because obviously you've got a lot more reps from Blue Whites. They've played a heck of a lot more games. In fact, double the games in playoffs. 8 for Rich Gang, 16 for Blue Whites. And those extra games, sometimes that's just those extra reps, especially since we heard from them, they hadn't been able to get that many scrims in. Those extra actual game reps can sort of make up for some of the lack of scrims.
And I would agree with you on the sentiment of, like, okay, they've got those extra reps. That means that they've kind of got more prep time, like they're kind of more ready for it, right? Like they've had that extra time to change things up and switch up the things. But then at the same time, I look at some of the games, Brack, and it was 0-2 one series, 0-2 the next series. And it's like, yo, you're playing some stressful games right now, EK. Like, I don't know if that's necessarily the practice that they would want. And as Brack said, yes, they've managed to make their way through, clawing tooth and nail. But now they're up against Rich Gang.
Yeah, and obviously, they are coming in as underdogs against Rich Gang. Rich Gang has looked absolutely dominant throughout the entirety of the split. They also look like a very flexible team where they have a lot of options available to them. So Blue Whites is definitely up against the wall. But then again, Blue Whites has shown a level of resilience that I can always respect. And I just want to see what they can pull out here, if they have any strats available. The unfortunate thing about playing this many games is you kind of have to show your hand kind of early. Well, Rich Gang, of course, has the option now to maybe have a few pocket picks, a few flex picks available that, we might not have seen just yet.
Yeah, and obviously two teams that do play a little bit differently, right? Like, I want to kind of get into Rich Gang still a little bit before we get into Blue Whites. Obviously, they have, I would say, the more dramatic story. Rich Gang kind of just did it, right? Yes, first series, very, very wild, right? Almost losing to Rusa. The fact that people considered that even being a thing is wild. The fact that it almost happened is even wilder. But when we saw them go into the second stage, right, to cement their place in the finals, to take on Fourth Wall, there was no blunder, no mistake. Game 2, some people could say, was pretty close, right? There was a moment where Fourth Wall could have potentially taken the game, but overall, Rich Gang were dominant. And I want to say, one of the big reasons why I feel about this is their jungler, right? I feel like Broda, the whole split has been popping off, but no more than in that last best of 5, Brack.
Absolutely. He was showing up exactly where he was needed all the time, just could not stop and would not stop throughout those games. And yeah, he was a big proponent of why Rich Gang looked like the Kool-Aid man in that series.
Yeah, and EK, like I got to talk to you like from maybe a more like analytical point of view about like, okay, if you're thinking about, all right, we're playing against Rich Gang now. They've seen what we've played. We've played 16 matches, right? We've shown a lot of our picks. We've shown some of our preferences. We've only got 8 games of footage on them. But then what are you kind of thinking about? Because for me, Rich Gang, they are the team with all of the answers, right? They're playing random different picks, right? We've had Renekton in the mid lane, Kiana, Rise. In the top lane, we've had Heimerdingers and Urgots. Then obviously the bot lane, if we're talking about Fruity Freshball, we've seen that simultaneously he can play all the mages and now Senna and ADCs.
Yeah, I think if you're up against a team who plays literally every single champion in the game and every single role in the game, you're in a situation where you can't really predict what they're going to draft. So I think instead of trying to predict what they're drafting or making sure you outdraft them, I think you just try and get comfort for yourself. You just say, hey, we can't predict which champions they're going to pull out of the hat. So we're going to make sure we have a composition that can just deal with whatever comes our way. That could be a standard front to back team fight composition, for example. And I think you just play to your own strengths and hope that's enough.
Okay, well, let's talk about some strengths, right? Let's round up on Rich Gang. Let's talk about one thing that I feel like really makes this team, and that is their team fighting, right? We have a clip for this, so let's roll that VT. Brackish, you can kind of talk us through this one, because I feel like we talk about Rich Gang getting
moments in the series that could give a massive lead as the Deletus getting stepped forward a little bit too close and now getting stuck, but living for a long time. Not going to fall down just yet and actually takes down Sumi. There's the rest of the team fight available for them, and Servictor going to finally fall. Deletus, the big hope for the side of fourth wall, having to run away. Broda also jumping out of the fight, doesn't want to overextend, and Deletus still having to play this smart, cannot just dive in. It is a very risky moment. And fourth wall, 3 members, but might be able to make it a 3 versus 3. Great going very low. The stun lands onto Deletus, and there's the hook, and they come in. They killed the Gwen, and now they can move forward. Might be on the run, but here comes Ruda looking for another kill. Do they have their damage? One more will land another heartbreaker, and it could be fourth wall's hard the brakes and
yeah, Delia's almost making a miracle game in that one with that Gwen, but it wasn't to be, right? The team fighting just came out a little bit too clean. And I've got to say, I've already spoken about Broda already, but I have to bring it back up, right? Because obviously we spoke to him a little bit in the interview after that series. And I was saying to him, like, yo, you're kind of fine a lot, right? You're giving yourself a lot of openings to get killed and basically let the enemy team back in. And he was like, yeah, we kind of just do that. Like, we kind of just like to play a little bit by the wire. And I got to ask EK, this is the big stage. This is the big moment. Do you feel like those moments could finally get punished for Rich Gang?
Definitely, because Blue Whites, if they're anything, they're a scrappy team. They like to just bring the fight to the enemy team, and that can work out well in their advantage, and they can build a big lead out of it. It can also fail miserably, and they can give the entire game away through a single play. So I do think if any team is going to look to punish it, it would be Blue Whites. Whether they're going to be successful at, well, the end result, that's to be seen.
We also saw it, though. We actually saw it in the previous series. Ericsson for Garden Gaming in their previous series. They started to come back in that.
Okay, they made it a little bit cleaner. Then they took on Garden Gaming, where they went 0-2 against this team and then reverse swept, right? Coming back from the dusk, it was not looking good, Brev, if you were asking Castillo. And then we go to the next best of 5, right? They go forward, they take on fourth again, a team that have previously beat them. And once again, they go 0-2. And once again, they rise to win 3-2. EK, talk to me about this team. They can never be counted out, even if they are the underdogs.
I just love watching them, and I also hate watching them because I'm watching them through the first 2 games, and I'm just thinking, yeah, quick 3-0, got to make some plans for tonight because I'm going to be done here early. I'm busy making my plans, casting game 3 at the same time. And then I realized, wait a second, this game is going the opposite way. And then all of a sudden, this team just activates. This team just decides, hey, we are done losing. Let's start winning.
Yeah, they really do just pull a psych on you. It's like, oh, we're losing? No. Like, Uno reverse card out the top pocket. Like, they do just switch it on, it seems. And it often feels like a little bit that perhaps they don't necessarily bring their best in the first game of a series. So in this series specifically, we might need to see them wake up a little bit quicker. I don't know if the Finns have just like little naps in the afternoon and they need to wake back up, but they need to really be coming into this one switched on because Rich Gang will not give them a way back in.
Yeah, I think that it's tough to say, right? Because obviously we have seen Rich Gang go to 5 games, but only when they lost early on. They have been pretty clinical in finishing out these series. So I do wonder if there is that kind of room that they will get. If they do go 0-2 down, can Blue Whites do it again? Obviously, this would be the most historical. I don't think any team has ever got their way through the finals and won finals by getting 3 reverse sweeps back to back to back. But you know what? We're here to set some new history records, so why not Blue Whites? Why not give it a go? But I want to talk about how the teams play, right? Let's run a quick clip of Blue Whites. Brack, I'm going to get you to go through this one again. Because again, we talked about Rich Gang team fighting, but Blue Whites, even though scrappy,
Blue Whites all toward the top side of the rift right now. Nickel needs to be careful though. If this Ornithorn lands, flashes away. Damage coming through though. The Ash dropping low, and Snurmy will be able to take it down. TP's coming through though, as Fat Shield will be able to isolate the Varus. The healing coming through, not enough. Garden Gaming, they split back up. Bash dropping low, but the healing coming through. Veloxa is going to be dropping low. Fat Shield saved so much time for his team, but unfortunately, Garden Gaming, they weren't able to do all that much with it. Shiro gets knocked up. Ericsson has no mana. Bash has nothing to do here as well, as it's a double kill.
I will say this, I feel like Blue Whites, they like the classic stuff, right? They like the mid lane and the bot lane carry with a top tank and a jungle that does the early game stuff, and then they have a little bit of flexibility when it comes to the support, right? They've played some AP supports, they've played some tank supports, played some engage supports, so I feel like EK with this team, we're looking at a very, very classically trained team. Do you feel like that almost gives a little bit of a disadvantage because people know their style, or do you feel like that's just the classic for a reason, it's undefeated?
Well, I mean, sometimes you just have to run with the classics. You know, you can doubt them all you want. You can be like, yeah, I mean, there's all these new fancy things you can do. But sometimes you're like, hey, let's just pick the classics because the classics work for a reason. And the classics can be punished. You know, if we're talking front to back, of course, you know, it can be punished. But it's such a reliable style that I think as long as you execute it well, you always have a chance to come back to the game because your composition just works in a way where if it is executed properly, it's very hard to beat. You can draft against it, you can play against it, you can try and shut down the damage sources. There are many, many ways. But I think if you're thinking, hey, we just need a standard plan that will work in every scenario, and we're not going to try and find something spicy to surprise them, then it's fine. The question is always just, well, what if Rich Gang plays all of these super spicy things and your standard composition just doesn't get through the early game, doesn't get going?
Yeah, no, that's completely fair. I want to pose a different question to you guys, right? I want to pose one that is maybe a little bit like kind of not spontaneous because I feel like you're expecting it, but where are you seeing the game resolve around, right? Because for me personally, I'm seeing like bot lane is going to be a massive factor for the win con of basically both these teams, right? Fruity Fresh and also Snurmy have been such big carries and also a huge percentage of their team's damage. But is there anywhere else do you kind of see like big tensions colliding where this would basically be a game-breaking matchup? Brack, you can start.
Before we talk about other lanes, though, it's important to look at the bot lane because both of these bot lanes,
bring
while
back the
they're
bot lane.
incredibly important to how the teams execute, neither of them are really about early game dominance. We saw one game, I think, where we had Snurmy on a Varus get 3 like 2v2 kills in the early game, and that was great. But most of these games, they're all about chilling out, waiting for the later game, and becoming these big carries that, you know, we traditionally see in the front to back style, or just Fruity Fresh picks Swain and everybody dies. But aside from that, I'm interested to see how top lane goes, not necessarily as a big contention point, because the way that we saw particularly Veloxa evolve throughout their series just in general, we've seen them at first usually be put just, all right, tank duty, weak side. But when he starts to actually come into his own as a player, they're not afraid to give him carry opportunities. We saw him play Mordekaiser, and that was the game that got them through. In that game 5, they had the confidence to go, yeah, you can have Mord, pop off, my guy, and he did.
Okay. And then for you, EK?
Well, the one guy I want to focus on a lot is Pomo. I just think Pomo is when he's on, he's on, and I think the best game to describe this was Game 5 against Garen Gaming, where he brought
Do
out a Corki.
not give this man Corky.
I love how slowly the mic's just like coming up closer, like ASMR mode activated. But yeah, Corki has just. I was watching the final game and I'm like, why is this guy not playing Corki the entire series? And I do think it was banned in
4 games.
almost 4 games out of 5 in
Guess
the
which game
next
he
series
picked,
I played. So if this champ goes unbanned again in game 5 and he gets to pick it again, guys, I'm calling scripted. It's scripted.
Ooh. Ooh, that's some bold.
Yeah,
that's some bold
was-
accusations there. I don't know if I would go as far as say scripted, like. But no,
I mean,
but
I have
I
a script
get
right
what
in
you're
front
saying.
of me, so
Yeah. I will say,
Legit, though.
I do get what you mean, but I'm also kind of the mindset that Sumi is that guy that is like, if you play something, I'm gonna play it better. Like we saw them pull out the Anivia against Toxie the other day, right? And destroy everyone, by the way. Like it wasn't even like close. We've seen them play the Annie, we've seen them play the Renekton. I'm kind of like, well, Sumi, they don't even need to necessarily ban Corki. They might just pick Corki and say, hey, look, you've done it, but we're about to do it way better. And I feel like it also just flows really well with the whole composition of just how Rich Gang play, right? The fact that they could pretty much play anything. We asked Broda, why did you not play more Brand? You looked so good in it. And he's like, just wanted to play something else, So I feel like Rich Gang, they really are those guys when it comes to like, oh, they could just pick anything. The big question I have is power picks, Brack. Like we've seen a lot of teams kind of give over a lot of power picks. And as we said, it's really hard to ban out Rich Gang. So do you ban what's meta? Do you ban what they played that you're a little bit scared of?
Aside from like Fruity Swain, then I think you just want to go for power. Just take away enough power. I mean, Pomo certainly plays a good Smolder, so unless there was a situation where you have Corki and Smolder open, in which case I don't think Pomo is that sad. Like, I don't think Corki gets to hyper bully a Smolder in the super early lane, which means you have a Smolder that gets to stack. And if Pomo's the one playing the Smolder here, he has obviously, we might say he's pretty good at Corki, right? So you'd imagine he's also pretty decent at playing against it.
Yeah,
that's normally how it works.
It checks out, yeah. Karen, EK, were there any other picks that you were kind of talking about, the things that you were kind of looking for? Obviously, you mentioned the Corki a little bit earlier. Anyone else that you're kind of seeing maybe going to appear or disappear on the Riften bans?
Well, I'm not particularly looking at a champion, but I do want to quickly mention that we have 2 teams who have very different early games in their first 14 minutes. For Rich Gang, they have around a 700 gold lead at 14 minutes on average. Now, of course, that is through less games, so there's less sample size there. But Blue White is down in gold on average on 14 minutes. It's only 70 gold. It's not that much. But I think if you want to try and beat a team that is things, then you often want to come out of the gate swinging. You want to get the early leads going, and you want to snowball from there. If you're on average down and you have to climb back into the game against a team that is also most likely better than you, that might be a bit rough. So we'll have to see if they can, tighten up their early game and make sure they come out of the gate swinging.
Okay, with that being said, it's time for predictions. Let's get into it. Brack, you can go first. Name the prediction and tell me why.
I was about to do the do you believe 3-2, but I think I'll leave that one to EK at this point. I think if EK is going to go with his heart, I'll go with my head. I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep by any means, but I do think Rich Gang takes it. And because I like a proper series, we'll call it 3-2 to Rich Gang.
Okay. EK?
You know where I'm going. Blue Whites 3-2, 0-2 down, reverse sweep their way into the title. Let's go.
Oh man, I want it.
I told
just
him.
Because it's like the spectacle. I think there wouldn't be a better story that could be written in this league or in any league, to be honest. But I have to go with what I think, and I'm going to go with, I believe, a 3-0 Rich Gang. I think Rich Gang are just very strong. I'm really excited to see what our casters are going to say, but we'll get to them in a little bit. And also, we got to say a quick shout out, right? So obviously the NLC is the region, it's the Nordics and the UK scene. There are 7 Finnish players in this Div 2 finals bracket.
Yeah. And I mean, there's 8 Finns on the broadcast if you want to count Carvis as well. And I mean, I don't know what Finland's doing that's different, but they're showing up on the NLC stage. It's fantastic to see. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to start importing some more Finnish food or something.
I mean, I don't know what the specialty food of the Finnish is. Maybe maybe I can be informed by the casters as we go into game later. But I'd be intrigued.
But we are going into the pick and bans. Rich Gang is going to be on blue side here, and we're going to see the Ari banned away by them. And shocker, surprise, I am not at all. Smolder banned by blue whites.
Yeah, not too shocking to happen, but I like to see the Zac ban because Velox has got a heck of a lot of games on that champion and has a very, very strong win rate on it as well. 6 games in playoffs, 4 of them wins. So I think just a smart idea to get that off the board. And there, as foretold, Fruity Swain will drop off too.
Yeah, and we should actually asked a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if Aurelian is still banned in this one or if Aurelian is allowed to be played now, but Senna going to be banned away there. Obviously, we saw what Rich Gang can do with that pick. It's very, very destructive, but they're going to lock in the Hui straight away, EK.
That's a very interesting pick to me because I feel like Hui is a champion that we saw rising in priorities shortly after he was released when he got buffed a little bit, but he has fallen off a cliff. Not necessarily in terms of power, but just in terms of perceived power. I feel like a lot of teams in the professional scene haven't really picked him up. Although I do think he's a very strong artillery mage where you have a lot of disengage ability, a lot of damage, a lot of long range stuff as well. He always is susceptible though to champions that can easily engage on him, lock him in a cage like the Javanir. So I wouldn't be surprised if a bit more engage is going to be locked in like a support, a Nautilus or something like that, just to pair up with the Javan and make sure you can go aggressive. But you can also try and match this mid lane maybe on 2 or 3 to make sure you get a good matchup.
Yeah, we have got confirmation ASO is enabled in this patch, so we could potentially be getting it in the bot lane for Fruity Fresh. But I do like the Jarvan. It's been played a lot by blue whites here, so I kind of like it. I feel like it's comfort, and also the Desire being picked up is no stranger for Snurmy.
Absolutely, and we've seen Egets pull out a lot of Rakan throughout the playoffs. So if it is still open, I don't know if they'd want to R3 it, but if it makes it through the second phase of bans, then I would not be at all surprised to see the Lovers Geo come out.
Yeah, no, we saw obviously there was a hover of Kha'Zix. I would have been quite interested to see it, but Viego being locked in here again, it's what Broda looks really comfortable on in their last best of 5. So no real surprises here. I feel like Rich Gang are playing to what they feel very comfortable on.
Yeah, and Broda is, as you mentioned, currently 4-0 in the playoffs on Viego's. Super comfortable on this champion. Also pairs very well with a CC mid laner. You know, you land the fear, you land the Viego stun, and you try and go for the kill like that. I also do like, I just kind of want to mention, I like how we're seeing more Xayah priority again, because I've always felt like this champion is underrated, and seeing her slowly climb back up, especially now with some crit changes coming through that she's a bit more powerful. I do like seeing it. I would expect to be seeing a support here and just lock in something like the Rakan and then bring the mid lane to a later pick, and that's what they do exactly. So now we have a lot of engage and a lot of ways to shut down Sumi on this way. So I'm now curious to see how they're going to look to try and protect this backline.
Yeah, I also like that there is still that kind of flexibility with that Maokai. Could go top, could also go into the support role, Bragg. But what are we kind of expecting coming out from the rest of the rotation, right? Obviously, Aurelian is still up. I imagine that's banned. I imagine Fruity Fresh is still going to get targeted. But they're actually starting to maybe put some picks towards maybe Sumi and Stumpy.
I mean, I was going to say here that let's not be under any delusions that way is just as likely to go into the bot lane as it is the mid. Hence, we see blue whites banning away Snurmy's banning away Sumi's Yone. That will make it, so perhaps it's a little bit more likely. I still don't know if we will see Fruity Fresh on a traditional carry. Of course, Sumi's got plenty of AD picks that can go along with that, and we see another one gone in the form of the Aurelia. So Blue White's really trying to force the way onto Sumi here.
Yeah, and just banning away some safe mid lane picks here in the Orianna. Wouldn't be surprised if another mage, something like maybe a Talia or something, is removed. You know, some strong laning mages that can also roam to the side lanes and pair very well with the Jarvan. But there we go, Aurelion Sol, as you talked about before, is being removed. Strong team fight presence no longer available.
But not by the team that I expected to remove it. I don't really know why Rich Gang have banned away the Aurelion Sol. I am a little bit surprised, but they've taken it out. They don't want it. They said, you know what, it's fine. And right now they're the Carvis, sorry, not the Carvis. Carvis is typing in chat about what he predicts. But the Karma going to be picked up by Blue Whites.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Tristana makes a great sense. It was another one of those Sumi AD picks. Again, we'll give Fruit the opportunity to go for his much beloved AP. So we will likely see Hui Maokai in the bottom lane for the side of Rich Gang. I do like the Karma steal away from the side of Blue Whites as well. Probably won't go up to Veluxa. So we does mean that the Corki will go unplayed this game.
And are we sure that Fruity Fresh doesn't actually just want to take his mid laner's role? Because this guy is just playing all the mid lane champs right now, and he's like, hey, let me show you how good I am on these champions. Meanwhile, his mid laner is playing the Tristana. Potentially.
More mid laner than AD at the moment.
They're doing the old G2 thing, right? They just have two really good mid laners and they just keep playing them in both the lanes, right? They're just like, you know what? We're just going to play mid lane, both roles.
It got them to World Finals.
There you go. Gragas are going to be locked in. I like Gragas a lot, right? I think Gragas is such a strong pick because it doesn't really have loads of counters, and Stumpy played it very exceptionally well last time we saw it, but that is actually going to be a Karma in the top side for Veluxa. They're going to lock in Pomo's Cassiopeia, which I really like Cassiopeia when played well.
Really great into all these dashes as well. It's like Tristana, okay, no rocket jump for you. You try to dash in with the Gragas as well, body slam, then yeah, you're all going to have a great time of it. It does mean that this Blue White's comp is very, very reliant on Yone's just surviving, because he gets Rakan, is going to be annoying, is going to be hard to lock down, but if you do lock him down, he will die 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, you also have a pretty good matchup into the way. You do get slightly outranged, but if you can land a Q and not get hit by the fear, you just run at Hui and completely run him down. Tristana is the mid laner, but still, even into Tristana, it's still a pretty good matchup. You lose the push, but you have more dueling potential than most other mages, so my point still stands.
No, I like it a lot. I think that the comps that they picked, I feel like it very much feels like the teams that we expected, right? A lot of potential coming out from the mid and bot lane from Blue Whites, and then also from Rich Gang, a few picks that we didn't really know where to place at the start, but overall just very good team fighting with some standard components that they've utilized a lot in the past. So I'm really looking forward to this first game. I feel like it is going to be a bit of a whoever starts winning will win, right? I know that's a very easy thing to predict, but I do feel like if there is any sort of lead gained from Rich Gang, it's going to be very easy for them just to keep snowballing that throughout the game. However, on the flip side, the more even it goes into the later stages, I do feel like Blue Whites have a pretty good chance of bringing it back, Brack.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, we already know that these are the comeback kings, so I'm happy to see that. And also, there's also just the Doom box. The one true Doom box. Cataclysm with Miasma inside it. You aren't flashing out of it. You aren't dashing out of it. You just die.
Yeah, I think that it's a tough one to get locked into. EK, has this draft made you maybe think about your predictions again about the O2 Blue Whites?
Well, you know, I do feel like when I'm looking at Rich Gang's composition, I do think that just the push you have in the mid lane and the ability to play aggressive with your jungler is going to make it a lot stronger to be able to just play around mid jungle for the side of Rich Gang. And I do think I prefer the tools they have. They also have displacement. You know, the moment Zaya or Cassiopeia walks up aggressively, you just you know, Gragas barrel in there and you get a catch.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot to see, but we're going to send it over to the casters right now for game one. Carvis and Black Bloxer take us through the first game of the finals.
Thank you so much, J-Real. We are live with game number 1, Ridge Gang against Blue White, starting off right now.
Oh boy, isn't this exciting? Isn't this exciting? The grand finals. Ridge Gang Blue Whites, yeah, like we were saying, definitely not what everybody was expecting to be these big finals, but Blue Whites, they've been showing up recently, and the composition they got for themselves right now is pretty much exactly what they played in that Game 3 just a couple days ago versus Fourth Wall that brought them all the way to the grand finals.
And it's a very similar composition from Blue Whites to what we saw from them earlier on in the earlier set, bringing out the Jarvan and Cassiopeia once again. As Brackish mentioned, they have the lethal Cataclysm combo paired up with the Cassiopeia, so much AoE as well, and Baluxa on a newer style champion, usually on those frontlining tanks, now on the Karma instead.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this adaptation. The Ornn was still available. It has a fine matchup into the Gragas, and I, to be honest, prefer the Ornn in this composition. But to be fair, the Ornn gives you that guaranteed engage, a thing that a Jarvan, a Rakan are already pretty good at. So it makes sense to just give yourself a little bit more heal and shields, especially when you're up against a very high damage composition, like what Ridge Gang have got for themselves. I can understand why the Karma has been brought into this composition, but that is the only change from that Game 3 that we saw. Both of these junglers are going to be starting themselves up towards the top side, working their way down. This bot lane could definitely be volatile, and I can see whichever jungler manages to get there first, completely changing the outcome of this matchup.
Already abusing the weak early stage of Quay. Gonna need a couple of skill points before he can properly fight against the incoming all-ins from the Rakan. The EQ is so important in interrupting any sort of dash engages, and once Eggets finds his way in, they're already taking the mid lane down very low.
Oh, it's done.
Oh, that's the first blood from Sumi. What on earth?
Okay, we missed the beginning of that fight, but I'm guessing what happened is the Sumi ticked too, and just managed to get all in. That bomb the jump, a really explosive combo that could be used to great effect, but getting taken down this early on is really surprising. Tristana does not deal a ridiculous amount of damage in the early game, but to be honest, the Twin Fangs, if you can land them out of Pomo, should be the stronger of the two poke compositions, so that's a complete surprise to see that happen in the mid lane.
Explosive charge does deal a ton of damage if you can get all of the stacks. Also, Flash is now gone from both mid laners, so if the Jarvan or the Viego can find an angle with their own Flash, there are plenty of more kills to be had over in that mid lane. But the rest of the map still going strong. A small freeze being set up by Pommel for the Jarvan to play with if he so wishes, but Snormi and Eggets keeping up the pressure.
They are indeed, as I think we're gonna look back on what it was that indeed happened, and so yeah, the explosive charge goes down, and I think Pomo just thinks that they outdamage, takes a tower shot. Oh, it's the tower shot, stepping the tiniest bit too far forwards, and that is going to give a massive lead over to Ridge Gang's mid laner, something that you really don't want to do. Sumi has been one of the most impressive mid laners we've had. To be honest, all of these players have been some of the best in position. There's a reason the Ridge Gang came out of the regular split in that first place position. They only lost 2 games then, they've only lost 2 in playoffs. They've had such an incredibly dominant run, and giving them an inch, definitely a bad idea, and Sumi has definitely taken that from a mistake out of Pomo, which feels really bad, but this lane is not over. It's not the complete end of the world. It's just not the ideal way to start a best of 5.
And it could get even worse as Baluxa shoving this way very, very far up. And down Broda is there. Flash body slam from Stumpy to lock him down for a bit, but doesn't have too much mana. Barrel going wide as well, but Baluxa is way, way too far up, and an easy kill secured by the jungler of Ridge Gang, starting off strong in these early stages of the game.
And this is the beginnings of what tends to turn into a really good Ridge Gang win. They get themselves a couple of early kills, and they just play these games out really calm and collected. We were taking a look at things like how many kills they had on average at 14 minutes, and it wasn't very high. Ridge Gang don't usually have explosive early games, but they don't have bad ones either. They just ramp slowly throughout the game, get themselves into a pretty good position at 14 minutes, and then just never release their hold on the game. Keep their opponents in a chokehold for as long as they possibly can. and I think it's on Blue Whites to try to get something going. Obviously, their composition scales incredibly well. He just got ignited, so that's gone from Greg. Clearly a little bit of worry in the bot lane for that to happen. Yeah, Blue Whites, they want to get themselves a little bit of a lead. They scale pretty well. They don't have to get things going. They're not going to be locked out of the later stages of the game, but you don't want to fall behind versus Rich Gang because they don't tend to give you many mistakes to allow you to get back into a game and catch up.
And catching up for this composition is an explosive thing they can do off of these level 6 power spikes, but again, with the small advantages Sumi has gotten in the mid lane, already hitting level 6 before Pommel, he can try and abuse it a little bit further, just taking down Pommel's HP bar to about half and start playing towards this bot lane, which is establishing priority. Sure, Broda takes a recall here, heading up to the top side, but they will eventually be able to force a fight at the crack.
Not going to be any vision on this potential Yone's gank on the bot lane, not unless he steps too far forwards. But it doesn't look like there's going to be a real opportunity here. Instead, everybody just going to back off, and the junglers have been pretty quiet throughout the early stages. We saw that Yones did pick himself up that first grub, then just decided to leave it, not going to take any of the others, clearly didn't feel comfortable, or think it was really worth his time. The grubs are a good thing to have, but they're not the most amazing thing to add to your jungle pathing, and getting that first one gives you the biggest bit of XP and gold that you're going to get from them, so fine. Take that one, walk away. It does mean Broda's going to get the other two, and so that fight around the second set could get that bit more explosive. The response is going to be Yones heading over onto this Drake. It is spotted out, you are aware of this happening as Rich Gang, but they don't really have a position to be able to get into that pit and respond.
I don't think they need to. Whoa, barrel from Stumpy, forcing Volux back. It's a bunch of damage from the incoming Q as well, and Broda is setting up for a possible dive. No teleport to save Volux either. Here comes Broda. This is ultimate, flashes forward. Volux with the mantra W keeps himself alive. Bit of an early trigger finger from the Polish jungler, and they miss out on the kill, still manage to deny the big wave though.
Yeah, this is still absolutely devastating for Veloxa, but it would have been a missed wave and a death going over, so a really nice little bit of fancy footwork to be able to get away from that gank. Gonna come back into lane though, with a turret plate missing, a ton of CS gone as well, 2 turret plates in fact. Stumpy getting given quite a lot in that situation. And this side of the game has just felt lightly Rich Gang favoured, to the point where they've managed to get themselves up about 1,000 gold lead, which, considering how early on we are into this game, is a pretty impressive place to be sat at. We'll have to watch this gold lead, see if it continues to increase.
Still, with that small mistake, the lead won't be increasing for quite some time. A ton of resources being spent by Broda, including his own flash. So the Viego now losing the chance for forcing a CC train down on the bot side, for example. This Viego really needs that to catch up to the enemies by surprise out of stealth from T. And now Jones, who still hasn't really done anything on this Jarvan, may have a chance to pick up the lead.
Yeah, needs to get things going. I mean, we've got Brackish around. His thing of, if you've not ganked a couple of times in the first 5 minutes, you're not really playing Jarvan, is a pretty good rule to live by, and this Jarvan hasn't gotten anything done at all. A couple of attempts at looking towards a gank bot lane, but hasn't found his way into any of these lanes. And the mid lane, sure, it's not going to be a very easy lane to gank. Kind of same for the top lane, but bot lane could be pretty vulnerable. They've been pushed up quite a lot, but just has not been able to find that real way to get in. Hasn't found the ganks, but at the same time isn't finding the CS either. Is down quite a lot, also going to lose out on this Scuttle Crab to Broda too, where Broda might have to get away over this wall.
As the ultimate, but flash forward, stuck in the Cataclysm, here's the Miasma, and they get the kill onto the jungler. Sadly, no objective to play for, but Blue White getting on the board at the minute.
Yeah, there we go. The second that we talk about Jonas and how he's not been able to get anything, gets a great catch on Broda, getting rid of that ulti as well is going to be very useful. So we're going to see a bit of a 1v1 top play vlog, so that's not your side of the map.
Oh, just picks up the solo kill. Stumpy. on the Gregus. We've been memeing about it a little bit. He has had some suspect barrels, but these haven't been them. Landing every single one perfectly and picking up a nice kill for himself, keeping up the advantage in the kind of a counter pick matchup.
Yeah, exactly, and this means that you're just going to get so much more pressure in this top lane, which has already been a heavily pressurized lane. If you can keep this up, get that first turret potentially as well, as yeah, we're going to get into a pip to see just how low this top lane turret is going. That's another huge injection of gold, and this Karma is not as innately useful as an Ornn potentially could have been in the top lane. We were speaking about how this composition was the same as the Game 3 versus Fourth Wall, other than not having the Ornn in the top lane, and Ornn is always an ult bot, whereas a Karma that's far behind, yeah, sure, you still give the heals and the shields and the speed ups, but none of it's as powerful, none of it is going to be as useful. We're going to see a dive bot.
Fruity has no cooldowns left, nor to be dealing so much damage with the Featherstone. Will be able to pick up the kill, but the tower shot should be able to trade it back. Greg getting a kill for himself. Broda managed to secure the grubs on the other side of the map, but Blue White's capitalizing on the earlier trade we saw. All Flash ultimate cooldowns were burnt by Fruity Fresh. Now teleporting back to the bot side. Won't be losing out on too much, and cancelling Aegis's recall will stagger Blue White's a little bit down on the bot side of the map.
It's not going to be the end of the world. Blue Whites, they are showing a good amount of fight back in this game. They've kept this gold lead pretty even. It still is the 1k that we saw at about 8 minutes in, so things have not ballooned out of control. But this could be another potential risky moment for Fruity Fresh here.
He does have his cooldowns back up soon, but they're not enough to escape from a possible cataclysm. Stumpy teleporting in, though. They have enough damage to take down Aegis, and Joseph Stormy cannot keep the fight going against 4. No information about it just yet either. They may look for the Xayah. Still has his flash, but so does Broda. Will be hitting the stun, but no follow-up.
Oh, he's dead!
No Featherstorm either. Will die underneath his tower as Palmer and Jones back off.
The rotation right now out of Rich Gang is just so much better than Blue Whites. They're able to get into this bot lane with more members quicker on, and Veloxa hasn't even been able to pick up a full turret plate. Might be able to get one off of those minions, not even, and it's just going to die for the trouble. The rotation so clean out of Rich Gang. They're going to get a proper King's Ransom out of this one. And this means the top lane tower also going to be falling in a second. First blood turret going over. And the gold lead that we were just talking about staying even has ballooned all of a sudden. And a lot of it going over to Subi, picking up a kill. And that first turret gold. Going to be a monster in the mid lane is this Tristana. All off of the back of an attempted aggressive play bot lane out of Blue Whites. Yone's finally trying to get something done and just isn't able to do so.
Bommel was looking for Tristana up on the top side, trying to pick him off, or at least challenge the mid laner once again. But yeah, as you said, Tristana getting huge, already having the static shifts finished, and not recalling after taking down that tower will catch one more wave. And Sumi is in prime position to take over the entire map as Normi takes a nice chunk of damage from the full Quay combo. They're gonna look for more. Ultimate landing only onto the Rakan, so they can't really follow up just yet, but a nice chunk will make Blue Whites consider twice if they want to keep this push going.
Well, the poke out of this way is just ridiculous. It's so long range, that ability, and it means that you really can't step up in a situation when you don't have the mobility to be able to dodge away. Otherwise you just get chunked down, poked down. The ult being thrown out there just more as another ability rather than a big finisher move to try to get that kill overall. And this is going to push the bot lane out of lane. Obviously, turret plates have just fallen, so you've not got any more to really gain from this. You're not going to be able to pick up a full turret right now as Rich Gang is still going to be in a perfectly comfortable position. They are down a decent chunk of CS, about 30, which is a pretty huge gap. But that is well and truly plastered over by just the pressure that this bot lane is getting and the fact that all of the kills and gold are going elsewhere on the map. You're not too worried about the Hui Maokai. Maokai is always useful, and Hui is going to be able to deal that damage the later and later we get into the game.
Looking at Jones, this possible dive onto Fruity Fresh will be dangerous. He has all of his cooldowns back shortly, flash included. Just missing the ultimate. They may still want to try and go for this. Gregory is there to peel, but the Cataclysm landing on the way, already forcing the defensives. Teleport in from Veloxa. but he doesn't really have anything to help with. Wave has been cleared already, and Stumpy and friends have found Bobo, can't land the stun, and the Cassiopeia trying to trade back some damage, but it just isn't there. Rhoda picks up the kill, and with the Herald, they can continue the mid push.
They're going to be able to pick themselves up another turret from this. Herald, unlikely to be able to get another charge off. It should only be the one, but still mid lane turret falling, going to give that map pressure over massively as well. Subi stepping up right here, dodges away from the pullback of the feathers. Okay, got the rocket jump. That was risky though.
This is even more risky for
Wait.
Fresh is in close proximity. Feather Storm able to get the root, but the damage is so much. Sumi survives on 5 HP, and Fruity Fresh and Greg will be finishing off Jones after a couple more spell cast. Teleport coming in from Pomo. They want to keep this going, but with Igits already so low, I don't think they can. Pomo wants to try Miasma onto the Maokai, but he is rooted up by the ultimate. Rhoda has made his way over, trying to kill Baluxa as there is no deal coming. It is an absolute bloodbath underneath the tower. One more hit is enough. Eggs burns out the Leanders, and so does Pomo. No, one HP. But you're stuck underneath the tower. Root on the Baluxa. That's isolation. Double kill the Fruity.
Dead.
Double killing coming. Secured and done and dusted.
Not quite clean. Only Broda gonna go down though. Sumi doesn't even care, just gonna be picking up even more pressure onto these turrets, and it is a wipe down there for Rich Gang. They're picking up so much more. The rotations, they're faster, they're cleaner, the execution as well, and there's some decision making out of Blue Whites that just isn't quite working out. Snomi stepping up onto Sumi. Snomi's had a pretty good early game, but Sumi has had an excellent one. Is much stronger at the moment in the straight up damage battle, and so many people walking away on tiny margins of health. That comes from just how many items there are completed for Rich Gang at that point compared to what Blue White's got. At the moment, items are a lot more even. You've got 2 completed on the Pomo, so there is a win condition for you right now. But it's all about getting Pomo into a good situation.
Hold on.
Sumi, yeah.
This is an absolute slaughter.
Yeah.
They had 4 members rotating down, even a 5th available. They maybe needed 3, committing a huge amount of resources as we hop into a replay on this spot.
No health left on Stormy right there. And Jonas is now stuck out to dry. There's nothing you can do. The teleport then comes down. And so you want to keep going. I can understand why Pomo is in a really strong position right now, but there's no actual follow-up. He gets this really low. The Twisted Launch has come back up again. You're in such a strong position to fight with Rich Gang. They can just keep rolling this one through. And then you're in a 4v3 situation because the rotation is that much quicker out of Rich Gang. They're in just a bad position. Pomo living their great fancy feat to be able to survive, but does it matter? Not really.
Not at all. And now when the kill situation is 14-3 and the gold lead is starting to get a little bit out of hand, approaching 6k gold, while your champions don't really even have the major power spikes when the enemies are reaching their second item. Sumi and Fruity Fresh both extremely close. Stumpy getting spotted up by the wall there. They're still looking for kills across the map as Jones. He just wants to farm, but Rich Gang, this is our money. Now they are the cashier, they are the bankers, and they are in full control of who gets the money.
Yeah, Jones, you don't think this is your jungle now, do you? Nah. This is Rich Gang's map right now. Of course, we do have to mention, once again, this is a Blue Whites game 1. Take it with a pinch of salt. Take game 2 with a pinch of salt. Game 3 is where this series really starts, but Rich Gang, they are just leveling Blue Whites at the moment. Okay, this could be a kill back. They're just not going to be able to land the knock-up. You've got members waiting in the wings, potentially could have been able to take out Stumpy, but not going to be able to find that one. And I think it comes down to once we get into these big 5v5 team fights where you're all set up and ready, because that's when Blue White's composition can really come online. You need to get that Cataclysm into Miasma. It can be set up at Igits. If Snowbee throws the feathers through, that's a great situation too. What is happening here?
Why are Snorby and Igits proxy farming? Teleports are coming in from Rich Gang. Get these guys out of here. They are in our land. Snorby trying the mechanical outplay. Gets the shutdown onto Stumpy, but they lose 2 for it. And the map, again, completely in Rich Gang's control.
It just keeps getting better and better. Why they're back there is beyond me. The teleport coming through is going to be really nice as well. From Sloomy to just be able to get involved. Sure, Stumpy dies. That is at least something that you get back, but sit back, farm, get yourself into these team fight positions because these scrappy fights are not working. The map rotation is quicker and the champions are better in these little scraps, as it's just going to be a Baron start right here, turn coming through though.
Rich Gang feels like they are strong enough to force the issue already. Trying to get blue-whites into their hands. Teleport behind. Stumpy is on the flank. Can get into the back line. Barrel onto Eggets as Jones, but they both survive for now. Yokomo chunked heavily, but the Miasma keeps Rich Gang at bay. Everyone survives for now, but there is still a Baron to play for Rich Gang.
Yeah, they've got all of their members still alive. Oh, Snormy and Volux might be dead here.
Stumpy does have the body slam. Instead of just retreat away, Sumi hops in! Will he have the down? Rift down! Snorby is off the Rift, double kill for the Tristana. Rich Gang just showing how much they've prepared for this upcoming final. 20-4, they have the Baron almost when it falls at 21 minutes. An absolute show of power here in game 1.
Yeah, they are not leaving anything up to chance right now. Just going to keep the pressure on Blue Eyes. The second that they got a lead, they were able to hold it and then accelerate it through. And this is just so bold out of Sumi. Sumi could have easily just stayed on the Baron, kept hitting it, but no, sees the second that Snowy takes any damage, is able to get the flash through to keep alive. Then the follow-up arrives as well, picks up 2 kills, and then is perfectly happy to just wait for the Baron to go. You've now got a huge amount of push potential as well, and the Baron buff. Gregor is caught in the Cataclysm, but doesn't really care. Plenty tanky.
They found Sumi though. That's a nice knockup from Eggers, but do they have to follow up? Stormy can't make it into hits. Sumi eventually finding the shutdown, but
this is
very low himself. 2 kills going over to the Zaya. Blue White find Rich Gang separated enough to get 2 picks for themselves.
The fact that that push was just over aggressive, really going to be handing Blue Whites a little bit of a gift basket. They are still massively far behind, of course, around about 10k or so. But being able to get a couple of kills back, a little bit of a shutdown is going to be huge, especially that shutdown that was stat on top of Sumi is going to be really key. You've got 2 items completed right now on Sumi, well on the way to that third. It gets, gonna walk this one out, does have the support of Snormy in the background. But once you get those 3 items complete on the Zaya, that switch is going to be really powerful. So you don't want to give over too many shutdowns, or you could get yourself into a little bit of a risky position.
Dragon's been started up, teleport being channeled by Volux. Only 3 members of Rich Gang here. Sumi still missing. Broda is over on the other side of the wall. Maokai ultimate has been used, and Blue Whites need to get out of there fast. Already 2 members rooted up, and Sumi easily able to get Eggets, and they are way too far down on the spot side of the map to get a safe way out. Rich Gang collapsing into God. They want to get the rest. Jarvan hopping in, but it is not Blue Whites, it's Jarvan. Broda and the Rich Gang secure the ace. Teleport channeling mid. They want to crack the base.
They want to be done pre-25 minutes. We talked about ways in which Blue Whites could get back into this game. But Rich Gang, they summarily slam that door in their faces. Absolutely nothing that can be done. The respawn timers are still really short because we're super early on into this game, but the amount of wave clear, the amount of turret damage that you have with a Tristana with a double ADC composition is huge. I don't think they're going to over push and end this game out right this very second. There's no need to. You could potentially throw the game away, but still, getting those 2 inhibitors down at this point means you can't move out of the base as Blue Eyes. You're just going to be pinned in. They did, I think, manage to get themselves that Hextech Drake, so that is something, I guess, but it is pittance compared to what Rich Gang are able to pick up off of that one.
And it really feels like the gold advantage is just so large at this point where the squishiness of Rich Gang doesn't really even matter. Sure, they all got caught once where Blue White was able to get 2 kills. But where is the point where Rich Gang just has so much damage and so much more base stats out of these levels that Broda and Stumpy, for example, have. Sumi's level 16 as well.
Yep.
Literally 5 levels ahead of the support.
That's absolutely insane. And as a support, what are you meant to do in this situation? The level gives you thousands of gold worth of effective stats. Turret's gonna continue to just fall down. It's gonna have to be a last stand out of blue-white, a situation where they really need to hit that wombo combo onto all of the key members. This turret gonna be sieged onto. Here comes the Maokai ultimate. Just to buy space, you imagine. Turret's gonna be chunked down.
They get eats their way over, but he may not matter. Shut down onto Fruity Fresh. One of the key DPS is now gone, and the Baron buff has run out, so they are on their own if they want to continue this siege. Of course, super minions flooding down the 2 other lanes. Rich Gang still feeling confident, even with a 30-second death timer on the magic carry. Has the teleport to play with as well, so they want to keep the siege going. They found Broda. Has the Heartbreaker out of there. Sumi still hitting and confidently jumps forward with a rocket jump. Gregor has to peel them away.
Arrow misses.
But the Jones finds the target. Sumi ticks down to the dot. Shut down for Jones. Greg will fall as well, and Blue Whites are again finding a miracle fight, but their base is getting beaten down by the super minis. One Nexus tower will go down.
It's a couple of big shutdowns right there. Blue-Whites, they are beginning to get themselves those items together to start to contest these fights, especially when you're diving in underneath the turret. It was a well-executed combo from Jones and Snomi to be able to pick themselves up that kill. But it could have been so much better for Blue-Whites if a couple of other things had have landed. That Petrified Gaze out of Pomo didn't end up hitting onto Broda, otherwise that would have been a much quicker kill. Could have turned that into significantly more as well. Still, you're going to be happy with that base defense as Blue-Whites, but with that Nexus Tower falling, you are in an incredibly precarious situation. You're just buying time at this point. Every single team fight you win, every single kill you get is just that much more time you can pause the game for to get those items. Once they get to full build, obviously, it doesn't matter who won the early game, you're at that point, but you are still a mile off of that. We're only 27 minutes into this game, and their backs are absolutely against the wall. The next Baron has spawned up. Giving this one over should be a death sentence, so let's see if there's going to be a response out of Blue-Whites.
They have vision of it. The topmost ward has not been spotted out, but the poke coming in from Fruity. Greg even rooting everyone. Flying, blows up Snurmi and Boba already down to half
Stole him!
He
Stole
the Baron! Jones found it! Now they're on full retreat! Save yourselves! You got the Baron! You can still hold on to the game if you can buy enough time. Teleports into the mid lane. They want to get as many kills as they can, but Jones over the wall with the flag and drag, able to escape. With the Baron recall, Omo and Boloxa are able to get into the fountain. They are missing their support, and the Rich Gang are forced to back off.
They're going to be able to pick themselves up a sad little consolation prize in this Hextech Drake, but it's only sole point. This is more time bought for Blue-White, and what an absolutely huge steal right there out of Jones. I was criticizing him a little bit in the early game, wasn't particularly proactive on this Jarvan, but seems to have found his footing in the game. And that steal was just nuts. I'd really love to see a replay of that because I was so busy watching the flash into the backline from Stumpy that I missed this sneaky Jarvan getting into the pit. And stealing that one away is going to be huge. It's just about buying time like we were saying, and that is a significant amount of time bought right there for Blue-Whites.
Omo, already level 17, approaching his 4th item. This Cassiopeia is no joke anymore. Sure, the early game might not have gone as planned, but they need to beware of the power duo that Bomo and Stormy represent. We're gonna see the Baron on this replay though.
There we go, let's have a look. Watching Jones now, not watching the big flashy play that comes through. Gets rooted up, but just gets into the back of the pit. I'm imagining Cataclysm's in, and plus the smite is a surprising amount of damage. Broda is also getting leapt on, so isn't able to get a clean smite off either. You die for it, but who cares in that situation? Just brilliant execution out of Blue-Whites. But Rich Gang, you're in such a dominant position right now. Allowing your position into the pit is not working, and I think part of it is the Stumpy flanks have been pretty cool, pretty flashy, but haven't really been finding those key targets and splitting the team fight up in a way that's actually advantageous for Rich Gang.
They are facing a huge problem now, though. With the Baron empowered minions for Blue Whites, they can hold on to these inhibitors way more than they maybe normally could. With Sumi burning the Featherstone from Snurmi, the key cooldown now gone. So this one-on-one not favoring Blue Whites anymore. And they somehow need to find lane assignments that they can deal with this Tristana with.
Yeah, who is going to be able to step up to this Tristana? As of right now, Snorri's been doing a pretty good job of it. It's going to get spotted out on this. This one with Fruity Fresh here. Yeah, gonna go in.
They want to look for it, but a nice buffer on the jump. They're looking for Snurmi. They get the shutdown. AD carry now gone. It gets hopping over the wall, but there is no getting away from a twisted advance. Only 3 left for Blue Whites. They may have bitten a little bit too much on the pick. Searching angle cataclysm on Broda does not matter. They get the final carry. They get the jungler. It took a bit more of an effort than they initially might have thought, but they are on the final Nexus tower and they are looking to secure game 1.
13-2 right there in the mid lane for Zumi. That was a mega performance on that Tristana and a brilliant game out of Rich Gang overall. Sure, that was a light hiccup. It was a great Baron steal. It could have ended 5 minutes earlier, but don't let that distract you from the fact that that was complete domination. Every single aspect of that game, bar that one steal, was completely in the favor of Rich Gang, and they were able to execute it off of just a couple of mistakes that happened for Blue Whites early on. 1 or 2 mistakes is all it needed, and Rich Gang took over that game and never let go.
Well, just as Rich Gang had high tempo here in game 1, we're going to head to a short break before we let the analyst desk give us the rundown on what on earth just happened.
Well. Brack, EK, I don't know if this is a surprise.
Nope.
I'm maybe surprised at how dominant the win was, but Rich Gang taking game one, putting Blue Whites on the back foot. I don't think any of us are shocked by the result, but maybe the manner in which it happened, Brack.
Not terribly, Jay, and it's pretty much exactly as you said it. We basically got exactly what we expected coming into this series. Rich Gang going to be the ones that were clear favorites, but you can never fully count out Blue Whites. And perhaps with some slightly better execution, they could have come back into that game, but one little mistake here, one little AD carry out of place there, and Rich Gang still take it.
Yeah, let's start from the get-go. Let's start from where it began. Let's talk about Veloxa getting caught out a little bit, because we saw them picked up on the Karma. Not something that we've really seen them play too much before, right? Classically, a lot of tanks, the Zac being a big pick for them. But let's run this first VT. It's early on, it's 4 minutes in, and it's just a little bit difficult, right? Like, getting picked out this early on gave so much opening for Rich Gang to just snowball this game.
Yeah, and this is the
Fantastic
first. This is the first of multiple plays where, unfortunately, Veloxa overstepped a little bit. A window opened up where Viego could move top lane, gets an E body slam from the Gragas, gets the kill. Now there's nothing that Veloxa can do anymore. He has overstepped a little bit, and if this were nicely the case, this would be fine. But unfortunately, as this series progresses, Veloxa keeps overstepping bit by bit by bit, gives over 3 kills in the end, and Gragas is just unleashed upon the map, can roam freely towards the bot lane and shut down what was unfortunately Blue-White's win condition.
Yeah, and I said it early on, right? I said pre the game even starting, I was like, okay, look, whoever wins early is going to have a huge leverage that realistically they shouldn't lose given the two teams that we're playing right now. And we saw that right when we got to that 20-minute mark. Let's roll the second VT. Brack, this one's coming to you. Sumi was just doing too much with the lead that they had, and it feels like there's points of the game where realistically Blue Whites, they just couldn't play League of Legends. They were having a bit of a dire response.
It was kind of tough, not going to lie. But the important part is that Sumi actually got set up by a Pomo mistake and got absolutely monstrous as a result. There was a Snurmy in this clip. Disappeared very, very quickly. Sumi was doing amazing work on that Tristana, and of course that led to their first Baron pickup. And from that point, I certainly believed at least that the game was kind of just over from there.
Now, we talked about it earlier. We talked about the comeback kids. The fact that Blue Whites, they've always making these kind of scrappy plays. Things just happen. They managed to find themselves some sort of way back into games. It didn't happen in this game. But EK, there's worlds where it could have. Because let's roll clip number 3, right? They manage to, even though they are so far behind, steal Baron and put that little bit of threat in the mind of Rich Gang.
Yeah, so this play should never have happened. I feel like Rich Gang did, they skipped a couple of steps. They didn't really force Blue Whites out of the pit. Look at this. There is clear vision. They can just walk over. They're walking over a ward right now. Jarvan is going to EQ in, get a smite, get a cataclysm down. He is, I think, going to die for it, but do you care? No, you don't care. Actually, I think he does get out eventually. Yes, he does, which is great for him. He gets the Baron. And at this point, you're thinking, can Blue Whites mount the comeback? Xayah, super strong. Xayah, very hard to get onto at this point of the game. You have a lot of defensive tools in the kit and defensive tools in the composition available as well. So you're starting to think, do we believe? I started believing for a moment, but then I realized the O2 is necessary for the reverse sweep to happen.
And we found Snurmy alone in the bot lane. I mean, that was a bit of a ball dropped.
We're on the same page, right? Me and EK for the first 2 games. Maybe Brack as well. Brack didn't say when he thinks that the 3-2 will happen. But me and EK were on the same page, right? It's going to be 2-0. That's what we're both predicting. Game 3 is where it will all change, right? I said the 3-0. You said the reverse sweep at 3-2. So I'm looking forward to how this one's going to roll out. So realistically, we're all saying that they're not going to win game 2 either, which I think is hilarious. But what I do want to say is if there is a world where Blue Whites are going to start to pick up the tempo and win the game 2 to bring themselves into the series, where are we expecting it? Brackish, let me know your ideas first. What can they do to give themselves a way back in?
I'm wondering why they were scared to pick the Corki in that game. Because sure, the Casio was fine, but Pomo didn't do a great deal with it, unfortunately. Got level 2 first, got a lot of damage onto Sumi, then took a turret shot, gave over first blood, and Sumi took over the game. So perhaps that is just like a small micro mistake, but if you pick the Corki, you're never in that sort of position because you're not going to be going for solo kills at level 2. And you can just scale into the game and become this turbo monster that we know Pomo to be.
Okay. I'll say one thing that I'll bring up that I want to see, and then we'll get to you, EK, on what you think Blue Whites can do is I want train with the new Choo skin. That's what I'm looking for, right? That's what I want Veloxa to be playing, right? I wanted them to go back to the tanks, bring them back to some stability, bring them back to big engage as well, because we saw it, right? They stole Baron. They can team fight if they're not like 50k behind, right? They probably actually can make the game pretty close, and I feel like those kind of components are what gives them that extra little bit of stability to make things work, EK.
Well, my thoughts align exactly with yours. So, once again, we're on the same page. Great desk right here. But the thing that I...
Echo chamber.
Yeah, we are kind of an echo chamber. We are Reddit now. It's fine. So the thing that
God,
I was...
no, please.
The thing that I was looking at this game is the bot lane for Blue Whites actually built a pretty significant lead. I think around 15 or so minutes, they were... I think about 40-ish CS up on their lane opponents, which is something that you could translate to a win. Xayah is a champion you can play around, Xayah is a champion you can protect, Xayah skills very well into the late game and can be very strong around objectives. But where the game kind of fell apart is the solo lanes. In mid lane, I don't think much went wrong, but it was just that one play that unlocked the mid lane where unfortunately Pomo died 1v1 level 2. It happens. But top lane, I need more stability from top lane. I need either the champion to change. I'm not a big fan of Karma top lane. I think you want to pick something, you mentioned it, like an Ornn. You pick something like a Gragas. You pick something that just says, hey, I am stable, and I'm going to make sure that I don't lose lane, but I'm going to be useful in team fights and protect my carries. And I think if they change their draft a bit, but have the same level of bot lane performance, that can be their way into these games.
Yeah, indeed. I think there's definitely a little bit of change needed, right? I will say in general, I still do kind of have that thought in my mind about Blue Whites warming up and kind of needing a little bit of game time to get into it, to really stick that series on Rich Gang. But the question that I have now, right, and it goes back, we're going to get into draft in about 5 minutes-ish, right? So we've still got a little bit of time before that one kicks off. But it's kind of like, what do you actually change in draft, if anything, right? Because obviously in gameplay, we can say, okay, play a bit safer, a little bit more stability, make sure that top's kind of not gifting any kills, maybe don't die level 2, right? Those kind of things that are simple changes that definitely can just be game 1 nerves, right? But is it something you can change in draft? Because realistically, they banned away picks that I feel like are definitely highly contested, definitely very dangerous from the side of Rich Gang, but then they're still open to things like the Tristana. There's really no reason in my mind why Rich Gang can't just run back the same comp.
They absolutely could. And there's the dangerous angle that if they leave the Karma open and they do put Veloxa on something like the Ornn, Stumpy can play the Karma. Because Stumpy's got Karma games, and in fact he's got Karma wins in the top lane. And you put yourself in a not as bad of a situation, because sure, Veloxa's not going to be able to do anything to Stumpy in the lane, but at least, as you say, they have that big engage option, which I do think they sorely need.
And to take it one step further, Viego, question mark, EK, do you feel like maybe it's just got to go?
I mean, I would say yeah, just based on his win rate, but I don't think his Viego was really all that impressive. I think any champion could have done the same thing. The top play, he got outplayed, but he zoned Veloxa off another wave, couldn't really touch the game after that, really. The bot lane dive also, Viego, it's not like he played bad, it's just, I don't think the champion in this particular game was the difference maker. Yeah. But then again, removing comfort from him and putting him on something that maybe isn't optimal could be a way in, although I definitely think lane stability in this game proved more important than the jungle matchup.
Okay, we still got a little bit of time before we're going to be going into draft, right? I feel like, in general, obviously game 1 did bring to us what we would have expected, right? We expected Rich Gang to come out the block swinging. We expected Blue Whites to warm up a little bit. Right, obviously, you got to cast one of their best of 5s, right? One of their return from the death moments, the reverse sweep angle. What are you kind of looking for Blue Whites in terms of what did they not bring today that they did in those winning games that we did see?
I feel like they maybe just need to turn the hob down a touch. I feel like that game one was maybe they were cooking a little bit when they didn't necessarily need to. I feel like in a situation like this, sure you pick the Karma. I don't think you could have you could have been fine just giving the Karma to Pomo. And again, you have that same sort of thing, a stable mid lane that shouldn't be dying to Sumi. You've got the shielding, you've got the Mantra Renewal healing. Tristana should not be able to completely break open that lane, and of course Karma is no slouch in holding the wave as well. And then potentially give Veluxa something that can either fight back against Stumpy, or just go the Ornn and send Yon Spot every second of that game and make Fruity's life hell.
Yeah, and then EK, for you, are you feeling similar vibes? Maybe they were just a little bit nervous. Game one, just not really their bag, but actually, you know what? There's a lot of moments where realistically we can look at it. Because obviously, I'm still thinking about that Baron, right? There's still a progressive play that actually is setting themselves up to say, you know what? Yeah, we are here for this series.
Yeah, I pretty much fully agree with what Brackish said just now, because I think you saw it in this game. Blue Whites has a strong bot lane. They were ahead, and they could have snowballed this game through bot lane if the other lanes didn't go as they did during this game. And I think a way in which you can guarantee playing through that is if you get a stronger mid lane matchup, where you make sure you have push, put the Karma mid lane, get the push. Yeah, you're gonna fall off, but you're gonna provide an early push. Put the jungler as well onto a pick where he can make plays into the bot lane, where he can win the 1v1 matchup. And just try and play through this winning bot lane you have, at least, provided they keep this winning bot lane streak going. I think that is going to be the way. And, we talked about it multiple times, but I think top lane just needs stability. I don't think you need to be winning lane. I think you're fine losing a couple CS here and there.
Wait. Hold on. Smolder is up. Free Fresh could get the dragon. They picked Senna for Blue Whites, they banned Aurelion, they banned Swain, they banned the Hui, and we are getting it. The Smolder coming through for Fruity Fresh, the pick that he got Challenger on recently. EK, it feels like they're going to your script. They're trying to go 0-2 right now because that feels a little bit grief.
I mean, I would agree with you, but the one thing that I have as a counter argument here is that Smolder is absolute garbage in the early couple of levels. You want to be playing a winning bot lane matchup into Smolder, which pretty much every bot lane matchup is. So if you can once again break open this lane and you can now snowball this lead effectively, maybe not allowing them to have a champion in a bot lane before 20 minutes could be the win condition. Although I do agree, it is very risky.
I'm hearing it, but then I'm also getting PTSD flashbacks of Smolder pentakills, right, Brack? Like, I'm saying this champion, when played well, with a good team around it, unstoppable.
Yes, but my gripe isn't actually with the fact that Rich Gang have Smolder. It's the Kench. I don't actually like the Tom Kench here very much. I love Snurmy on Senna. He's a fantastic Senna player. Great to see that. I don't necessarily see the need of the Kench in these first two picks, at least. I feel like they could have, if they wanted to pick it up, waited till way later in the draft. I don't think it was ever going to get banned. We see the Karma picked up again, and Broder's Brand coming through. We talked about on the first section of the nest, like, oh, Broder, why are you not playing Brand? Want to play something else. He has changed his mind again, and he's back onto the Bernie boy.
Yeah, he said Viego is too easy. I'm 4-0 or 5-0 now, and it's just like, yeah, let me go back to the Brand. Let's see what happens. They're gonna ban away the Corki, so EK, we're not gonna get that crazy Corki just yet. But in response, we are gonna see that Tristana taken off the map, and I still have the big question of where's this Karma going?
Well, I mean, personally, I'm really hoping this Karma is gonna go into the mid lane, so
top.
we can have Kench top. Yes, don't worry. We set everyone top. It's fine. We lane swap. So I think we all agree here that we prefer Karma in mid lane. Get a bit of push, get a jungler that can be unlocked, that can be roaming off of Karma's pressure. Top lane, I feel like Karma can be flexed to the top lane, but you're only doing it when you are playing a matchup where you can deny the opposing top laner CS by just having this very lane dominant pick. If you're just there to scale and maybe die to ganks, it's not as effective. In terms of bans here, we do see Vi being taken out, which I do like, because Vi is such a great answer for something like the Smolder.
Yeah, the point and click CC coming in very strong, as we do see the final ban is going to be Dione. So a couple of bans towards Sumi. I will say they still have left open that Aurelius. There are a couple more that could come through, but maybe Pomo, who is potentially playing the Karma, feels comfortable with that. But we are going to see the next lock-in from red side. And to be honest, Gragas, I feel like it's such a good pick to take him blind. It's just really tough to do.
Yeah, it really is. And like, Stumpy had a great performance on it, so if it ain't broke in this situation, Blue Whites for now. Jarvan is still open, but of course he's not all that hot when you're into a Smolder who can just like flap over the wall. The Ornn though, it's a fine matchup for the side of Veluxa, but as you said, Ornn, Horn, Choo Choo, all the way to Engage Town.
I think
Yeah,
you
I'm really
need.
hoping they play that skin as well.
Hey, I'm loving that skin. I just think you need some damage from the jungle here, because otherwise you're running a 1 damage threat composition. Yeah, Karma has some damage, but not really in the front line. So there we go. Kindred would be very interesting here. Could also prevent Smolder from getting the kills.
So,
Although you're picking it into Gragas.
we'll see what this final pick
Yeah.
is, but I like the Kench now because we've got 2 big damage threats that we can protect effectively. And of course, if you grab the Kindred, you can then come out of the Devour into a Lamb's Respite, which means these carries are real hard to kill.
Okay, I was liking the Kiana a bit more. I don't know how much I was liking the Jace, but Sumi's locked it in. It has potential. It has a bit of range. It can do a lot of damage. EK, but what do you feel about that final lock?
I don't really like the Jace here, because you're having to get through a lot of frontline with shielding, with healing available, and Jace works well when you can actually find people on the backline. Doesn't mean it can't work. I just think there were more effective picks available. I also do quickly want to point out, by the way, that Carvis is in chat right now, and he predicted the Kindred to be picked, so a quick shout out to him there as well.
I'm saying I think Carvis is slowly, like, low-key just talking to the teams, right? Or he is just really on the Mystic Mix stuff today, because he predicted the Tristana earlier. He's now predicted the Kindred, so the man knows his teams.
I would hope that the Finnish caster knows about the all Finnish team, especially. But yeah, I mean, 7 of the players on the Rift are Finnish, so yeah, they've clearly got some secret Finnish code that is going on throughout these games. And I like that Blue Whites managed to redeem the Kench pick at the end. I'm still not sure if it's enough to get the win, but I do like the combination of Ornn plus Kench protecting the Senna Kindred. So we'll have to see that plays out.
I think the only thought that I have though is it kind of feels reminiscent of game 1, right? Blue Whites, good team fight, waiting for the late game, right? Rich Gang, again, team comp that does scale nicely, but can play a little bit more aggressive early. And I feel like, are we just going to be getting game 1 on repeat? You know, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Hopefully not, right? Hopefully Blue Whites keep it a little bit more chilled in the early game. They ice out Rich Gang a little bit and they can kind of make their way through to the later stages. But EK, I'll be honest, there is that just slight thought in my mind that maybe we're going to be seeing a rough early game once again for Blue Whites.
Hey, it's all according to scripts, and I mean, both of these teams probably gonna have a bit of a rough early game. Both Senna and Smolder aren't particularly great in the early game, so we're gonna have to try and see if one of these teams can bring their other members and, well, get one of them even further down, so the scaling can be accelerated for the team that is bringing all the members down. And I think that's gonna be the key to winning this game.
Yeah, script or not script, that is the question. Brack, what are you thinking about this final setup for this game too?
So, for one, main problem that we had in the last game was Veluxa felt a bit uncomfortable on the Karma. He's on the Ornn now. I think he's be a lot more stable, and hopefully that'll stem some of the bleeding on the map.
Okay, the train is getting ready to leave the station. We're going to hand it over to our conductors, Carvis and Bloxer. Take us through on this destination of Game 2.
Thank you so much once again, Jay Real. We are back on the Rift. Every single one of us is gonna learn more and more about these teams as we have some more nature for us to check out. We already saw plenty of this in our previous series. And compared to game 1, both of the teams revising their strategies considerably.
30 seconds until minions.
You're still muted, I think.
Yeah, the desk was talking about how both of these teams needed to, well, Blue Whites needed to change up something, but Rich Gang really didn't. They could have done exactly the same, but I think they've been, not baited, that's the wrong wording for it, but tempted into playing a completely different composition because the Smolder was left open. And they love the Smolder pickup. They absolutely love being able to play this one, really see what they can get going with it. And so, leaving that Smolder open, it just brings Rich Gang onto a slightly different playstyle. Blue Whites, again, they're really changing things up. If you want to gank early and often as a Jarvan, it's a very different story as a Kindred. You really want to get yourself to that level 6. You're all about picking up those marks because that's how you become powerful. It's really not about items or levels as much as it is getting at least those first 4 marks to really get unlocked. And so once again, we really need to watch these junglers to see who they're going towards, where you can get some big leads. In the last game, we saw how it was a mid lane mistake that ended up giving quite a lot of early priority and pressure to Sumi, which really spiraled in the game. But in this one, I want to know what happens in the bot lane because it's a mega scaling bot lane for both of these teams. But to be honest, these supports want to scrap constantly, and the ADCs, I think, are just going to be brought along for the ride.
Well, Snormi at least is being brought along for a ride
Ignite.
into the depths. Ignite already going down. Fruity Fresh flashing forward. Really wants to chunk the support down. Snormi taking huge blows, and they are not afraid to scrap even if they are scaling 80 carries. Senna especially wants to get as many souls as possible, so abusing that range advantage is key, but you need to be really, really careful or Greg is there to punish.
Yeah, exactly. The second that you have, you know, a step up a little bit too close to a Nautilus, you can get punished very, very easily. The level 2 battle is going to be won right here by Blue White, so they're going to be able to push this one in. Feel pretty confident in the fact they're not going to be fully jumped on. That level 3, especially, is the point where Eggets is going to get into a very strong position. Same though for Greg, to be honest. He's perfectly happy to scrap at this point. And you do have Yones in the area, has managed to get down to this bot side pretty fast, is going to be taking his red buff at the moment, and could potentially look for a counterplay if Broda wants to punish a very heavy, a very high line that Blue Whites are exhibiting. They're pushing themselves up quite far.
A tried and true play coming up as Jones finishes up his red buff and wants to go play invade. Broda face shifts the brush. This is very dangerous for the brand. Used most of his cooldowns on the blue buff, has to flash over the wall, but Jones is on the chase. Blast cones away, keeps himself alive, but this is why the early aggression for Blue Whites was going on down on the spot side of the map, but they may have pushed it too far. Take another big chunk out of the HP pools as Fruity Fresh and Grey start to push back.
Like I said, tried and true little bit there from Jones. Leap over that wall, go and contest. Broda clearly knew about it. Placed that ward down to spot it out. Unfortunately, Jones had gotten down there already. Is going to be able to pick up the scuttle trap. Logan's getting double scuttled, and so although things have gotten quite spicy in the early game, nobody falls. Nothing too much has been blown. You've lost your ghosts, a couple of flashes and ignite in the bot lane, but that's where the majority of the explosive plays have come from. But now taking a look at the top side of the map, saying that Jones is going to be spotted on this ward, but still might be able to get in here.
Greg and Fruity Fresh, both really, really far up, even flashing forward to try and lock down the dragon. Jones wants a piece of it as well. First blood by the Kindred and Blue White, starting out strong.
Yeah, really strong, and that's going to be a first mark as well over to Jones. So is sat in a pretty strong position at the moment. You love getting first blood as a Kindred. You love farming up, getting to that level 6 and getting the marks, but you can gank relatively effectively. You don't really provide the CC yourself, but in a Tahm Kench lane, in a Senna lane as well, you don't need to be that CC. You're just there to provide the damage, and you can see that Noon Quiver already coming through. So Jones in a super strong position to continue invading and contesting for as many marks as possible there.
And really does feel like if we ignore the topside matchup of the Ornn Gragas, Blue Whites really has the tools to keep priority in their lanes, to go for this aggressive plays with their jungler.
Yeah, you're giving yourself a lot. of extra space. Greg gonna hit his hook onto a minion right there, otherwise that could have been another fight in this bot lane. I really don't see these bot lanes slowing down at any point. Broder gonna move on to this Drake, got great pressure from his bot lane. Jones is also up in the top side, picking up these grubs, so it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade right here. And to be honest, I'd rather pick up this early Drake at the moment for Rich Gang. They're going to put themselves in a slightly stronger position with this one, and it's an Infernal. It's great to get this as a single Drake. The Soul's obviously incredibly powerful too, but as a single, it's one of the better ones alongside that Hex Tech. And so it's been a quiet early game for Broder, but as the brand jungle, you're not really looking for the big ganks either. If an opportunity presents itself, you can do really well, but you just want to get to these big team fights, pop your ult, and just make the enemies suffer.
And it may not even need a big team fight for him to pop his ult. He's getting collapsed on though. They have the information. Sumi's there to back his jungler up. Yo's still not level 6, but Pommel able to get the root onto the Jace, in big trouble. Flashes away, but still slow tongue lash hits and kill. One more order attack is able to bring it over. Second one for Jones on a bit more of a carry this time around. They want to go for the stack on the Grom, but Broda is there to burst down the Kindred. Punished for the greed almost instantly. Eggets was not enough backup for Jones to go that deep.
No, the Brungle does a surprising amount of damage at the moment. Certainly not going to do as much in an extended fight as the Kindred, but didn't really need one. Now Broder is still going to head down. Is super low at this point, but with a couple of Honey Fruit, is in a good enough position to at least step up for this Scuttle Crab and not worry too much. Volluxer. Ships passing, not quite going to be able to hit this one. This early game has been super explosive. Both these teams pretty much even on gold though, so no overwhelming winners either way. It's the junglers who are coming out with all the kills.
And again, this does not result in a major advantage just yet, but if these kills keep going over to the Kindred and the Brand, the fight will be explosive. As a roam is coming in from Sumi, there's a big minion wave that you can't really shot blast through though, just there to back up his bot lane in case there is a Kindred there. Instead, stealing away the Raptors, able to secure his third mark. Quite a lot already there for Jones here in this early... never mind, this is the second mark. Didn't get one on the kill in the mid lane. Still, Kindred with 2 early marks. Perfectly happy in this position. They want to fight this. Gregory has no mana. Panel on the W misses from Eggets, and Fruity still has enough gas to fight if necessary. But they really, really need to fix this wave state, or they are in a problematic position, to say the least. Blue Eyes knows it. Blocked by Greg. Hooks away. Couple more attacks would be enough to scare the kill. Pops the W. Shield will not fall just yet. Sumi and Pommel rotating over. But looks like no need to dive just yet. They have the wave over at their tower, and they can just keep it.
But that is Snormi's Flash and Ghost gonna be gone, leaving the center in a pretty vulnerable position. Once that level 6 comes through and you have the Devour, it's at least a little bit more survivable if you get fully all in, but still, they are big summoner spells to have lost. Pretty fresh though, Greg, they're getting a ton of pressure put on them right now. Senna, sure, is a massive hyperscaler, but she also is a lot stronger in the early game than Fruity Fresh will be with this Smolder. But the Smolder does get to that point pretty quickly still, where you are absolutely insane and almost unbeatable. It takes a lot longer than it did beforehand, but still, you just want to keep this pressure up as much as possible, something that's being done very effectively right now by Blue Whites, and this is a much better early game than they found for themselves in the previous game, right? The previous game, things went wrong pretty much immediately. This is much more stable, even if it's pretty back and forth, and things feel a bit like they're on a knife's edge.
So, once we get out of this early game, into the mid stages, into the later stages of the game, if we look at the team compositions, does Rich Gang have enough frontline to prevent Blue Whites from just blasting past everyone right at the Smolder?
quite possibly not, whereas the front line is that much tankier for Blue Whites, and they have significantly better long-range engage. You are really relying on either a barrel out of Stumpy, or just the depth charge out of Greg to be able to get on somebody, and that's not AoE CC out of Greg especially. You are looking to find that one target, whereas Blue Whites, they love going in onto whoever. Sumi and Pomo getting each other pretty low right here. Jones is going to nick away another set of chickens. He's currently in a very good position to just keep stepping up. Is still losing out on CS compared to Broda, as this is going to be another battle of the bot lanes.
Yeah, Fruity Fresh already burning the E, has to watch out as they
Good
go.
plans.
Oh, eats him! Stormy barely escapes the burst, and with the shield, they're able to keep the fight going. Greg falls, and Fruity, without the E cooldown, has to flash away. Eggett saving his AD carry from big trouble.
If that mum had have landed right there, it would have been an absolute disaster. Instead, it's going to be another kill going down onto this bot lane. The Drake going to be picked up as well, evening this over to 1-for-1. And although Broda is in the area, this is going to be long gone by the time he can come down and check this one. Huge plays out of the bot lane. It was an aggressive play out of Blue Eyes. They knew they had the damage, and that devour was absolutely key. Eagles only just getting that level 6, knew that he had the ability to keep his ADC alive, and using that to great effect. I think it was just over-aggressive out of the bot lane of RG, but they had to try turn it around to get something done because they've been plopped out of position.
It feels like there may have been a similar case to what I just had. Oh, we caught the Senna. This is our time. Call mom. Call your entire family. Jump on Snurmi. And they kind of just forgot. Oh, wait, they have a Tom Kench.
Yeah.
They can actually get out of the situation. Sometimes those things happen. And Rich Gang get punished for it quite hard. Getting these early kills onto the Senna with the cheap build that she has can accelerate the power spikes considerably.
Absolutely, and there's many reasons you pick the Senna TK. They have a lot of synergies with each other, but one of them is that Devour, keeping a very immobile carry alive, keeping her in a situation where you can step up, you can be aggressive, you can look for those stuns without worrying too much because you know you've got your Tom Kench behind there to back you up. A lot of people being pinged route in this mid lane.
Jones splashed onto Mrs. Stun though. Another hook. Tries to find his target. Sumi wants to keep the chase going. Mom will hit Jones, but the rest of Blue Whites is there to try and capitalize on the cooldowns already burned. TP, it is quite far away. Stumpy wants to join the fight as well as they get stuck outside of the wall. Mo has to flash away, but Stumpy finds the jungler. Jones gets the Lamprey's fight out, and now is the time to deal as much damage as he can to the Gragas. Takes him down, and it's Eggett who's tanking all the damage. Sumi jumps in, but that's the support you're targeting. Bomos and still untouched, and Snurmi's full HP chasing down the straggling members of Rich Gang who are trying to get away. Another dredge line onto the wall of Broda. Almost turns his around. Dawning Shadows not enough to get a kill, and the dots are ticking. Jones gets a kill, but Fruity Fresh is trying to fish any sort of pick that he can find, instead getting caught out and chased down by FOMO and Snurmi. It's a 3-0 for Blue White.
That's an absolutely insane fight right there. Blue White's going to get themselves a massive advantage off of this one. And it all comes off of over-aggression and missed abilities. Broda missing right there is just devastating. And then the hook doesn't land as well onto Jones. Throwing down the bomb that only clips the edge. None of these abilities are landing properly. And then you get all of the aggression coming through, where RG still feel like they can play this fight. It's a good job top lane for that cancel to come through onto the teleport, meaning the Volxer can't get involved. Stampede then arrives. You're in a 5v4, but it doesn't matter. That Lamb's Respite was just brilliantly placed as well to keep Jones alive, keep them in a position to keep doing the damage. And Gregor going over that wall, surely pick himself up another kill, but does it even matter? And this big fight right here is going to mean that there's a massive advantage for Blue Whites. And it's all about what they can do with this. Can they turn this into another Drake, into a couple more towers, and keep the pace of this game high? If you never let the Smolder get ahead of you, never let it scale up to the point at which you're scared, then you are in a great position to win this game and level up this series 1-for-1.
And during that fight, so many resources were burned that the objectives are still yet to be taken. With Blue Whites getting that fight win, Jones can really head over to this Herald and start snowballing the lead a little bit. Of course, Rich Gang knows that this is happening, and that's why Sumi and Broda are rotating over to the bot side to see if they can do anything to maybe catch Nurmi and Egetz out, maybe catch Bomber on a rotation, but it doesn't feel like it. Instead, they are turning it around onto Gregory and Fruity Fresh, bringing him underneath the tower if possible. Then Nautilus surprisingly squishy with 0 items finished, level 7 still. It's eaten up by Egetz, and that is just a nightmarish situation for Rich Gang.
Your Smolder doesn't do any damage at the moment. You've got support in the area. Broda was there stealing away that red buff. You're thinking, potentially we can play this one, but the kill goes down way too soon. Greg didn't even really step too far up, was just caught out of position, and you can see in the gold leads right now, there's some absolutely massive canyons. Bot lane, mid lane's pretty huge. There's a chunk in the jungle, although it's not completely out of control. And overall, you've only really got yourself a bit of a gap in the top lane, and even that is barely anything. Stumpy, the only one doing particularly well on Rich Gang, and that's not really saying anything. Still, though, your big team fight, if you're able to land all the damage, is huge for Rich Gang. But like you said earlier, do you have a front line?
Let's see. Gregory still quite squishy. He's forcing the flashes out of Snurmi, but Stumpy in the mid lane stuck. Trying to peel away the Horn, but it does snipe him all the way from downtown. Sumi gets poked quite a bit. Dawning Shadow, another huge chunk out of mid lane to take people. And with the Herald, Blue White's gonna start to force the towers down from mid lane. With the dragon up, Rich Gang has no way to respond to this offensive push. What is this? This could be a lot more dangerous. They can't snipe the Herald, still get the shove in, and they get the rotation over to the dragon as well.
I have seen too many Sears out of Broda go wide. That's the stun, just not landing, and you can't do that. You can't miss that multiple times in a row, and it's really hampering Rich Gang's ability to make these team fights work. It's really odd. Broda is a really good brand player. We've seen a lot of great games on this champion out of him, but it just is not working out at the moment, and that lack of just consistent CC means you can't play these team fights. If you are going to have a squishy composition that doesn't really have a front line, you're relying on heals and shields and extra movement speed to be able to just out-damage your opponents rather than out-survive them, then you have to land everything. You need every piece of CC you have to buy enough space for your carries to do what they need to do. And it's just not working out at the moment. It is not just Broda. There's a whole team issue right now for RG where it feels like they're scrambling to make plays because they don't know what to do from this behind position. That isn't true. They have been behind in games and still gotten back into this one. They're certainly not out of it. But down 3 and a bit, nearly 4k gold at this point is a pretty terrifying place to be in. And it seems like the pressure is getting to Rich Gang just a little bit, meaning that these skill shots going wide and they aren't able to execute these team fights up to the standard we know they can play to.
Stumpy holding the fort down on the top side of the map. But as you said, Rich Gang have made the comeback before, and they have the best champion in the game to do it with. They still have the Smolder, who has gotten to fight all the way this game. In the lane, there were a bunch of scrappy skirmishes going down. In all of the fights, Rudy has been a part of it as well. And even if they look for picks like this in the mid lane, they still have Fruity there. Could we get a stacks check on Fruity? We can look at it later because there's an Ornn all right on the Broda, knocked up and knocked down the gray screen. He goes. Greg as well can't make it out, and Egetz is on the chase. He wants a piece of the dragon. Sumi probably can't help. Okay, they're not going to chase too far because they still have to push going down the mid lane.
No sums on the Smolder again. The Smolder's just not allowed to sit there and deal damage in any situation. And this mid lane push...
Loxa, did I just see 193 stacks on Fruity? Did my eyes deceive me? Because if that is true, we are very close.
Yeah, that's huge.
196.
Yeah. That's really impressive stack getting out of Pretty Fresh right there. There's a reason that this is one of his best champions, although Stumpy, I think he's going to be able to get this one away. This could be a risky fight right here.
Omo has his teleport, but instead they just sacrifice the support.
Oh,
nice
the hook lands!
interruption has to flash away. Red line canceling the blast cone hop over, but they still only get 1 kill for their trouble, but buying a bit of time for Fruity to get some more stacks.
Oh, that fight is the beginning of what could be something huge for RG. They're able to pick themselves up a kill. Sure, it's only onto Egets, but at this point, they're going to be taking whatever they can, and it does go over to Sumi as well, so your Jace going to be getting further online. Already has got those 2 items completed, the Yomus and Serpents. I can really see why you want the Serpents in this game. The shields are just crazy from a lot of the different members, so going to be more effectively cutting through those and helping out the rest of the team to be able to actually land their damage. You're really waiting on Greg being able to be tanky enough to stand up to these fights as well. Got the locket completed, so has a shield available, but isn't in himself particularly tanky yet, and that lack of frontline is another issue that they've been running into. We are now 20 minutes into the game. Baron has spawned. Another quick check onto the gold, and things are more of the same pretty much. There are pretty big gaps between a lot of these different members. Even the top lane now has fallen, and there is a gold lead for all available members.
And it's not only the gold that you have to keep an eye out if you're defending. It's not only Smolder who's stacking in this game. You have Ornn levels constantly taking XP on the sideline, getting his first ornament for himself. From now on, they're gonna end up in his teammates in it. You have Senna's souls, only about 86 or 90 at the moment, but once it reaches that 100 and beyond point, you're going to have to deal with the range advantage that the Senna has for the rest of the game. And Kindred also stacking attack range from all of these marks that Blue Whites has been getting with these aggressive plays.
Yeah, they're just getting themselves further and further ahead. And it is 2 infinite scalers versus 1. You know, you've still got the best one, I think, in the Smolder, but there's a lot of good stuff happening. 222 stacks, though, is huge.
3 more is all that is required, but they want to fight before it is there. Fruity already pulls away, trying to get the final hits in. That should be it, but Broda's been one-shot by the assassin called Ornn. They have the Elder buff, though. Stumpy looking for the barrel, flash away from Egets. Heals himself away with the ride provided by Stumpy. Shock Blast only hitting the front line, and they want to fight for this dragon. This would be Soul Point and a Mountain Soul. The shield would be so nice to have for the Blue White team composition. But Rich Gang looking to either get the mid-lane tower out of this or force a fight, but without the jungler, the steal is nigh impossible. It gets just eating a bit of poke. And as they look for angle to go for the defense, we still could have a fight here, even without the Ornn ultimate. They do fly away fast enough after getting the tower.
Absolutely, and this is part of the reason why I was so excited to see that Ornn pick out of Orlux at this game. Compared to the Karma we had in the last game, you just have that long-range engage and you can go for these plays. Also picking yourself up all of these ornaments too, you're getting that much more power. A couple completed, gonna be completed onto both Volluxer and Yones. This Ornn just gives you so much that the Karma really can't, but when you pair it up with the Karma as well, you get the best of both worlds, and you can make your carries that much stronger and that much safer. Really enjoying the way that this Ornn has been played, and you know, little bonus, he gets to just assassinate the enemy Brungle and begin you a team fight that gets onto Soul Point. The Soul Point is going to be huge. Like you said, there's already a ton of shields available to Blue Whites, so the permanent one on top of that is going to be that little extra bit that possibly stops Rich Gang from being able to pick up these kills. You can see 2 Crypt Blooms completed out of Stumpy and Broda as well, just desperately trying to have enough damage and healing to be able to get through these team fights. I really don't know if it's going to be enough though.
It is going to be an absolute struggle to break through the wall of Kench and Ornn. If this was a Swedish team, it would certainly be the 2 meatballs that just hang out in the lunch. But we don't really have a specialty like that over here in Finland, so we're gonna have to cook something else. I'm gonna ask the team later on what they were exactly thinking. But what are you cooking? It seems to be working though. This is just a really annoying comp for this Rich Gang team to deal with. You can't really find a proper flank with the Gragas against these, and even if you do, Egets with a properly timed Devour can save a life. And even if you catch someone out, you still have to worry about your own carries, that there's a lot of dive.
Red buff is just going to be able to be picked up by Rich Gang, so they're not going to concede that one as well. These top laners are just going to be pressing in waves, not really trading anything too much from each other, waiting for the opportunity to go TP into one of these big plays. A big flank out of a Gragas can change the course of a game. Same thing out of an Ornn. So flanking is going to be huge, and making sure you don't have flank wards behind you is going to be a key factor for these teams to stop themselves from getting caught out in a bad position. With this Baron up, there's vision all over the area for Blue Whites, whereas RG, they're playing into complete darkness, don't really know what's going on. They at least know that the Baron hasn't been started up, but as soon as people step out of these lanes and into the river section, there's really nothing that Rich Gang can see. That's a really scary position to be in without a tank. A part of what makes tanks so impactful is when you're in a team fight and you have a tank, you can step up, you can send someone to face check who isn't just going to get immediately bursted down. Who are you sending?
You're probably sending Sumi in, because Shock Blast does provide quite a bit of vision, but it may not matter as Bolo almost gets root. The rest of Blue Whites was there to follow up if he got it. But the thing that Rich Gang has, along with the Jace Shock Blast, is a ton of wave clear. Fruity is able to start one-shotting waves here at 2 items, just blasting them down with his Q. And the Brand and Jace also wave clear quite efficiently. So whenever Blue Whites force Rich Gang back, they are very quickly back at the same situation that they started at. And it feels like Blue Whites don't really have the DPS just yet to force the Baron issue.
No, they don't have the way to get through it quite as quickly as they would like to. Once you can fully turn onto it without the threat of Rich Gang, if you get yourself a couple of picks, maybe kill the jungler, that's a situation where you can get through this pretty quickly. But there's no double ADCs that we saw last game who could just strike through. There's no Cassiopeia who just makes an absolute meal of the Baron take. And so yeah, it's going to be a little bit slower. You are reliant on picking yourself up that teamfight win first, or at least a couple of picks. And so it's on Rich Gang to not let that happen, or potentially to find a couple of picks for themselves. The Smolder is in a position where you can start executing people. Going into mid lane.
That should be Bomos EP. Bollocks still not in vision, able to give the upgraded Rabadons to the car armor. But now it's Blue Whites who are playing into complete darkness. Still 10 seconds to play with. They're looking for something. Yes, Sumi's very far up. It's a huge chunk from a Mantra Q. And they are looking for the
he missed it!
He misses the ultimate. That is so bad for Blue Whites. Now they have to play into the Smolder without the long range to engage. Sumi has TP to come back into the fight with, able to get the recall off, and Jones has been chunked down already. Teleport now being channeled. He is above Blue Whites on the flank. If they wish to go for the play, Greg still has Death Charge and Flash to use. They were looking for Broda, forcing the Zonia. Now he's falling behind the rest of the team. Jones is on the flank. They get the first kill. Yobolux falling down low, but survives after a flash over the wall. And now Blue Whites have the priority of the Dragon. Rich Gang need to make a choice. Do they fight this battle down a man? That is the jungler gone. 1000 HP secured by Blue Whites, and now they look for any picks they can get. Sumi needs to sidestep this, gets splashed going backwards by Snormi's Q. They lose 3, 4, and the soul. Now Blue White's gonna head to the Baron. It's a disaster.
Oh my lord, Blue Whites, they're winning it, and they're doing it in a game number 2. This is a huge set of plays for them right now. Gonna be able to pick themselves up the Baron and the Soul, and they're gonna send a TP out of it. It's down to the bot lane to stop any potential push out of Stumpy. You don't get anything out of that play, and it all came off of an excellent catch onto Sumi. A little mechanical misplay out of Volitzer means that he's able to survive, but all it ends up really doing is delaying the teamfight a bit, blowing his TP, and you don't actually get anything for it. Brodo wasn't able to play through this. Brand has not been working in the jungle. The Smolder's never really gotten online, and I said it in the very early stages of the game. I was like, this is a bit of a bait leaving over the Smolder, potentially trying to get Rich Gang into playing it. I thought that Rich Gang's prowess on these picks would be able to pull through. I was very clearly wrong. Blue Whites have had their number.
It feels like it's not even the prowess question. It just feels like the draft is so difficult to play for Rich Gang. Sure, individually, they have their, by far, some of the most comfortable champions they can have. Maybe Sumi does, but it doesn't really matter. They don't have the tools to play against Blue White's win.
No. And you compare that to the ease of execution of Blue White's composition. It's not the easiest composition I've ever seen, but it is close. It is one of the easier sets, and you've got yourself that easy engage in the Ornn. And if you make a mistake, you've got 2 different get out of jail free cards in both the Lamb's Respite and that Devour out of Aegis. You're in such a good position to be able to play these team fights out without worrying so much, and Rich Gang without a tank truly frontline for them has been terrible. The Mum going to come through just to attempt to clear this minion wave, not even going to kill that Baron Empowered Cannon minion, and the tower still falls. Rich Gang, they're just ceding all of their position on the map right now, can turn this into a mid lane push potentially as well. And Rich Gang, they've been relegated back to their base.
With the Baron buff, all of Rich Gang's wave clear suddenly gets negligibly worse. Oh, they try to nuke down Aegis. They have a ton of true damage from Fruity, but with the Ornals, but they are able to heal back, even using the Lamb's Respite to make sure that the Devour is there in case anyone steps a little bit too far forward. Look at the HP region. Where did that all come from? Aegis is almost back to half.
They're just going to be able to stand in there and survive. I'm sure you get to walk back to your fountain and regen the health, but you don't have the health advantage you would usually expect after getting that big of a chunk. Baron buff is going to be going down relatively soon. They're not going to be able to pressure for that much longer. Rich Gang, what can they do to really turn this game around? Find a big team fight. It's all got to be on Fruity Fresh, surely, but it really hasn't happened so far, and I don't see it happening in at least the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Hook almost landing on Snormi. Needs to be a bit more careful, but they are taking down the inhibitor towers one by one. Now, with all the gold that they have, they can even go for a mark here on the blue bucket and just swap. That's
Cartus?
the... Huh?
Is Stumpy building a death cap?
Is that that is a Rabadon.
That's a Rabadon's death cap.
He wants damage. He wants to kill. Stumpy is smelling blood, but it would require a miraculous flank for Stumpy to be able to properly utilize that.
I think he's smelling the blood of his own nosebleed that he's been given by Volxer here. Like, I'm not sure about the death cap right now. There it is, fully completed. There's already a better version on Pomo anyway because of the Ornn upgrade, but if this turns into a barrel that just deletes somebody off of the map, I will eat my hat, because that would be a crazy decision to make in this dire of a situation. But I can get it. They don't feel like they have enough damage to just get through the tankiness and their shields and their health that you've got on Blue White's members.
Who do you delete? There's an Edge of Night on Snormi, a Hex Drinker on the... Well, it's a more Malmortius actually on Snormi as well. Just a ton of magic resistance. And Hex Drinker on Yeomans. Those are the 2 main targets that you would want to get. Sure, Pomo is available as well, but then you're bursting Karma when the enemy has 2 major threats in the AD carry positions. And with their final inhibitor tower under threat, they really need to find an angle sooner or later. And they Pomo devoured almost instantly. They've taken a ton of damage looking for these flashes forward. They want to fight as Rich Gang are retreating to their nexus. Their super minions are flooding towards the towers. They break the middle inhibitor and are looking to see if they can end the game. Stumpy hasn't got
where
his
is it?
flash. He doesn't have the flash. He needs to look for a raw barrel again, getting chunked down hard.
The hook again.
Aegis, though, that's not the target that you want. Has the shield as well to keep himself alive. Fruity almost alone on the front lines as Rich Gang needs to keep rotating members back and forth from the fountain to keep themselves alive and staying in the game.
The Smolder kind of hurts though. Like, the Smolder is actually dealing quite a lot
Is
of
that
damage.
400 stacks? Okay, we'll return to that later as they are collapsing once again. Blue White double teleporting in. Another hook attempt from Greg. Doesn't find a target. There's an Elder. There's an Elder to play with. You may have Smolder, but we have the Elder Dragon, which will be stronger. Remains to be seen. I think Yomes is soloing it, isn't he? Blue-whites are just forcing Rich Gang to stay back. Snormi now rotates over. It's already down to half HP. Rich Gang have to surrender this objective as well. Baron is up in 5 seconds. They can even reset here if they want to, because Rich Gang is stuck defending their base.
And they're gonna just go pick themselves up this Elder. They're gonna be able to rotate up and pick themselves up a Baron, take a quick reset maybe, spend that gold, and put Rich Gang out of their misery from this game. 3 kills still, and I think those 3 kills went down in the early stages.
Stumpy's way too far up in the lane, and the rest of Rich Gang, they aren't even close. They are visible in the walls, trying to get as much vision as they can, but Stumpy, even with the Revenant, can't go into stasis, sadly. I think that's Wooglets that has the stasis as well. Not available in this game mode, sadly. So Blue-whites can confidently approach the Baron as Rich Gang look for any possibility of finding Jones on the rotation instead. They go for the objective bounties, try to keep the minions as far away from their base as possible for the longest time possible. But with the top lane wave approaching fast, Rich Gang, sooner or later, are forced to take the final fight.
You don't want to fight while this Elder is up. It's about halfway done at this point, so you've still got ages and ages to wait. Fruity Fresh is in a position where he does so much damage out. He is really, really strong, but that's kind of the only member right now that feels strong. And without an effective front line to keep the Smolder alive, he's not able to just sit and hit. We'll have to find another miracle hit out of Greg.
Igits is soloing Broda.
Yeah.
That's how strong the Kench is in this game. He has so much HP stacked up on the Heartsteel and the Sunfire Kit combined that his HP scale is starting to match the damage of Rich Gang's regular old members. Another hook body block by the Kench. Stumpy stuck, he can't do anything. W in, and Blue-white clap back in style. Fruity Fresh did his best to stack up, but the stacks were for naught. Blue-whites come back in game number 2.
400 stack Smolder, 0 kills on the game. 3 kills overall, all 3 of them coming really, really early on in that game. The lack of frontline hurt Rich Gang so much, and the tankiness that was exhibited by Blue-whites was absolutely immense. Plus, you added a Karma in for just a couple extra shields. They were only hitting for about 1,000 extra health in shields as well. A truly insane draft diff between these two teams, but beyond that, the execution was brilliant. The fights in the bot lane that turned into dragons, turned into objectives all over. And even top lane, where things were a little bit more even, never went significantly in the favor of Rich Gang. A summary defeat right there. And Rich Gang, they are looking on the ropes all of a sudden, when Blue-whites had looked so bad in game 1.
Yeah, perhaps they got a little bit more of a warm-up game this time. No need for reverse sweep anymore. Is this a hindrance to Blue-whites or not now that they're 1-1 in the series? We'll find that out after a short break. Perhaps.
Break?
Break.
And here we are back, and we have a series on our hands. Our predictions are slightly wrong. Brax could still be right completely, but we're here. Rich Gang have lost. Blue Whites have picked up a game before game 3, so everything is all to play for, guys. Brack, what are you kind of making of the second game? Because it felt like a very, very different kind of matchup.
Fantastic. I have pretty much no comments about what we saw from the side of Blue Whites. I think Rich Gang kind of got baited. Bloxer was saying they got baited to pick the Smolder. I agree with that to some extent, but Rich Gang, they fell too far back onto Comfort. They were like, all right, we pick Comfort. Wait. Oh no, where's our front line?
Yeah, and I feel like the flow of the game also worked out just better for Blue Whites in that one, right? We talked about early game being a big factor in the game 1 and how it could be a potential factor in game 2. And the early game was pretty consistent, to be honest. Obviously, there was that little scare in the bot lane where Senna got hooked, almost went down, I think, at level 1. And there was a little bit of that fear factor. But in general, Blue Whites kept it pretty steady. They kept the clock ticking. And then at 12 minutes, right, when we're going to roll this VT, EK, they were able to start picking them apart. They were able to start winning these team fights. And they were finding these scraps and skirmishes. And yes, there were moments where it looked like Blue Whites were overextending a little bit. But then we get to 12:30 and they start to win fights, EK.
Yeah, and I just think that, we have this play right now, and what is going to happen is we're going to see a teleport coming through that is going to get interrupted by a Gragas ultimate, which means that there isn't backup coming through. At that point, Rich Gang says, hey, we are now in a great spot, let's fight this 5v4, let's see if we can make this one happen. But unfortunately, they overcommit. They try and pile everyone in. Kindred ultimate comes through, meaning that nobody can die. Heals are going to get piled on, healing is going to come through from the Senna, and as you can see, people just aren't dying on the side of Blue Whites, while slowly they're chipping away at the members of Rich Gang. Rich Gang now has to go for a retreat. We can see the chase down is here with the slows, with the aggressive play on the Kindred, getting a couple kills, even getting this final kill over here onto Snoopy and just onto Fruity, and just making sure that this fight is completely over.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit surprised about the Jace pick, I'll be honest. There was the Kiana hover. I think it would have worked better into the Kindred. I think there are other potential picks that could have gone a little bit better. I don't think the Jace was the reason the Rich Gang lost. I think it was more how they played the matchups rather than what they actually directly picked. Again, there is the question of the front line, though. That definitely could be something addressed. But I think overall, it was more that Rich Gang just didn't get that tempo. They didn't get that early pacing. And it does kind of ask the question, do Rich Gang only win when they get that fast-paced lead, when they do manage to get that big snowball going, which is definitely one to watch out for. But let's get into the second clip, right? Let's have a look at the Soul/Baron combination Brack that we saw at 28 minutes, because it really was a game where Blue Whites controlled the whole game.
Yeah, truth is the game was rigged from the start. Rich Gang, they were basically set into a lose-lose-lose-lose situation. They tried to step up for the fight. Broder, got a brand, he's taken all of this pro. He cannot basically participate in the fight at all. He's so completely outranged. They try and put all the damage down, but it's onto the Orn. Veloxa, by the way, had an absolute stormer of a game alongside Diggett's fantastic front line out of Blue Whites. And by the time the soul gets secured, 2 members are already down. Sumi gets run off the rift as well. By the way, Piercing Darkness with a balanced ability, being able to hit the blast cone from that distance.
Yeah, and we talked about the Orn, right? We talked about the switch up. I called for the Orn. I said, bring the pain train. And they did just that, right? They brought through the Orn. The stability that EK was looking for was there. I feel like Blue Whites just felt like a much more sound team, right? In the sense of it didn't seem like there were loads of glaring issues. They were very much in focus. They had what they wanted to do. They played to their game and they were able to pick up the win. Now, let's have a little look at that final fight, though, EK. Let's have a look at this one coming through, because I feel like it really just shows the difference in these two games. Now, I will say, it is a lot longer game than what we did see from Rich Gang game.
Yeah, so the place starts off around this turret, and we can clearly see that right now Rich Gang is looking to find some sort of engage. They realize the entire game is falling apart around them, their base is being broken, they need to find some way in. So you're going to see Gregor try and look for a hook. Unfortunately for him, the hook is going to be onto Egetz, which means that, well, the Genji's like, hey, I don't die, I don't care. The re-engage comes through, and you can see the strength of this composition. You see them being very far ahead, but also just having so much frontline with the Orn, with the Kench, with the shielding. There is just too much stuff for the Crash to try and burn his way through, and he just can't get the damage output because he is the only one who can kill these carries. And once again, it kind of comes back to the fact that there is that Jace in there, that Jace that can deal a lot of damage to the squishies, but doesn't deal very well with frontline.
Yeah, and I think range also a big disadvantage coming in for Rich Gang, right? Smolder, yes, can be quite strong, but again, wasn't really able to get it going, was outranged by things like the Senna and the Karma. They're able to throw out those empowered mantras, which really just did quite, the mantra in empowered Inner Flame. Like, it's just a lot of damage, and they couldn't really have any rebuttals to it. I will say, Brack, it felt like the slower game worked out a lot better for Blue Whites, and Rich Gang were kind of grasping at straws and just not really getting any sort of real purchase.
Exactly. And that's what I was about to say pretty much, is that Blue Whites, they realized that they had no need to push the game to end super quickly. They were methodical. They basically took Rich Gang apart piece by piece. They didn't give them an inch to work with. They gave a couple of kills here and there, but there was no point. Wait a minute, Rich Gang actually feeling good here. It felt bad, it felt worse, and eventually the game ended.
And it's a question now of where do we go in game 3? Because, right, we've already seen Blue Whites turn up. They've now won a game. They looked very good. They looked much compounding. Rich Gang, obviously a little bit question mark. There is a world where maybe Blue side is just winning EK, but what are you kind of expecting going into game 3?
As much as the Smolder is a very strong champion where you can get to an even game state at 225 stacks, I think Smolder is a bit of a bait pick right now. I think you ditch the Smolder, you pick something that has a stronger laning phase. You don't have to necessarily smash lane, but you just have something that can fight back and spike decently in that mid game. You have two solo laners who have shown that they can play very strong games if they are allowed to play aggressively, and you just make sure that all your laners are strong, just like in game 1. You know, in game 1, all lanes... Well, bot lane felt kind of behind, but the lane was designed to fall a little bit behind and be supportive. So lanes took over the game. Just draft strong lanes, and I think you can overwhelm Blue-White in the early game.
I feel like
we'll see if that is on the cards.
If I may steal
Right.
for a second. I don't think
Yeah.
Smolder is necessarily that bad of an idea if you're willing to sack bot lane. And you do need to sack bot lane, which is something that Rich Gang kind of need to reconcile with. But as you said, they've got two very strong solo laners in Sumi and Stumpy, who in game 1 dominated their opposing numbers. So if you want to go for the Smolder again, pick heavily winning solo lane matchups. Let Sumi and Stumpy have control over the game, and then you have Fruity Fresh there on the Smolder as a bit of an insurance policy if it looks a little bit dicey down the line.
Yeah, I do definitely agree with that. I think it's sound in terms of how you're approaching it. I think also, like, when we look at how they won in game 1, right, as you said, solo laners really came through, very impactful, making their presence known. I think also Sumi on that Tristana especially was one that we really noticed, and then on the Jace, not so much, wasn't really able to kind of get them things going. But also the question mark is, do you now switch it up and also play around that jungle, right? Because I do feel like it was a bit of a switch up in terms of like how I felt like the tempo of the game was going, and it did make me question mark a big like moment for Broda, because like this time Yones was really in control of the jungle, right? The Kindred pick was making movements, it was making proactive plays, it was very, very strong and impactful and powerful and able to set the tempo, whereas this time Broda wasn't really able to get anything working. And I feel like from the times I've watched Rich Gang, that has been quite a key component.
Yeah, and the thing with that is Broda, of course, in game 1, had the freedom to completely take over the game because winning solo lanes. The game didn't start in that fashion, and in fact, from an even game state, we see Jones is perfectly willing to walk into Broda's jungle to go, yo, I am here. It's kind of funny, actually, that he was more proactive in the early game as Kindred than he was as Jarvan.
EK, though, any final thoughts for you before we're going to be going closely into draft?
I mean, I'm just a little bit worried that we are now 1-1 and the script is out of the window, and I apparently have a wrong script in front of me that someone gave me, which is not correct. So script writers, please, stop trolling me.
Indeed. No, I am really interested to see how this one goes, because as we expected,
all bets are off now.
This wasn't it. You know, we thought 0-2 coming through for Blue Whites, right? That's what we were kind of looking at. We thought, okay, Rich Gang, they are strong. They should be able to take those first ones. Now that we see a complete reverse, and not even like a close game, the Rich Gang almost won, but then didn't win, and Blue Whites came through. It was a domination game, right? They just looked like a completely different team. Obviously, it's now setting up for the potential for the game 5. This time, not with the reverse sweep. But blue side, now for Rich Gang. Brackish, do you feel like it is a big proponent? Because obviously, 2 blue side wins, 2 very dominant wins.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just the power that blue side has over draft in general. And you get to pick, you get to cherry pick your favorite of the OP picks. And in the last game, we saw blue whites locked the center, and to a certain extent, just from that point, I feel like you can't go for Smolder, because the later the game goes, I don't care how many stacks you've got, you are going to lose like half of your health to center autos before you can even hit anybody.
Okay. I don't know. I'm still surprised, right? I'm still a little bit shocked the Rich Gang lost in the fashion they did. I'm really impressed with blue whites, and I'm kind of looking to see what goes further. Obviously, we talked a little bit about kind of picks, things like Senna, things like Smolder. They've all been left up. Carlos has put his 2 cents in as well. He thinks that both are going to be left up again, and we are going to see a potential... What was it? Was it a potential run back? Oh, no, it's the first pick for Senna coming in for RG is what he predicted, which, to be honest, I don't think is a bad decision. I feel like Senna, EK, has been kind of running the Rift at the moment.
Yeah, I think Senna is just clearly one of the best champions in any professional setting. It scales very well. It has a good early game. It just doesn't really have any downsides, except for the fact that maybe it's like early mid game isn't amazing, but you don't need to be amazing there because you're already ahead usually because your early levels are surprisingly strong. What I do think that we haven't really talked about yet, though, which I think is a very important component of what happened in both games, and Brackish kind of touched upon it a little bit, but we saw twice now a jungler being able to play aggressive due to winning solo laners, and specifically I think priority in mid lane in this series so far has been very important. Getting that push for Pomo in this last game on the Karma, making sure Jace is pushed in to allow the jungler on the Kindred to then move into the mid jungle, move with your jungler, get some leads going there. I think that's a trend that we have been seeing in both of these games so far that I expect to continue.
What did I do?
Okay, well, here we go into the pick of bans. Bans staying pretty steady. This time the Ahri, the Varus, and the Smolder banned by Rich Gang. And on blue-white side, they're sticking with that Hwei, the Swain, and I'm guessing... Ooh, what would I say? The Aurelian Soul. There we go.
They leave the center open, which should be... Yep, there you go. An open shut pick for Rich Gang. I don't mind all that much. I feel like there's plenty of options available for Snurmy. If you really wanted, he could go all the way back to his Ezreal. He hasn't played it since the regular split, but it's one of those champions that does have a fairly chill time into the center because you can shoot from out of her range, well, as long as the game doesn't go past like 45 minutes, and then she's outranging Mystic shots.
And EK, well, what are you making of it so far? Obviously, Senna being locked in now. Second time we're going to see it in 3 games. Nautilus picked away from the Senna. Are we expecting Tam Kench to come back into this one, but this time for Rich Gang?
Highly likely. I think Tam Kench is just an incredible pairing with the Senna, especially into the Nautilus, because you can, of course, prevent the ultimate from being effective whatsoever. Karma being picked again, I'm not opposed to this, especially provided Pomo is going to be taking control of this champion once again and is going to be having a most likely winning matchup. Viego would be great here. It's a great duelist champion. It's also like a semi-pseudo frontline kind of champion where with the Senna shielding coming through as well, you can be surprisingly tanky. So it fits quite well with the Senna composition.
Yeah,
okay, Viego there being hovered. I like the Viego. I think the Broders looked really strong on the pick in general, and the Malco coming through. So a lot of remnants from the game 1 coming back for Rich Gang.
Yeah, definitely. And I like to see Broder back on the Viego. He looked great on it in game 1. I'm kind of glad I didn't see the Kench. I want to call you back to game 2 draft. It was only when I saw the Kindred that I started to like the Kench. So just the center alone, I don't really worry about it too much, especially since blue whites doesn't necessarily play the hyper dive the backline, but as I was just about to say, the Zac makes it through, and I want to remind you, Veluxa has played a total of 8 games of it throughout the split thus far, 6 of them in playoffs, 5 of them wins.
Yeah, it's a really strong pick. I think it also is so super good at getting into the backline, right? Like you said, having that bit of dive threat, being able to get onto the center, causing Pretty Fresh some potential issues here. But what are we kind of looking to match against that, right? We talked about strong solo laners to be played. Obviously, Gragas going to be banned out here. EK, what are you kind of thinking to go into the Zac?
Well, one notorious pick into the Zac that kind of does fit as well with a center composition once again is something like a Darius. We have seen Darius completely take over this matchup. It's one of the best matchups. Quite often if you're playing Zac, you're banning Darius. Now, I don't know how Stumpy's Darius is, because obviously it's a champion that we haven't really seen as a meta pick in a while, in a very long time, let's be real here. But it is a very strong pick into the Zac specifically, although you can always flex the Zac into the jungle if you do want to evade the matchup.
Not really a Yoda kind of pick. Like that Urgot ban, because Stumpy does play Urgot. There is another top laner that I think we could see though, and that's the potential Volibear top. Does have a really nice matchup into the Zac, because he's got almost as much healing as the Zac himself, and Sky Splitter pretty much guarantees that if Zac goes into blobs, he's not coming back out of them.
So we'll have to see how it does go. Obviously, on the flip side, Rich Gang banning away the Kindred there. Was going to take away the Ezreal, so you said it a little bit earlier about Tsunami playing that pick. He is not going to be getting it for this matchup. Obviously, there is still the flexibility that the Zac does go into the jungle too, so we will see how Blue White decide to end this one out. It does look like they're going to go for that Jax jungle though, so they're not going to keep the flex going.
Jones loves
like it.
Jones loves it. 3 games of it, and he's looked pretty good even on the losses. Really like to see it, and they're leaving Snurmy's pick right until the end of the draft, so there's going to be quite a lot of pressure on him to perform. I wouldn't hate to see like the Xayah again. I don't think that would be terrible, especially if that Nico gets locked in.
Yeah, you can then go either of 2 ways right now. You can either go for full-on team fight because you have a composition that can team fight very well and just pick something like a Xayah. You can even pick something, although it might be a bit riskier, like a Sivir, and just, make sure you get perma-push and you roam out of the lane whenever you can. You can also try and go very aggressive here, and if Snoomy plays something like it, go for something like a Draven and completely does smash this lane in the bot side, because you can smash this lane aggressively if you play into it. But that's a very risky style.
Call up Jamada.
Let's go the Alawi. That's what I'm talking about. That's my champion. I love this pick so much. I don't know loads and loads and loads about the matchup with the Zac, but I think Alawi is super, super strong. And if we're talking about laners that get dominance and they can just be a massive problem for the game, this is it.
It feels really bad.
Does it?
What?
No, for the Zac player, like that matchup feels really bad.
Right. That's every Alawi matchup. What do you mean?
Yeah, there's a couple. There's a couple that are a bit tough, but Tristana going to be the last lock in there. It's going to be going down into that bot side, I believe, unless Snurmy is now playing the Karma, which actually we might be getting a few switch arounds here.
That would be very interesting and very odd. I mean, maybe Pomo wants to take revenge on Sumi for what happened in game number 1, but
I mean, I'm waiting for the swap to come through, but so far.
That strikes me as odd.
I don't know at which point we can have the confirmation that the champions are locked into their positions, but they haven't swapped yet on my screen.
Yeah, they haven't either for me. So maybe it is going to be Pomo playing that Tristana in the mid. Obviously, a very, very notoriously good pick. Snurmy being put onto that Karma duty. I am a little bit surprised. I'm not going to lie. But then obviously the Alawi coming through. Also a lot of shock factors in this one. How are you guys feeling about this draft though? Because this one is quite different, right? We've seen some classic drafts. We've seen some front to back. Now Rich Gang have thrown a couple spanners in the works there. A bit of split push pressure coming through as well. A little bit different in this game. What are you kind of feeling? Obviously, a lot of late game skating for both teams. Brack, you can start off.
Well, I mean, we said, or I said, leave a bot laner to scale and care about your solo laners. And they've done exactly that. Nico can take over a matchup. Alawi can definitely take over a matchup. And I'm looking at Stumpy this game. I want to see him put Veluxa in the ground because this is a champion that can absolutely do that. Broder on the Viego can absolutely get that pressure again. And remember what we saw in game 1. Veluxa did play a little bit disrespectfully in the early lane. If he does it again, then it could be bad news bears for Blue Whites.
For that Jax as well, I feel like there is a lot of pressure coming out from Blue Whites as well, EK, and they still have that good scaling effect as well. And now they have Tristana to be a little bit of a problem. But actually, we're not even going to be able to get too much more info. We're going to send it over to our casters. Let's bring back Carvitz. Let's bring back Bloxer. A lot has happened. Take us through it.
Well. A lot of interesting stuff has happened in the draft going into this game 3. One of the teams seems to be more than confident in their laning matchups, as one of the teams is changing up who plays and what in which lane.
I love the adaptation that we're seeing. This is such a different draft. Again, we've now seen 3 entirely different drafts out of these teams in these 3 games we've had so far. And it just is indicative of how broad the champion pools are that we've got on these guys. Nobody is wanting to be predictable, pulling out wild things. And I feel like we have first got to talk about the absolute elephant in the room, which is the Alawi. Not a competitive pick that we see very often, but I'm sure if you play any solo queue, you have lost miserably to one. It's such an incredibly strong laner. Once you get into a team fight, you can also change things with the tentacles, but more than anything, it's all about how you can split push, and you've got to send so many people to go deal with the Alawi. But in order for that to happen, you need to be not massively far ahead, but enough ahead. And so it's all going to be about what Stumpy can do to keep themselves ahead of the curve a little bit, to be able to draw all of these members over and give the rest of the team that much more time to be able to win team fights elsewhere and get objectives.
There's also an angle for the Alawi to just, walk with his team and join the fight. If you look at Blue White's composition, there is 3 melee characters, including one of the carries being the Jax, and Karma, who is usually, without Mantra Qs flying over, in range of a possible E or a tentacle smack. So you can, as Stumpy, play a little bit more aggressively with your team as well, just like Bombo is doing here early on. Tristana loves to order to play.
And that's the other interesting thing about this game. We were expecting the Tristana to be in the bot lane, and it would be a Karma in the mid lane. Instead, things are not as they seem. To be honest, I prefer Pomo onto this mid laner. I really do. I think that they're a much better Tristana than Skirmishes is on it. They're both good at this champion, but I just think that Skirmishes is better on the weird stuff, on whatever he can pull out and get things going with. And so I really do like this swap around. I think that the Karma and the Nautilus can be pretty chill in this bot lane. You're not really expecting them to pop off, but they can just do their own thing, have a good enough time, and then once you get into these out of the laning phase and into these team fights, that's when you can pick yourselves up these bigger plays and really just help out your carries. And with this Tristana in the mid lane, it also unlocks her to be able to move up towards the Grubs, down towards the Drake, get involved in a lot more of these team fights in a way that's even better than a Karma.
Speaking of helping your carries out, Rich Gang are putting the Senna in a pretty bad position, already getting ignited up and hooked by Aegis, but we already saw this before. Nautilus in the early game can be a little bit squishy, but getting the flash out and off of the Senna now opens up possible flash counter-strike gank angles for you. What I was about, you're gonna fight in the top lane, aren't you? You are almost fighting to the death. Corrupting Potion of Stumpy, giving that little bit of extra sustain, has more potions to use, and the extra dot also damaging the Zac quite a bit. Now, can I finish my point? The Senna is farming.
Farming Senna, so we're not going to be getting those souls through like we saw in the previous game. Does mean that the Senna's more reliant on items and gold rather than using those souls to supplement the damage. You are going to be in a potentially more vulnerable position in that case. It's a more volatile lane all of a sudden as we continue to see the top laners smacking each other. Stumpy might be dead here, but the tentacles are so strong. If any of these lands, Volux is dead.
You get so much HP from those additional smacks. They are so close. But reminder, Oluxa, if he manages to get a traded kill over, he still has his passive to survive with. So Stumpy needs to be a little bit careful. Both junglers have pack from top to bot, so this is a straight up 1v1 for at least a little bit longer. Stumpy opts for the recall. Both of them live to see another day, and no kill pressure onto the Zac just yet from those trades. And this is the thing. With these two junglers, sure they can look for the flash plays, but what is required from the teams to set up?
Really need to get your main engage tools into the backline. If you could get yourself a Zac, Jax onto the backline, you are in such a good position. Zac is able to heal for so much, and that counter stance is going to be so good for Yost to keep himself alive and then stun up whoever is in the area. Keeps you in just a great position to then let your carriers be able to deal their damage and get through onto this one. As hang on, we're just going to watch these top laners smack each other again, and that is an Executioner's, so Bollox is not healing like he thinks he should be.
So close to dying once again. Loses his flash over it, but the Executioners, I think, caught Bolloxa off guard. Did not expect such an early power spike and did not expect that hook to land either. Reminder, Fruity, it's no flash. The Mantram Q goes wide, and this is Rich Gang's time to go in. Stormy's taking a ton of damage, still has his flash if he wants to burn it. Broska is approaching, they need to be really careful. Viego with the flash W can go for a kill, looking towards Airgets instead to get the guaranteed first blood.
And giving over that first blood to Broda is huge. Broda on this Viego is absolutely one of his best champions. Something that Jones has also played a decent amount of and been pretty good on, but I mean, Broda just doesn't lose with it. He's won 4 games so far in the playoffs with it and has just been so strong, looking to win that 5th one. And once you give over that first kill to that Viego, you can see he's gone back, has already got himself that Noon Quiver as well as a dagger. So just going to be doing so much on these plays. Heading up towards the top side, looking towards these grubs. And we've got a really interesting situation in these team fights where the first kill is going to be huge. Because if the first kill goes over to Rich Gang and you're able to get that body over for Broda, that is an insane way to start our team fight. Whereas Pomo, looking for those resets, not quite as strong as a Jinx getting that first kill in a team fight, but still gives that extra bit of mobility, can use to chase forwards, can use to kite backwards, and so that first kill going over is going to be a huge part of these team fights. For the minute though, split objectives instead, we're not going to see anything too crazy. Jones hasn't managed to get involved in any of these fights in the lane so far, not found any ganks, which seems to be a little bit of a theme in game 1, and maybe rearing its head again in this second game.
To be fair, on the Jax, you're just perfectly happy farming as well, clearing surprisingly fast, whether it be single target or AoE camps that Counter-Strike and W hits will do more than enough damage to keep on full clearing time and time again. But yeah, Broda taking the better pathing angles, playing around the aggression that Fruity Fresh and Greg are able to provide. And even with the first blood going over, there's not much of an advantage accrued. As I said, the objectives have been split up across the map. And the question is, what next? Can you even look for anything?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you can really do in this situation to try to get yourself a little bit more of a lead. I think, to be fair, a lot of these players are going to be perfectly happy to just sit back, allow what's happening to happen, don't want to over push. That's something that we were criticizing as a desk for Rich Gang for in the previous game, that they were over pressing in that situation. They were really trying to get things going, and Blue Whites were perfectly happy to allow them to over chase, to make mistakes, and to just pick up those kills, take that back over. We'll just watch as these junglers continue to farm their way up. Broda being in this bottom side could spell disaster for Blue Whites. He's going to sneak in, try for a lane gank. Now, we've seen that Egetz loves to get aggressive, try to land a hook if he ever sees an opportunity. This could be a great counter.
And as the wave is coming in, Egetz and Snormi seem to either not care that something is up, or are indifferent to it. No level 6. They are looking for Snormi. No flash! Just flashing towards Twisted Advance, locks him down. And with those resources spent, they get another kill onto the vehicle.
I was really expecting that to be a counterplay. Wait until Aegis goes in a little bit too aggressive, get the kill back. Instead, super proactive play. Broda picking up his second kill. And this Viego is looking great for him right now. There is a reason that teams like to ban it away from this man. He's so good on it and showing us that right now. It doesn't really turn into anything else. It's only the kill, no real objectives traded or anything like that. But still, you're going to be perfectly happy with just picking yourself up a kill. Jones shows his head down in this bottom side, but isn't really going to be able to get in good warding out of the bot lane of RG to know what's going on.
And another one-on-one. Stumpy wants to get the slow onto Veluxa, but with the lead, he's able to get away fairly easily. But the Ilaoi, showing why she is one of the most feared laners in the entire League of Legends. Fluids need to be a little bit careful down at the spot side of the map, as the Nautilus is quite low on HP again. Veluxa forced to hop over. Still has his passive, so he is somewhat safe from any dives as long as Pommel or Snurmi has their TP up. But it's a costly way to use it.
Really is. I think something we haven't really touched on yet that is worth noting is the differences in team fights that these two team compositions want to go for. Blue White's is very single target for the most part. You're really looking to dump your damage onto one specific target, whereas there is a ton of AoE that you can land, big AoE, over on Rich Gang. If you can combo Stumpy and Sumi's ultimates together, Pop Blossoms by themselves are always awesome, but if you can do that, maybe you even bring a Dawning Shadow through from Fruity Fresh, that is a great way to just blow up everybody, and there are a lot of squishy potential targets. Sure, Jones is going to be able to stop a lot of the auto attacks, but it doesn't matter for spells, you can still land those on him, and so if you're able to find a big team fight for RG, they could completely wipe this one, and it means Blue Whites now need to be a little bit more careful. They're not in the same situation that RG were last game, where they couldn't step up, but I think they're in a nicer place to be able to just sit and accept what's coming to them.
They also have to accept the Viego stealing away the bot side camps. Broda found
Aegis'
Aegis,
life
so
too.
yeah, has to flash away. And now, with the Maokai ultimate burn, they can even look for the dive. It is a little bit risky. He
double
goes for the
stun.
Heartbreaker and gets the kill. Now, Snurmi is the target. So diving underneath the tower, shut down onto the Viego. Mantra Q hurts a ton. Flash forward and a heal from Fruity Fresh keeps Gregor alive, and they can chase Snurmi down easily. Jones and Bommel in the chase, though. These are very fast bot laners on the side of Rich Gang, having the movement speed boost, even flashing forward. They really want these kills. They get one traded over, and Jones against ranged Senna without Counter-Strike is having a difficult time matching up. Red buff ticking as well. Not going to be able to take that fight, but they do get a kill at least, but wasn't worth it because Fruity is now 2-0-3. Sumi should be able to survive.
I'm gonna say no on that. Is it worth it? It was a great flashy looking play, sure, out of Pomo to be able to flash over that incoming stun, but didn't really matter. This is really unfortunate here for Broda. It's a great double stun that
Picture! We have an eco ultimate. Gregory has dove in as well. They caught Blue White trying to find an angle to pick off Sumi. Instead, they get picked off themselves. And this is, again, early aggression getting punished.
Man, that was a really great ultimate out of Sumi right there to be able to land on to multiple and make sure that they're able to get all of those kills. And RG, you got to be really happy with that one. Drake is going to be started up right here out of Rich Gang. If they're able to pick this one up, it would re-even things. Top lane, super close again. The healing is just nuts for both of these guys.
As the ultimate still, Stumpy can use the unstoppable, but there's no mana for it! Just fighting over raw willpower, auto attacks and raw willpower aren't enough against the blob that does not have mana. He uses his own being as his resource, and Veluxa is able to, after the early struggle, to sneak out a solo kill, but meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, the bot lane may still be in trouble. Against, look at the damage. A single item Senna just bursting Aegis down.
really unfortunate in the top lane that the mana is what loses Stumpy that fight right there. And considering how long these top laners have been smacking each other, trying their absolute hardest to kill each other, the fact it took 13 and a bit minutes for that to come through is pretty insane. Stumpy gonna come back to base with the Black Cleaver, not gonna be feeling too bad about that one. Not ideal though, as we take a look in at the gold. Bot lane pretty much dead even, mid lane only a little bit out. It's jungle where the big gap is. Jones hasn't had a bad time, but Broda is in a very good position, as we've been saying, and doesn't seem to be letting up the position, has continued to be proactive, now looking to get onto this Rift Herald. You've got a lot of good places to potentially put this one, as bot lane, are they fighting again? I mean, when are they not, I guess?
They are looking to scrap constantly. Even with Rudy Fresh being this strong, they feel like they have the damage to take down Grey, but without some extra mantra Qs landing, the damage just isn't there. Sure, they get the summoner spell out of the Maokai. Without Jones coming down to this bot lane, I don't think they can continue this. Sure, they can look for the setup, but they don't have full information due to the saplings constantly waiting there in the brushes, and they may even turn around early on as Jones
here
has been caught out a little bit. Broda is on the rotation, looking for Gregory, ignited up and killed by the remains of the Mantra Cube, but now the Nautilus has been left all alone, and another kill trade between the bot laners.
Yeah, and it's going to be a kill for Eggets onto the enemy support. That's not going to be as interesting as picking up a kill onto Fruity Fresh. And so, again, another play where the rotation just a little bit fast out of Rich Gang. It feels like if they don't fall massively far behind and get a little bit trolled by themselves in draft, they're able to just get to these plays a lot faster. And Broda feels really unlocked, really free on this Viego, getting into these fights as quickly as possible. There wasn't any more follow-up. Potentially they could have fought a little bit harder if Jones hadn't been in the area too, but he was, so not the end of the world. And as we take stock of the game at this point, 2k Gold Lead is not...
FOMO!
Oh, wait, never mind.
FOMO?
FOMO, bye-bye.
Huh? Did FOMO just jump into...
Yeah. Yes, he did.
1 versus 2? Okay.
I was so ready to say things, and then Pomo leapt into the enemy, which is, to be honest, not what I was expecting. Maybe I missed some key factor there, and I didn't understand the play.
Okay, Jones taking notes from his mid laner. They want to fight this 3-on-3 now, as Gregory takes a huge chunk of damage. Last hit of W will be able to secure it. Zumi, nice movement on the clone, is able to block incoming skills. But the Oaklands onto Nico, double kill for Sturby underneath the tower. He gets able to flash away.
Yo, Broda.
Resets are there for Broda. Jones is very low, just needs a couple more hits to get more resets going, but the summoner spells are enough to peel away from that fight as Bomo has respawned, teleported down onto the bot side of the map, but Fruity is a little bit too slippery.
Really needed to hit that stun, otherwise that could well have been one dead Senna. A decent chunk of gold would have gone over as well because of the shutdown. Huge shutdown on the head of Broda right now, but killing him is incredibly difficult. You saw how low he got in that previous team fight, but you're just able to heal. Does Fruity Fresh hit this stun? No, otherwise that would have been a big fight.
It is, no, I wouldn't call this the biggest fight, but it's a 1-on-3 at best, and Momo will get slowed down by the Heartbreaker. Will surely lose his life, and this is the thing about Blue White's mid laner.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I'm not saying always, I'm not saying he sometimes is a little bit overconfident, but in this particular instance, along with the Yone game we saw in a previous set, he sometimes can be a bit overzealous.
Speaking of, this could potentially be Sumi getting caught out. Lands a good stun, is just going to be able to walk that one away. And yeah, absolutely. We've seen that now twice, where Pomo has jumped into situations he maybe shouldn't have, overstaying in the bot lane to go down. And it just is costing his team a little bit too much. Stumpy in the top lane, lost out on the 1v1, but who cares? I'm an Alawi. I'm just going to keep pushing this one down anyway. I mean, just a truly insane champion once it gets rolling. Even if you personally fall behind, can still always be useful. Fight looking for.
Gets all alone in the 3-on-1 will die as the first sacrifice from Blue White. They can't really seem to establish a position to break out into this dragon area. The Jax isn't strong enough yet. Their mid laner struggling to keep up in gold against any of the relevant members on Rich Gang. and it just feels like Blue Whites can't find a foot in the door. Another nice E from Stumpy, chunking down Jones. Look at the damage!
Yup.
Just without landing a
Ooh.
single hit. Oh, okay. Apparently Sumi's been almost taken out by Snormi. Has the Mantra Q, will get the kill, but Broda on the chase should be able to secure it. Okay. Snormi still keeping up, but the ultimate is there. And Pomo, why are you fighting so much? Calm down. Everyone, oh no,
Oh,
there's a
okay.
teleport. Alex, he wants to keep the fight going. They're not listening to me at all, because that is a kill. Finally to the Tristana, getting Blue Whites a little bit closer in the gold situation.
Yeah, it turns out that the reason Pomo was fighting by himself versus Malawi was just a chunk health. It's fine, he's got it. All good in this situation. We've got 30 seconds now until... What are we watching? Is this...
This is the
Was
earliest
this the
situation
early
how...
play?
Yeah.
Wow. Just hiding in the wings, dealing so much. Karma does do a surprising amount of damage. The snipe as well on the Mantra Power Q is going to be able to pick that one up as we saw, but the return kill at least does get the ult out of Broda. That's now going to be down for a little bit longer. Relatively short cooldown on it though. But 20 minutes into this game, there is a decent gold lead of about 4,000 in the favour of Rich Gang. They've got decent scaling as well, so they're not too worried about falling behind. Do have to be careful giving over kills to Pomo, over to Jones, but
Sumi
speaking of...
giving away kills to Pomo, but he busts the shots a little bit early. Sumi has the
Oh,
flash
yes.
and he escapes over to the safety of his bot side. Fruity can provide extra heal, so Sumi 100% guaranteed survives the ignite, and the buster shot was a little bit too early, is able to escape with the added mobility.
Buster Shot is such a troll ability for you. It is so easy for you to think, this kills, and then it doesn't quite, and your enemy escapes, and your whole team is question mark pinging you. It's fine though, it is still gonna blow the flash out of Sumi, so that is a huge engage tool down. That could be key once we get into these team fights, because like I said, the Baron is up. With the pressure that Stumpy's able to produce in a side lane, you're able to send everybody else towards this Baron, constantly clear out the vision, threaten towards it, and as Blue Whites, who do you send? Because you can't just send one person up into the down into the bot lane to deal with Stumpy. He's too strong for that.
You probably have to send either Snormi or Pomo there. They had the teleport still up. Not Eggets,
Yep.
the face check, the brush, because he's gonna get bursted by Broda and Gregory if he sticks around for too long. And if Volux is the one that stays down on the bot side, they really need to keep lane priority over in this mid lane. Broda's looking for the flank. There's no vision in their own red side jungle for Blue White, so any misposition. That's not Broda, that's Sumi. Even I got fooled. Snormi falls instantly. Jones and Eggets are on the retreat, and another nice pick out from Rich Gang. Could we have a check up on the items, because off of this reset there should be a ton of power spikes coming in for the blue side.
Absolutely, Rich Gang, they put themselves in a very strong position at this point, about 5k in the lead all of a sudden. Once we can get those items seen as well, we'll be able to check in on what big power spikes we are hitting.
There's a pick attempt onto Stumpy. They do have the
Get it.
DPS to take
Oh.
the life out, but the Dawny Shadow Snipe. There's a reason why we have a famous Finnish sniper called Simo. Fruity Fresh is what I meant to say. And that's him performing to the name. It's a very, very dangerous situation to put yourself into, where you go for a pick on a side laning Illaoi. But if you have a DPS source like Pomo who has the Kraken Slayer, it is possible to take them down. But with the global support, Rich Gang, we're probably pretty happy to take the 1-for-1 pick.
Yep, you're going to be happy enough with that one, because it was a lot of resources committed to try to get that kill. It's a good confirmation of power as well for Stumpy, seeing, yeah, they needed that many members to head down there. So if we want to start up the Baron and then we leave Stumpy down by himself in the bot lane, we're probably unlikely to be contested in a way that's particularly effective. and then you manage to get that return kill as well, is going to be another just brilliant little bit. Fruity Fresh, absolute sniper god, like you said. 3-0-9 on this Senna. The Senna's turned into a real priority pick in this series, hasn't it?
Indeed. I mean, we mentioned it on the cast with J-Real. Can't remember. I think it was the Rich Gang versus 4-4 series. But Senna has over an 80% win rate in NLC Division 2. And we can again see why. Whether it be the fasting or whether it be the carrying one, you're gonna see it deal damage unless the Jax manages to find a jump on it. But Edge of Night protects Fruity for now. They found Broda though, has to Heartbreaker away, and now there's a sandwich being formed. Sumi only ults the Nautilus, and now it's Blue One's time to go for the fight. But the Illaoi standing tall. Bollocks are forced into the passive, but the Illaoi still very low. Promo hops in as it's a fight on two fronts, getting the kill, and the resets going, shut down, going left and right as Greg running into the enemy jungle. Mid laner is down underneath the tower, and Broda only one left to help. With Arcane Comet, they get the final one, and Blue Whites are heading towards the Baron. Oh, there's a fight going. Snorby's being taken down by Broda. Gets eliminated as well. Broda goes legendary.
That was a huge set of fights right there out of Blue Whites. They managed to split up everybody from Rich Gang. It was not one consistent fight. Broda's now going to get teleported on. Vegas is able to get on top of him right here. You could kill the jungler right as you're heading towards this Drake. It would...
He's recalling an award. They know that he's there, but do they have the damage? There's a ton of life still on the Viego, but the CC is just overwhelming. Shut down for Volluxa, and probably the Dragon as well.
Yeah, it's going to be the Baron picked up. It's going to be a second Drake, tying yourself back up on this one. You're going to head into a replay right here. Broda gets jumped on top of in the pit and just is kept out of this one. It still looks like it's going to be a decently good fight for RG. They've got the teleport in of the Illaoi getting into the backline. Isn't that cool? But Stumpy isn't really able to get onto any of the priority targets. Snorri is able to sit so far back. Pomo as well, sitting basically untouched on the backline. And sure, your Zac gets popped into passive, but doesn't actually die. Fruity Fresh can't get away either. That's one of the worst things about playing Senna. And it's a complete wipe that turns into a couple of key objectives as well. Now we need to see what Blue Eyes can do with this lead they've been handed. That 1,000 gold shutdown onto Volluxa has got to be huge as well.
And it feels like the tides are starting to turn. The gold lead has already turned to the advantage of Blue Whites, but with the levels, with the item power spikes, the carries are starting to melt through the front line of the Illaoi and the Maokai, while mostly building HP and bruiser items. They aren't the ones like Ornn, who and Zac, for instance, who tend to build more armor and magic resistance. They are the ones who want to deal damage as well, or in the situation of the supports, provide more utility than actual frontline. And this is turning out to be a major issue for the carries like Broda and Fruity, who want to be there and constantly press buttons at the enemy.
Yeah, Broda's had a great game, but is he actually able to get onto any of these key targets anymore? It's another situation, like we were asking in the previous game, of who are you blowing up? Who are you going for? Stumpy bought himself that death cap in the previous game, and we couldn't really identify a target. We know that Pomo is the target here if you are Broda, but can you get on top of somebody with a rocket jump with all of this front line sat around him too? Not so sure about this one. Sumi is going to be able to get a decent amount of damage into this turret. Might be able to take it down, although Snormi is on the way to try to clear this wave. With the back out for Broda though, this turret should go down, so it's a return of gold at least. And that's going to be a decent chunk into Snorri. Now, I've seen enough Pop Blossoms that completely change the landscape of a fight, although with this collapse coming through, if they don't get these recalls off,
it could be
like they're just gonna get away.
It could not be a more dangerous situation than being in a position to make the comeback, but the enemy has a Nico. And not only a Nico, it is Sumi's Nico, who has been the highlight reel montage maker of Division.
It's a tricky situation to be in, isn't it? So
it is.
really, really tricky situation to be in. The loser of this game goes down to match point. They put themselves in a position where they are one away from coming second. Still an
Stumpy
incredible
again.
achievement. They just gonna go in. Stumpy caught shopping.
Yeah, Stumpy thought he was safe here to recall, but with the Buster Shot even feeling back, the Ilaoi, easy kill for the Blue-White's mid laner. And the Tristana that we criticized earlier, maybe he's feeling overconfident, maybe this is another Yoni incident, so to say. Turning out that he may have made the mistakes earlier, but kept himself cool, calm, and collected, and is performing very, very well on the 80 carry, letting Snormi go onto this Karma. And now, what can Rich Gang do? Sure, they can set up these flanks onto the Karma, but with the rest of Blue Whites in close proximity, are they going to lose themselves? Actually, because Rudy,
no.
separated from the rest of the team, gets caught out, and Maokai and Viego, they should get out, but again, stuck on the enemy side of the map. If that area was warded, it could have been and they want to go for more. Karma's being threatened. They really want these picks.
I disagree with this one. Volitzer is going to be able to get into the backside of this one. They are caught on the wrong side of the map. Looks like Greg's just going to be allowed to walk this one out. The priority target is certainly the jungler, and Broda is stuck between a rock, a hard place, and, well, a lot of damage.
Broda still carrying the shutdown as well. The only one remaining for Rich Gang. 4 against 1. He's just buying time. He's buying as much time for the rest of Rich Gang to head down the mid lane and crack the inhibitor tower if so possible. They have the entire minion wave to play with, teleport being channeled from the rest of Blue Whites. They may have overextended a little bit to get this kill over. They cracked the inhibitor as well. But now, can they get out? A lot of tentacles set up by Stumpy, chunking down Pollux are very low. But Pomo is there, hopping over. Sumi finds the carry, but doesn't have the follow-up damage to take him down with. Fruity only now arrived at the fight, flashing away from the counter-strike, shut down from Jones. But the rest of the fight most likely won't happen. Dragon has spawned though, so Blue Whites has something to play for. Rich Gang still lacking their jungler for a good 40 seconds or so, as Broda still needs to run back all the way to the river, while Blue Whites has every single member except for Jones available. They also do the dragon quite fast. Hex Flash being channeled. There's also the Zac awaiting for a misstep from Fruity Fresh. Finds the hook, but it's blocked by Greg. Ocean Drink secured, and the fight starts to go wild. Bomo already chunking the support down. Fruity so low. Bomo goes legendary, finding kill after kill. Sumi's being kited down, held in place by the 2 chunky members. Greg won't find peace. He only finds the gray screen. And now it's one more dragon for Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul's going to be absolutely huge in this game as well. You've got tons of members who can make great use of it, especially the Zac, surviving for so long in these team fights. And Broda looked like he got a pretty good flank. He had such a great early game on this Viego, but just hasn't found any more success with it. The tank competition out of Blue Whites seem to be so hard to deal with. We'll have a look back at this fight and get it pipped as well as the Baron does go down. And you can see that the key targets just aren't getting on. Pomo is sitting here dealing damage for free. The only time he takes any is when he's leaping on top of them. He's playing with absolutely no fear. Not quite going to be able to finish that kill onto Greg. Picks himself up a kill elsewhere, then just turns back. You know, the Maokai thought he was going to get away. Nope, just going to take that one back. And Pomo is just so free to hit in these fights that he's looking for danger himself, it feels like.
And if the Nico doesn't have an ultimate, why not? It's free real estate for the Tristana to take, and you're not gonna match the... hold up. Full build Tristana at the 30 minutes. You aren't going to out-DPS her. You need to find some sort of a CC chain onto Pomo while you deal with the rest of Blue Whites. And Jones while the Jax has been farming too much, is still a considerable threat to the mainly auto-attacking composition of Rich Gang. They have the flank. This is Sumi's time to shine, but only finds two. Bobo still escaped. They've got Snurmi. Is it enough for Rich Gang to win the fight with Yoda's fall as well? Boluxa didn't participate in this fight at all. They might be able to end the game off of this if Bobo isn't able to create miracles out of nothing. DPS race with the Viego won't win. It goes to the Guardian Angel. Boluxa drive by time. Bobo still alive. He takes down two. Boluxa survives as well, getting chased down by Sumi and Stumpy. They stay in the game from what looked like an unwinnable fight. With the leap, he's able to get away, and Blue-White stay in the game.
If that kill had gone down onto Pomo, if you're able to just chase off the Zac as well, that could have been an end. There's an open inhibitor in the mid lane, and it just does not work out. Sumi gets the great flank, doesn't land the Pop Blossom onto quite as many members. Key target, Pomo survives, has also got that Guardian's Angel as well at this point, so just is able to sit and hit. Finally, Broda gets on top of him, but it takes the whole team, it feels like, chasing onto Pomo to finally get him down into that Guardian's Angel.
Oh, he mistimed the W!
Yep, the stun just not gonna come through. And this really has been a game of inches, but Pomo coming out on top of this one.
It is incredibly close. If that W had landed on the Pomo, they have Fruity Fresh to provide the additional DPS with the lethality to most likely kill the AD carry, and they can indefinitely end the game from there. Instead, they give over 2 kills, additional ones to the Tristana, level 18, maximum attack range, full build, showed the GA is down, but Blue-Whites are starting to scale out of hand, and if Fruity Fresh can't somehow create miracles with the rest of his team on this scaling Senna, it's looking to be a very rough dragon fight in a minute or so.
Absolutely, you're not going to be able to get on top of this Tristana without sacrificing a ton of your positioning to do so. And as soon as she's able to just sit and hit you, can cut through incredibly quickly. I love the Lord Dominic's in this situation. Make sure that the Maokai and the Alawi are not going to be as tanky as they really want to be. 30 seconds now until this Drake comes through. We'll see if the resets are going to be completed for Blue-Whites or if they're just going to be happy to stick around. Looks like they want to fully take that reset, head back down towards this Drake, and take this fight in the strongest possible position. I wonder if it's going to be a pot for Pomo, considering as well, nowhere else he can go with this build.
Stumpy teleporting mid.
Oh, he sold the GA. Just going for more damage.
Is that a Phantom Dance that he added?
Yeah.
Oh, Boluxa fought out without the rest of his team. Already down to half HP. So he has the flank. Need to watch out for the Nico. Has all summoners up. So a good ult. For it, positioning aggressively. But Blue-White's grouping the mid lane, shove the wave in, and may even give over the dragon. This is too risky for them. They don't want to take it. Already, they were once close to straight up losing the game here at 36 minutes. And this is a little bit dangerous.
Almost shreds this tower, though.
It does. But now they give a chance for Sumi to look for a flank once again. Fruity Fresh providing the additional movement speed there. The slows down onto Yo. Who's going to pop it the counter, right? Front line is there. Flash over. Won't find anyone. Sumi has to go into Zonya early. Won't get any additional damage, and he's been popped. Blue-White starting to march forward. Boluxa really low. Goes into the passive. As Greg being taken down on the top side of this fight. Now a 2-on-2. Stumpy and Boluxa holding each other off. 1,000 HP recovered from a single heal. Rodas being taken down. And Blue-White, by a hair, just literal inches of a Viego W, look like they are going to clean up Game 3.
The early game was so good right there for Rich Gang. They were able to get a ton of kills onto the key carry Broda, but the composition just wasn't there. They weren't able to get on top of Pomo, and Pomo danced around them so effectively. We were questioning it a little bit when Pomo took that Tristana instead of giving it over to the bot lane. But they knew Freddy Fresh, he's better on the weird stuff, and Pomo is a damn good Tristana.
Although it looked dire in the early game, as you said, they do claw it back. And again, if Blue White, when they haven't practiced too much, they go down 0-2 and manage to take the clean sweeps. They've played double the games in playoffs, and now they are one game away from taking it all out of the favorite Rich Gang. We will head to a short break before we come back to the desk with Game 4.
Well, that's that's not what we were expecting. And
It's
Rich
not what
Gang-
you were expecting, Jay.
I knew
yeah,
all
that is true.
along.
That is true. Yeah.
And don't you lie either, sir. I know your game.
Okay, I was reverse sweeping, but I'll take a 2-1 as well. It's
I
fine.
will say this. Okay, let's bring it back to track. Let's bring it back to track. I will say Rich Gang being ahead and losing from ahead is definitely not what I would have predicted in this game, right? It's not to say the teams can't come back, but I feel like Rich Gang, they had it in their hands right there, right? They were ahead. They were leading. It was massive leads on the Viego. It was like 5-0 already, looking to go 6-0. I feel like the story was written. It was all done. And then it just wasn't. And Brodo couldn't get it over the line, right? And I feel like there was a lot of rebuttal. There was a lot of plays from Blue Whites. I have to say, shout out to Pomo, right? That's the one that we'll talk about. We'll bring it up a little bit later. But EK, we've now seen Rich Gang lose when they were behind. We've now seen them lose when they were ahead. Are we maybe thinking 3-1 blue whites?
You know what? I think at this point, nobody knows. Like, nobody can predict this series because we've had 2 stomps now, 1 for each team. Then we've had this incredibly close game where, I mean, we're going to get a replay of it later, but Pomo played like an absolute madman, completely took over multiple fights, was untouched, and he just had a complete pop-off. This was game 5 Pomo, and he's in game 3. So what's going to happen in game 4?
And with that, let's get that first replay. Let's get the first replay. Let's have a look at the first blood, right? Let's run it. Let's have a talk. Brack, you can take us through this one. This is first blood, right? It looks good. It looks Rich Gang. It looks like, okay, game 2 was just a blip. We're back now. We're on game 3. Back to schedule as it was to be planned. And they managed to pick up early leads.
Well, most importantly, it's Snermian it gets don't fully respect. And knowing that they've got Broda coming in, Fruity just pushes the button along with Greg, pushes the damage forwards. And yeah, Snermian it gets just had nothing left to say about the matter. Easy first blood given across to Broda. And the first 15-20 minutes of the game were pretty much completely just defined by the Viego.
And I've got to say, we talked about it when I was last on stream with Carvis, right? When we did the 4th wall versus Rich Gang. Carvis brought it up in the cast as well. Senna has like an 88 win rate in our league, right? So not only did Rich Gang lose from ahead, they lost with the Senna pick, which admittedly doesn't win you games for free. Obviously, there's 12% where it did lose. But I feel like the odds were so high for them to win this game. And looking at that start of the game, right, where they get that early blood, they then run the rest of the game early on. It feels like it should have been tied up, Brack. And I don't know, man. Like it's just that little bit of a question mark feeling for me. Now, obviously, this is just a 1-game situation, right? We could see them come back and make an absolute mess of it next. But let's go on to the second replay, right? Let's keep the focus on how this one turned back in Blue White's favors. And EK, we're going to run this one about the drag. This is the big fight that I feel like we all were like, oh, wait a minute. Blue White's not out of this just yet.
Yeah, so the game at this point was very much in Rich Gang's control, but you will see in this team fight that a lot of damage initially is attempted to be landed, nothing really lands, but Pomo is gonna get a lot of damage out. First of all, Viego has to ultimate away so he can't go aggressive. But now I want you to keep your eyes on Pomo. He is consistently free hitting throughout the entire fight. His team is creating a lot of space for him. Zek goes in aggressively, his passive gets popped. Doesn't really matter because Pomo comes in, cleans up the kill, jumps over the Fruity, gets another kill there. Meanwhile, Jax is completely soloing out the Nico, and the entire team fight is just completely wiped out. And this entire thing derives from the fact that all of the gold was on Viego, who had to ultimate out the fight at the very start.
And it felt to me like Rich Gang skipped some steps because Broda was in the pit on his own. Veluxa just Giga Chad walks at him. In the meantime, you've got Egets and Jones keeping Fruity fresh, keeping Sumi off to the side. The Viego is all alone, has to ult out the fight, as you said, EK. And from that point, Blue White's completely taken over. Pomo gets huge, and we see the momentum start to shift in Blue White's favor.
And I feel like there was also, I talked about it at the start of the day, right? There is a world where Rich Gang, they like to play a bit close to the wire, right? We saw a couple overextensions, ones where they were like, okay, maybe we can just play this one out. And this time it didn't work for them, right? We saw a couple of times just people being out of position. I believe it was Broda in that bot lane, right? Playing on the Viego, surrounded by 4 members. And it's just like, you're not going anywhere. You know, they have the chase potential. They can pick you up, and they killed you off before the dragon after the one I believe we just watched. And it's kind of that maybe level of, I don't want to say like cockiness or maybe like being a little bit arrogant, but it's like having that kind of like, oh yeah, we'll be fine, we'll just win this, needs to go. They need to kind of really take in stock of how good Blue Whites really are and be like, okay, no, we need to play on our best form to pick up these wins. Because they can definitely do it. We saw it in game 1. But if they don't keep consistent, if they don't keep that level of respect, it can all go downhill. And we have to look at the big plays. Let's roll back this last replay. Let's talk about the man of this game, Pomo, right? Let's roll VT3. Brack, talk us through this exceptional play.
This was the moment where I was about to go, oh my god, has the pendulum swung back? We got Sumi on the flank. Looks fantastic, but look who doesn't get caught in the pot blossom. Oh look, it's Pomo. Forces Sumi to go into the Zhonyas, but the rest of Blue Whites are kind of falling apart in the actual fight, and Broda does a fantastic job of staying on top of Pomo. He's able to separate himself away, but he gets knocked down into the Guardian Angel, and the great tragedy is Broda ends up missing the Spectral Maw, mistiming the Guardian Angel. If that stun had landed, that was 100% Rich Gang's fight, but that fraction of a second does not go in their favor. Pomo gets those kills. Veluxa is able to get on out. Blue Whites maintain their control of the game and the eventual win. And
EK, I got to ask you a question about composition, right? Because we've seen 3 games now where I would say that we've seen a pretty similar theme occur, which is just like the late game scaling has been quite a big factor, especially in games 2 and 3. Essentially, if you had the better late game scaling, you kind of just won the game. Do you feel like teams should be kind of pushing themselves to be a little bit more late game scaling? Or do you feel like it's just making sure that you don't make those earlier mistakes and give the hand over to that late game scaling?
I think specifically in this game, I think Rich Gang had such an incredible lead. I think they were like 4 or 5k gold up at around 15 minutes. They had a Viego that was, if I recall correctly, 9-1, I think. So this Viego should have been able to just run all over the map, take every single objective, every single fight where Viego was going to be should have been won. But unfortunately, because Pomo wasn't focused properly in team fight, he got a lot of kills, he got a lot of stuff done, and once Viego lost that lead, the composition for Blue White just took over. You know, you have this big front line with the Zac, and you also have this really strong Tristana who is being protected by the team, just free damaging. There wasn't that much engage, and I think Rich Gang right now is just running compositions that are very difficult to execute, and especially moving later into the the team fighting stage of the game, their compositions aren't just, hey, front line, back line, hit stuff. And I think that's biting them right now because they're saying, hey, we can run these difficult compositions, we can get our lead, and we can take over the game from there. And they're showing that they can get that early lead, but they can't transition it. So I think if they want to just match Blue White, and if they think they're just a stronger team, even if they're matching the same style, I think them just going back to something that's front to back as well, and just seeing if they can outplay with a Jinx or something. I think that can be a way for them to regain some confidence and just make the game easier for themselves.
I guess also another question is, what do we think of the Alawi as well? Because I feel like the Alawi was obviously a big factor that we talked about being potentially a massive change in the dynamic of the game. Right? Obviously, the Urgot was mentioned before, but then got banned away. Brack, how are you kind of feeling about this? Because we've seen a couple stray picks here and there, the Jace and then the Alawi in games 2 and then 3. Do you feel like maybe Rich Gang are cooking too much and they just need to go back to basics?
Potentially, honestly. The Jace R5 in game 2 was particularly question mark worthy to me. I don't think it's a terrible pick, but it made very little sense in the context of the draft we were seeing. And in this game, I don't hate the Alawi, but Veluxa just did a fantastic job of not giving kills across to Stumpy in the early game. And as the game got later, Blue Whites just were better across the map. It felt like Stumpy was never in a situation where he could really get the most out of Alawi's kit. We saw that Drake fight. Uses the ultimate. It's hitting onto Veluxa and nobody else. He jumps out. Stumpy has to chase and is just walking right down the sights of Pomo. Gets taken out, didn't really do much. And unfortunately, that kind of was the story of the game for him because he didn't get to build this insurmountable lead out of lane.
It's a new game, though. It's a new time to turn this one around. Obviously, now 2-1 to Blue Whites. They are 1 game away from securing themselves the winners of Spring Season NLC Div 2. EK, you predicted them to win this, right? You said 3-2 for them to take it on a reverse sweep. Obviously, that's gone out the window. But how confident are you feeling about it, right? Because the momentum is on their side. They're up on this win. They only need 1 more.
I mean, I feel very confident because I think Pomo with that previous pop-off game, like he is now feeling himself. And, we have also seen him in the early game kind of feeling himself a bit too much, jumping in and dying. It happens. He is that kind of player. But I think when he's on his game, he can truly take over games. So I think you put him on a carry pick, you facilitate him, you allow him to take over team fights once again. You keep drafting this, front line, weak side, top side, who can just fend for themselves and just play towards your two main carry threats. And I think they feel confident right now. They kind of have figured out what Rich Gang is doing so far, and they're countering it by just saying, "Hey, we absorb your pressure, and we just make sure that we scale better and then win fights later on." And I think if they can keep repeating that, they can take this series 3-1.
Okay, well, here we go. Ari going to be banned off. Rich Gang once again going blue side. This time around, we realize blue side isn't all it's cracked up to be. You don't win for free. A big question for me is, do we maybe see Tristana at all? But the Zac is for sure not coming back. Rich Gang take that one over.
I like to see that one gone. I'm also interested to see Ari hit the ban for the 4th game in a row. It is one of Pomo's favorites. And maybe, as we saw on the Tristana game, give him a more aggressive pick, set him up for success. Maybe Rich Gang really are afraid of that. Is going to take that away. And the Karma that was predicted by Carvus is going to be banned away also.
Still already
Center up, Smolder up. There's a lot of picks right now that we have seen.
He did ban the
high
Varus though.
priority.
This is, hang on a second. How many games does Snurmy have of this man? 7 games. Guess how many losses?
1. I'm guessing. There we go.
Ooh.
I remembered the stats you wrote down.
I'm just saying as well, the Corki is still up as well. So if you're talking about comments that you guys really wanted to see, the Varus plus the Corki, it definitely is there. The Jarvan goes nicely with it as well. So I'm saying the Blue Whites might be getting everything they want.
Yeah,
Might
so
well
far,
be.
I'm really happy with this draft for Blue Whites. I think you're right. You slap in a Corki here. You have AD poke, AP poke. You have people to lock down. You slap in some engage top lane. It's a very easy draft to execute, and you have great matchups so far. So I think Rich Gang is just trying to run back their draft from previous game, which worked out in the early game, but they have to transition it into more this time.
Yeah, and I think there's potential for that, right? I do think that you can kind of run it back. I think, as you said, they won the early game. They put themselves in a position where they could have won the game. They didn't manage to close it out. So again, it's just decision-making that really held them back, not necessarily the pick. So I don't mind if they run it back. But what they've got to realize is that they're not playing into the same team that Blue Whites just picked.
And I don't care how good Broda is. He now is basically on notice. Because if he gets dead and tries to dive in, he just goes, no, run at your teammates. Renata sets up specifically for Snurmy's Varus amazingly. You put bailout on this man who is already popped off on this champion so many times. You've got to make sure that when you get that Varus, you get him twice and quickly. Otherwise, things could spiral out of control very quickly for Rich Gang.
And I'm thinking, surely we see the Tristana banned here, right, by Rich Gang. Surely, EK, we don't leave it up.
Well, the only problem is if you pick the Tristana here as well on the side of Blue White, you are full AD, so you're going to have to go for an AP top laner, and Gragas is out.
Hear me out, EK. The Mordekaiser. We've seen it out of Veloxa once. It won them the series up against Fourth Wall. They're not going to go for it, though. I think Bjorn makes a lot more sense.
I'm trying to figure out what I want to see here for Stumpy. Like I think Gwen would be nice. You can just be like, hey, we don't play the 5v5. I'm just going to be winning this matchup permanently, and you're going to have to send people towards me. I like that. I think you can just play a 4-man. Trying to figure out what I would like to see here for the mid lane position. I feel like I want something.
Oh, the Sumione! Yes, I would love to see it.
It's different. It's coming.
It's a short range comp though. It's a very short range comp, and there is a lot of keep out from the side of Blue White.
Oh. Now,
okay. Now we have ourselves a rumble right now. This is a lot of fighting, right? We got the Akali versus the Yone. We have the Varus versus the Senna. Obviously, we got the Gwen in the top side as well. This is a scrap from both these teams.
What do I think about this draft? Even I don't know what I think about this draft. I like that Rich Gang are swinging for the fences, but you're going into a Renata, and that is a pretty low-range comp. Like, Senna is your only range, and yeah, she's got quite a lot of it later into the game, but Snowmy, if he wants to go poke, he's basically poking for free. Pomo can be tricky and do his stuff, and if Rich Gang overcommit in the wrong situation or like any kind of choke, then you get the hostile takeover through, and like Yone cuts Viego to bits or vice versa.
I'm not sure you can go poke Varus in this game though. I don't know if you have enough consistent DPS and the rest of your team to be allowed to go for a poke build. I almost feel like you have to go on hit, especially when you have multiple melee members coming your way.
Though. You don't really need to against. There is no tanks on the side of Rich Gang.
True, but there is sufficient sustain, I feel, where I don't know. It's tricky. I just feel like if you go poke Varus here, which you can do, don't get me wrong, if poke Varus gets really far ahead, you can definitely take over the team fights. But I feel like if you're poke Varus and not super far ahead, you're gonna struggle to chip away at people with their lifesteal.
There's my three favorite words: ease of execution. Rich Gang just drafted themselves one of the hardest to execute comps I have seen in quite some time. Blue Whites, they're playing pretty comfortable. They're saying pretty. It's all on Rich Gang to make it happen.
Yeah, Rich Gang, in my opinion, they've run it solo queue. They've said, okay, one of us is going to win, one of us will carry the game, and that is it, right? We got Yone, Viego, Gwen. All three of those can take over the game. Senna can also be a massive problem, and we have a little bit of setup for someone to get hooked. But from the other side, we look at Blue Whites and they said, we're playing this as a team fight, right? I think the poke versus on hit, I want Varus to be able to fight up close and personal, to be honest. Not melee, but at the same time, people are going to dive on him. So I feel like something that will handle that a little bit better for me works out best. But we'll find out. Let's go. This could be the final game of the series. It's game number 4. Carvis Bloxer. You know what it is. Let's see what's on the door.
Let us see. We are on game point as we head to the Rift. And the winner will take home the NLC Division 2 trophy and a whole bunch of points along to go with that. And yeah, again, both teams, a very different style of team composition with a noticeably rough counter pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. You're in a situation where Sumi... Oh, the hook lands! Yo!
I've seen this before, but Bomo with the E start doesn't even have to burn flash.
No, you're not really going to be able to catch onto this Akali. It's not the end of the world for Greg because you obviously have got that Hex Flash, but pretty insane way to start this one off, and I feel like that's indicative of what we're about to see. It should be an absolute bloodbath. We already got one of them in pretty much all of the other games, but this one has the ability to just pop off. What Brackish was saying was absolutely correct. The ease of execution is 100% on the side of Blue-White. It's a very standard composition. The only thing a little bit odd is the Akali, but even that is still just looking to hunk onto Fruity Fresh. Maybe you can get on top of Broda as well and execute somebody. The rest of the composition, very front to back, very normal looking. It does look like it is going to be the on-hit Varus rather than the poke Varus, which to be honest makes sense with the tanky enough champions that you want to be getting through on RG. You know, it's kind of hard to get through a Gwen through just pure burst, same with the Viego.
I personally really love this Akali pick from Bomo. It does incredibly well into the Yone. Whenever you would want to go in, you can just pop the Shadow and trade back. Since you do short burst trades, you can't really get those orders, like Crazy has to guess where you are with the Q, so you need to really execute well with the Q ult combos if you want to keep the Akali in place. And not only that, you can have easy access to the Senna in the back line with your team still following up with the Ornn and the Jarvan. So, as I said, ease of execution, but the lane matchups other than top lane are also up.
Yeah, there's a lot to like here from the Blue-White's composition. RG, if it gets rolling, this is the... Oof. This is the kind of composition that can completely pop off. Fruity Fresh having to blow the flash as well. There's no flashes in the bottom lane for RG. They've just not got themselves in a good way to start this one out. But yeah, this composition, if you're able to get it going, get it rolling, it's terrifying to come up against. But you really need it to be strong, because otherwise you're running into all the same problems they did in the second game, where they couldn't step up to objectives. They didn't really have anyone to face check a bush. No true tank to rely on, other than the Nautilus, who really needs to get ahead. Otherwise he stays pretty squishy for quite a long time. And so RG, I think a lot of onus is on them to get things going early, or to wait out the early game and not over push it, not try to get things going too much and put themselves in a position where they over chase, give over a couple of kills, and then it's really, really difficult to play this one out. Junglers are going to be heading in opposite directions, although it now looks like Broda might want to head himself back down towards this bottom side of the map. Potentially look for a gank. Snomi and Igits are pretty far pushed up. There could be a potential for a gank there. It would be countered by Yones.
And the vision advantage is there for blue-whites. They have the sight set on the Viego E. They know this is coming. Jones has been spotted out, and they can go for the Jarvan instead. Hook lands from Grey. Ignite ticking already. Kept alive by the Renata shield for now. But the scuttle priority, of course, is lost, and Broda will most likely be getting a double scuttle for his troubles. Mid lane, you can see Akali can trade pretty well back onto the Yone all-ins.
Yeah, gonna be perfectly happy to just sit into this lane. The Yone is really relying on getting into these big team fights, managing to land a massive fate sealed. Otherwise, it's gonna be pretty tricky. Igit's taking a ton of damage right there. Ouch.
Keeps on trading though, with the Ignite ticking. Snurm is just walking forward, the barriers having the goes. Little tempo has been stacked, eats the root for his troubles, and most likely disengage, I expect it to happen, won't happen, because Grey looks for the hook instead. He has no flash. He just literally killed
top
himself.
as well.
And Stumpy on the top side of the map has only the ghost to play with. Will dash over the wall, but Pommel starting to rotate over. He's taken a bit of damage in the recent time window, so no execute yet. They flash forward. Higgins will fall 100%. With the healing, it's not enough to keep himself alive, and that's 2 kills already for Snurm.
There we go. Execute just about going to come through for Stumpy. And 2 kills going over to Stormy is going to be absolutely huge. The fact that he's able to pick these up that early, and the just good guy thing out of it is stepping up underneath that tower, well aware that he's going to die, doesn't care. You give over a plate, 2 kills to your ADC. Any support's going to take that trade, even if it looks a little bad on the KDA. And coming back to lane with already a completed Vampiric Scepter, some boots, and a dagger means that this bot lane is not going to be any fun. There are Swifties completed on Fruity Fresh, so you do need to be careful about getting just chased down by the Senna autos. They still deal a lot of damage at this point in the game. He's still going to be very happy about that early couple of kills for Small.
And I don't understand what the Nautilus hook was about. It feels like you got away with the Senna route. Hooray, we did it. We will regroup to see another day. And then Gregor, you see the hook angle, and kind of have any follow-up and dies. It feels odd.
Yeah, I get the feeling on a Nautilus that you got to make something happen. You're super strong in the early game if you're able to land those hooks, loads of CC to lay down, and the Senna does a decent amount of damage back, but the over-aggression really has cost them multiple times in this series. And we do also have to take stock of the fact that there's a lot of pressure on the Rich Gang members. They're just going to spot out Broda here. Fighting, not going to be too explosive in the mid lane. And as Rich Gang, throughout the entirety of this split, you have lost 4 games. 2 in a best of 3, and 2 in the regular season. You've just lost 2 already in this series. You're down 2 match point. That is a lot of pressure for a team who hasn't really been put down at any point throughout the entire split. Blue-Whites, they know how to play from behind, but they also have played plenty from ahead. They're one of the best teams that we had during the regular season. They just seem so comfortable right now with easy to execute compositions and a lot of aggression to boot.
Well, Rich Gang has plenty of early game power for themselves to play with. Needlework not dealing enough damage just yet to completely melt Bollock's health bar, and with a Dragon Strike available for Yone, Stumpy needs to make this one sidestep count. Has the invulnerability, but not the sidestep down, so a kill for Yones. Gets revenge for his top lane. Don't bully my tank, he says, as he goes back to the scuttle. And while the lanes are not going too well for Rich Gang, they have secured both of their early objectives.
Now, we were messaging back and forth as we were watching the picks come through, and you were talking about how you quite like the Gwen in the middle of a big team fight. I don't mind a Gwen when it joins the team fight already, but I've seen a lot of Gwens on flanks that it looks so cool. The Gwen's got an awesome flank, and it just doesn't seem to work out. You don't have that same level of CC or a big flank out of a Maokai or a Malphite kind of gives you. And so what is it about the Gwen in a team fight that you really like?
It's just the additional slows that you provide with the needlework, with the W. You won't take too much damage while you go in. You're kind of a secondary initiation without any initiation tools, in a sense that they have to deal with you, or they get slowed down, or they have to burn a big cooldown, like Eget's hostile takeover. You're gonna have to or an ultimate or something. You don't really want to do that when Gwen is running with at you with the W up. Her being 0-2 down, though, makes this plan a little bit, let's call it dangerous. Because the Gwen might just get popped by the on-hit backs.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to step too far forwards, but you have to get on top of Tsunami. It was Pomo who just sat alive the entirety of the last game. Nobody was able to really get on top of him, pumping through that damage. Getting on top of the Kali is that much harder than a Tristana. A lot of pings going down into the mid lane potentially as bot lane hook lands.
Hook lands, and won't get much out of it. They don't have the damage potential just yet to 100 to 0 a Renata that is level 6. Pomo gets baited in by the E. And they want to find it. Fate Sealed used and instantly has to back out since Jones is there to back his mid laner up. Rodan Sumi thinking about maybe committing to it a little bit more, but on the bot side of the map, a bigger problem has arisen. This Snormi and Eget's duo taking complete control of the lane. Jones needs to be a bit careful. Sees the Viego E. The grubs need to be denied. This would be a ton of extra tower damage going to the side of Rich Gang if they manage to get all 3 of these. Pomo has the perfect execution still up. One of the grubs being stolen away by Jones has to flash away from the extra Q, but Pomo's diving in, dealing a ton of damage. Sumi flashing away, but perfect execution. 1 kill has gone over. Needlework used to peel away. Final grub now being contested. Smite's down. Never mind. Smite only up for Jones. So Rich Gang decide we cannot contest this and only get.
They're able to stop that one, take away 2 of those grubs. A really good steal from Jones on that first one. The second one, much easier to get on top of. And Pomo showing that it wasn't just the Tristana game. Really good, perfect execution. Waiting really patiently for that second shuriken flip to get in onto that fight. And manages to pick himself up a kill alongside the ones that Jones has picked up for himself. Same for Snormi. And Blue Whites, they're getting a good early lead in what could potentially be the last game of their spring split for the NLC Div 2. So tense for this game. Whoever wins this one, it's just massive for the momentum of the series. Obviously, if Blue Whites win it, it's done. But if Rich Gang are able to pull us back, send us to Silver Scrapes and a Game 5, both of these teams are comfortable in Game 5 scenarios, and this could be an epic battle if we do get that far. Blue Whites, though, definitely wanted to stop that from happening. So we can see a little bit of fighting going on in the mid lane. More importantly, minute until the next Drake. The bot lane has been pretty solidly in the control of Blue Whites. Snomi is coming back with a fully completed Bork and Boots, so is in just such a good position to be able to contest for this next Drake.
And not only any boots, it is the plated steel cap in Tabai for us oldies, but I have a... it's the old.
I'm kidding.
You wouldn't know. You see,
I'm not that young.
But Snormi, what I'm thinking may even go for the semi-tank on hit barriers with the Jack show and everything, you know. So he's going to be a pain pain in the butt to deal with in the later stages of the game. He's gonna have a ton of resistances, and count the auto attackers on the side of Rich Gang. Getting through those plated steel caps is going to take ages.
And the only person who's really going to have a chance at executing away Snormy in that situation is Stumpy. Just going to have to get into the backline with that Gwen, in which case, yep, we need to see that team fight Gwen coming through rather than just the pure
Oh, smooth in a way. Pomo dodges away from the steel fate. And now with...
so smooth with it.
Indeed. And now with no cooldowns, Blue Whites just get a free dragon. Broda was there to back his mid laner up. But this is another tempo lead for Blue Whites to give themselves more time to find these aggressive plays with. Again, trying to bait out the E. There are more members from Rich Gang here than they expected. And Yo's plays for the play with his life. Now also Takeover being used. A nice one-on-one between Stumpy and Broda. Scissors beating the sword this time around, it looks like. But the life still is there. And they can just start taking down the mid lane.
And they did still get 4 off the grub, so they are going to get that little bit of extra damage. But if he hits this, there could be a potential play to go in for. You're still outnumbered, though, so instead just going to be used to dissuade the extra push. Timmy is kind of low. Is he going to... Pomo wants this.
Oh, well, look at the bot lane, though. Snormy.
Oh, yeah.
Snormy and Fruity are having an honest one-on-one themselves, but now the teleports are starting to come in. It's a double teleport from Blue Whites against the one from Rich Gang, but Pomo way too far up. Shoot gets taken down unless Liggins is able to peel away. Rhoda, he's one more auto attack, goes into the bailout from the Renata, but the reset is there for Broda. Now a 3-on-4 continuous Heartbreaker use. We get into the backline, double kill for Broda. Only the tank and 80 carry left. Triple kill for the Viego. Volux only one left. That's a quadra kill for Rich Gang's Broda.
Another huge play on Broda. Broda's so good on the Viego. We saw it in the last game, and we're seeing it in this one. Quadra kill, and it was 2 teleports blown for Blue Whites. That's a massive investment into the bot lane to get nothing for it. They're not able to kill a single person in that one. And it looks, yeah, like an honest fight between Fruity Fresh and Sturmy. The first teleport comes through, another and another. Everybody blows their teleports onto this play. And Rich Gang, they're just in a better situation. Broda able to get in on top of Pomo. Pomo so nearly survives, but doesn't have the ability to get that final kill. If he gets that kill onto Greg gets back his health, is going to be in such a good position to roll through this team fight. Instead, it's messy, it's split up. Fruity Fresh is able to stay untouched and just do damage the entire time. And obviously, Broda is on a mad run, playing with his health as a resource. The heal you get off of those resets is just insane.
And as mentioned on the analyst desk, I believe the solo queue hierarchy has been established. The jungler is the carry in this game for Rich Gang, and the rest should now play around him. Over 1.5k ahead of the opposition. Oh, and I'm not gonna let you talk. Fruity's stuck in the Cataclysm, and there's a whole bunch of Blue Whites approaching him. The last Dragon Spring able to finish off the kill, and now Broda CC'd, has to flash away from the perfect execution. And no kills to go over any further, but having the priority towards the Herald. They don't even want to go for it. Instead, keep pushing towards the mid lane tower.
Lord, oh lord, that is a Knight's Edge first onto that center. And you can tell why. Fruity Fresh really just trying to stay alive as best as possible. Wasn't able to in that situation. Hook, oh, nearly lands. Sumi's here though, hang on.
So his stun beat pops the ghost. Goodbye. Eggots, even in the bailout, it's just there to deal a slight bit of annoying auto attack damage. Won't be able to anything more. The silence though for Blue Whites getting pushed this entire time as they collapse into the mid lane for the 1 kill. What they do get off of it is that Herald that I mentioned earlier, instead going over to Broda.
Already going to be able to pick this one up. And I think a key part of all of these fights so far has been that pretty much in all of them, Broda's gotten involved, Stumpy's getting involved, Sumi's getting involved. Whereas Volux really hasn't been able to, not in the way that you really want from your Ornn quite yet. That's fine. Once he does get involved fully, it's going to be pretty huge. That Ornn Horde, one of the best abilities to either start a team fight or to end one if you can land it through every single member in the middle of a messy team fight. That level of CC can definitely be game-changing, and so you're kind of waiting on the big team fights to come through for Blue Whites to get themselves in a position where they can really fight out this one. But the early game going as well as it has done for Rich Gang is putting them in a good position to be able to fight this one out. Only about 1000k in the lead, though.
It kind of made it sound like Ornn can just one-tap the entire enemy team if it goes like a bowling ball through everyone. It will instantly end the team fight.
True. It's not quite that powerful. I know he's an assassin, but he's not quite that level of assassin. Nah,
We may see Rich Gang being that level of assassins, though, as Broda and Stumpy posturing very aggressively, dragons up in 4 seconds or so. Jones hiding away in the brush, but the vision control is there for Rich Gang. Blue Whites need to be very careful approaching this choke point, as apparently not. Rich Gang feeling a bit afraid themselves. Everyone has the cooldowns, it's just a matter of self-confidence and team coordination. If they think they can win a fight against a blue-white surprise attack that is going to be launched in this brush, going on to Broda, Heartbreaker's away, big cooldown used, the reasons are way hard to get now, Stormy getting bailed out, but assassinated still by the Rich Gang members, going forwards as fast as they can. 1-for-1 trade so far, but they are way more healthy than the rest of the blue-whites, and they get a second dragon for
it's going to be a 1-for-1. Snurry was never going to be able to get out in that situation. The Ornhorn does not come back through. You don't get the second pop back of it.
He just missed it!
Just missed it. Oh, that sucks. I thought he was stunned or something, but instead, no. It's just going to be a mechanical misplay. Really unfortunate. You're watching the pit as well as that is going to be a mid-lane turret falling. You do lose Sumi in that fight, and so you get a little bit back into Blue Whites, but they lose the objective. Hook lands, Aegis is going to be fine. That's still a ton of damage onto that tier 2 mid lane, and a chunk more gold into the back pockets of Rich Gang. They're looking to send us to that game 5. They want it to be a banger best of 5 to cap off this split.
And Pomo lurking around the jungle, as Akali does. Reminder, one of the best one-on-one assassins, and a nice matchup in this Yone of Sumi as well. Needs to be careful with these side lane assignments on who goes where and...
You don't want to get anybody caught out into the side lanes, unable to rotate round for a team fight, because that could spell disaster in this situation. Baron going to be spawning in just 5 seconds time. Both of these teams have decently fast Baron takes, but nobody's completely shredding it in one shot as of right now.
Are you sure? Look at Rich Gang. They are the quintessential
Like
English.
they need a little bit more before they completely burst it. I think you need maybe another item completed on Sumi, and then, yeah, it does go down pretty fast. I think you still need to win a team fight, though. Sneaking it isn't really an option.
Boxer, I need some help here. How do you say that?
Quintessential.
Quintessential. This is a weird language. Just as
It
weird
is a
as
weird
this.
language. I apologize.
Just as weird as this all in. Both ultimates already down, but they still want to keep fighting. And Sumi
he lands it.
taking a bunch of damage to Shuriken Flame. Feeling quite a bit as
he
the
gets-
rest of the teams are also having a scrap for themselves. They get already down to half HP. Heartbreaker forward, CC'd up by Jones, but the support should go into bailout and eventually die. Sumi won't be able to join since the E drags him back, but the blue-white members still need to somehow escape this situation. Pomo way to continue. Gets sniped by the Dawning Shadow and Jones as well. Underneath the tower, not safe there. With 5 members available and no jungle to enemy team, this could be a Rich Gang Baron.
Yeah, there you go. I said you needed to win a team fight to be able to get onto this Baron, and indeed they do. It looked like a one-on-one up in the top lane between the mid laners, but it turns just all of a sudden into a complete disaster of a play for Blue Whites. They're trying to desperately get themselves a little bit of extra pressure. Snurmy's going to get collapsed upon right here. He doesn't even have the flash.
No life either, going right back to his base. And yeah, on this replay, we're probably gonna see how this mid lane fight started.
Yeah, of pressure, going down on Snurmy, making sure that he can't just sit and hit, and he's just getting chased down. It's so impossible to run away from the Viego when you don't have any support around you. And this is a hard to execute on position, like we said, but the execution is so much cleaner now out of Rich Gang. They're playing it that much better. But we've seen another situation, you know, where Broder's super far ahead on his Viego, and the rest of the team just wasn't able to do anything. This time, the supporting cast around Broder is also in a much stronger position. 2 items completed on the Senna, 2 items completed on the Yone. You've also got an incredibly strong Gwen up in the top lane for when you get into those big 5v5 team fights. And it's just working out so much better than what Blue Whites are able to do with their slightly more standard composition. Volux are missing that ultimate during that fight around the Drake could end up being a key moment in this team, in this game.
And it's the second time in the series that he has just missed an Ornn ultimate. First time it didn't matter, but the second one may end up costing quite a bit, as you already mentioned. They are looking for a possible play towards Sumi. They're not aware that Eget is hanging out inside this brush. And once he goes for the snapback, the handshake won't reach him. They get the Varus ultimate as well, able to peel away with his own ultimate. And mid lane, the tower's just falling apart. This Senna way stronger than in the previous game.
I reckon Senna might be something that needs banning at some point, because we've seen it win, we've seen it lose, but it's always such a high priority pick. At this point, though, you are running out of things to potentially ban. There's been a lot of high priority picks throughout this series. I think the Smolder's probably off the board at least, but, you know, there's still plenty of others to... Top lane, though, we're going to get another fight.
Either one already popped. Stump is just buying time. Rest of his team taking objectives, so this is just a streak on one, and the lifesteal from Stumpy is not enough as Pomo skill checking the top lane. And that
Stumpy is good
on
for
board with a
stopping
kill
Stumpy from
of
thinking he
his
just constantly
own.
push by himself up in that top lane. So we are going to see a lot of members around this bot side. The Baron empowered minions are still available, so this tower could well fall once the next minion wave gets here. It's quite far away though. The wave clear is good enough to at least stall this game out, and that's what Blue Whites are trying to do at this point. They're 6,000 gold behind. They are down to soul point. They really need to just stall this game out for as long as possible. Getting the next Drake is key for that, but also the fact they've got really good wave clear on Skirmy, but not really great wave clear elsewhere is a worry. They're pretty short ranged, and they're up against a composition that would love to jump them at any given opportunity.
Second Baron is going to be the crucial point of this game. If that goes over to Rich Gang, they are unstoppable when it comes to side lane pressure.
Gap jungle.
Oh my!
Look
Is
at
that,
the gap.
that's like 3k.
That's 3k. That's a full item. That's a
Like,
full item.
sure, Jonas is able to provide quite a bit of utility with Black and Rags and Cataclysm, but the raw power that Broda is carrying is so hard for Blue Whites to deal with. Even the tanks aren't able to stand up to the Viego, providing that the rest of Rich Gang keep them locked down.
Hey, one thing to note though, is that we are level 13 for Volok, so we've got one more level until these ornaments are going to begin to come in. That could be a key factor in this game, because it gives you that extra level of power, and once they start coming through, that's a chunk of power that you don't have to wait for either, you just get it. I could imagine the first one would go on to either Pomo or Snurmy. Snurmy's not really been able to just sit and hit, whereas Pomo has been able to get into the back line. It'll be interesting to see where this first one goes, and if it's able to give just that little bit extra to make these team fights seem a bit more competitive, because so far it seemed like Rich Gang have had the numbers of Blue Whites and really not felt too threatened in any of the big 5v5s.
The thing is, Rich Gang doesn't even want to 5-on-5. If you see, the mid lane setup from Blue Whites is, oh wait, if they group up here, we can go for a fight and maybe catch someone out if Saprudi oversteps even a slightly forward jump on him with everything. Instead, Stumpy stays top, they have the wave pushing. Asumi's shoving down bot lane, deletes the tower, and forces Blue Whites to respond. Now the threat of the Baron and all the vision that they had is gone, and we go back to point 1, where Rich Gang has the advantage on every single lane.
And so what do you do about that specifically? You know, every single lane has got that individual advantage at this point. There is so much available damage and lockdown that RG have that makes it very easy for them to play these team fights. And so it's all about finding that one place to get your first pick and then turn it into a 4v5. At that point, you can win those 5v5 massive team fights. But finding that individual pick is so tricky. Who do you want to go on top of? Gwen's super mobile can slow you down. Yone has got the ultimate to get himself out. And then you're back to trying to catch Fruity Fresh, which we've seen in this game has not been particularly easy, and doesn't even matter if Broder gets into the backline, gets his first reset, and just rolls the team fight.
And again, getting that one reset is fairly easy
Pomo.
at the moment.
He
Sumi
gets stopped.
gets blocked. He gets blocked by Pomo. Needs a couple more seconds to be able to go for the rest of the burst. Perfect execution now used. Trying to win the one-on-one as the rest of Blue Whites continue to fight below the red buff.
Sumi won the fight.
Sumi won the fight. They don't have the mid lane anymore. Blue Whites may fall apart. Stormy's trying to carry as much as he can with the bailout.
Broder?
Won't be getting the extra kill. Broda's off with the resets.
Oh, he doesn't have the
himself
damage.
alive. Sundered Sky keeps him alive though. The rest of the team is there to follow up with, and they get the full-on ace. They have the medium way with 30-second death timers. This is at least an inhibitor from the top lane, even if they want to go for the game, which is the riskier play, but they can definitely try for it.
They certainly can. Let's see what it is that RG want to do. They've been a calm and collected team throughout the entire split. They are just going to take the inhibitor and turn and walk away. They've got their soul available in 8 seconds times. Take your resets and look at the picture-in-picture right here. The fact that the 1v1 duel is won right here.
It's one last Q was enough to get the kill.
That's nuts. And if you win that as Pomo, all of a sudden it's go time. You can turn that fight. You've got rid of a key member, and you've still got your Akali available. 2 blasting ones in the Akali's inventory. Pomo is looking towards that death cap. Yone's getting chased onto here. He's gonna get away.
Oh
No!
Scone over to the enemy team. There's only 3 members there. And Blue Whites has regrouped. But no flash available now on the Jarvan. It gets caught out by the dredge line. Sumi hits a knock up on the 3. It finds Stormy in the back line. All of them are collapsing. Bailout goes down, and there is no way he gets a kill. Stumpy's the only one in range. Double kill for him. Sumi gets Eggets, and it's another almost ace. Bobo's the only one left alive. Teleport's going down to the top lane. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have Game 5 situation on our hands. Rich Gang surviving 1 reverse sweep. Blue White surviving 2. It all comes down to 1 last best of 1 game.
Roll the Silver Scrapes. Let's go. This series, these 2 teams, it could end no other way. It could have ended no other way after the crazy split that we've had than going all the way in this one. And that game, that was an execution diff. That was straight up Rich Gang saying, hey, we know it's a hard to execute composition, but we're just better. And they were. They were able to just roll through that game. And the key point was that it wasn't a sad, lonely game for the Viego. The Viego had friends who were also strong enough to give him some support, some key moments there. A couple of missed ultis, a couple of massive hooks hit, massive other abilities hit, but man, that was close. And the fact we get 1 more of these is so cool.
And as I said, 1 more is all that separates 2 teams from finishing number 1 in our spring split of NLC Division 2. We will find out if it is Blue White or Rich Gang after a short break.
can't play it, we can say it, but we don't need to. It's game number 5. Here we go. Who would have thought we'd be all the way here? Well, actually, both of you did predict a 5-game scoreline, so I guess you already had it in your mind. But Blue Whites do falter. Rich Gang step up once again. The solo queue comp works. Sometimes you just need a lot of carries, and one of them will win you the game, EK.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you go into solo queue. You know, you're just like, hey, we have 5 people here. Someone is going to carry, and in this case, it took a while, but we did see Yone winning the 1v1 later in the game, and that kind of determined the outcome of the game. So I guess good strats.
I don't know if I go as far to say good strats. I think it was definitely well played by a Rich Gang. I think they definitely pulled up on their potential and they made things look good, right? I do think there was, again, some pretty nice plays coming from both sides, but all in all, I do think the Rich Gang looked that little bit extra good on that game. But the question is, we've now had 2 stomps. We've now had 2 close games. How does game 5 go? Well, let's have a quick review of the game before we get into it, right? Let's have a quick look at Broder's Quadra, because I feel like this was the moment, Brack, that things started to look really good for Rich Gang.
Yeah, no kidding. It was pretty chill, like decently even for the early stages of the game. But then we have everybody piling in on the bottom lane with what was looking like it was going to be an honorable duel between AD carries. Nope, every TP known to man comes in, and Pomo, who was already around half health, finds himself in a very nasty situation. Ends up walking into Broder as well. No amount of bailouts are going to save him. Not quite able to do enough damage to Greg to make it happen. And after that first reset, well, it's just Viego things.
I was feeling very nostalgic. Oh,
That was a story of a lot of the fights in this game, right, where bailout was utilized, but it just wasn't enough. It was people always living on a tiny slither of HP, just not being able to get ran down. And I guess that is the flexibility that you get when you pick things like the Gwen, like the Viego, like the Yone, people that can kind of move fluidly throughout these fights. And I feel like it just wasn't enough on that Varus. And obviously we talked about it, we hyped it up. There was definitely some potential in the pick, but it just couldn't get it done at the end, which obviously it's going to be a question for us to talk a little bit about later during draft. But let's go on to the second replay, right? The second VT, which is mid lane duels. Because I won't lie, Pomo versus Sumi was massive, EK.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch, and there are so many ways in which these 2 champions can outplay each other. You know, there is the E that you can dodge from the Akali. You can just watch what happens. You know, we get a lot of stuff being dodged here beautifully as we wait for the fight to start here. Yeah, guys, we're watching at like 1 FPS, so I'm having trouble breaking this down. But stuff is happening on my screen, and So at the top we have a great duel coming in where the Yone is going to come in and try and clean up this entire fight. If I'm thinking of the correct replay, guys, I'm completely losing my mind here.
So the mid laners fought in top lane, and then we ended up with just Blue Whites being routed through their own jungle.
I was promised a duel. I feel like I'm remembering a different duel.
I think I baited production a little bit because I said mid lane duel, not mid laner duel.
Okay,
Okay,
I was thinking of a different duel.
Good.
Well, the dodges,
Yeah.
you know?
No, I know which one you were thinking of.
My bad,
I think I was
production.
thinking of the same one as well. But it's all good. It's all good. At the end of the day, there was a lot of big fights, right? A lot of big moments. I felt like there was a lot of showmanship as well. The Akali jumping in on the Yone, being able to dodge the fate sealed by using the perfect execution through the champion. Like, there was a lot of crazy stuff that went on. But obviously, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how clean your gameplay looks. It's all about whether you can break the Nexus down. And let's go to the final fight here. Brack, you can take us through this one. The final fight of the game, where essentially fate was just sealed. Rich Gang were getting stronger and stronger and stronger as the fights went on, and Blue Whites just weren't able to keep up.
Yeah, Blue Whites walk up to this fight, I think, well knowing that this was do or die. We get the teleport onto the flag. Very cheeky little blast cone usage, sends Yone not where exactly he wanted to be, but you can see that, like, Rich Gang are exactly where they want to be. Stumpy's waiting for the flank angle. You get the hook onto the Jarvan. And just was not any use coming out from Igets. The hostile takeover lands onto precisely nobody. And Blue Whites at this point are split to the 4 wins. They are getting just picked to pieces. Simple as that. And Rich Gang, when they already had a considerable advantage, they're able to walk it on in. and bring us towards the game 5.
Yeah, and we've gone from like best of 5 to 1-1, so essentially a best of 3, to now 2-2 to being a best of 1. It all comes down to this, right? If you were a betting man, you'd probably put your money on Rich Gang just based on how the games have gone. But game 5, Blue Whites have decided to pick Blue's side. Now, obviously, we have seen wins from Red side as well. It doesn't mean that you have to take Blue side to win. But EK, surely it gives a big advantage.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think Blue side is 3-1 in this series.
Yeah.
And Blue side just allows you, well, I guess in this case, in this best of 5, to pick Senna. Senna has just been, hey, we are Blue side, we pick Senna. And Senna, the cast talked about it perfectly. I think while Senna hasn't won every single game, Senna has been pivotal and very impactful in every single game for sure. And I think you just can't really go wrong with picking Senna because you can build most compositions around the Senna anyway. And I wouldn't be surprised if Senna is first picked once again by Blue Whites here if they have the opportunity. But also, maybe it gets banned. And then, the bot lane meta opens up a bit more. We have the Varus, we have the Smolder, we have so many different options available in the bot lane that we've seen today. And I feel like if Senna is removed, we might see some deeper picks.
Yeah, and I feel like there's just so many picks that we can talk about, right? We've seen the Tristana be a menace. We've seen the Senna be a big problem. The Viego is definitely a talking point that has definitely come through. But then there's also that Corki that is still looming, EK, that you've talked about. But Brack, is there anything else that you think could come out of these two players' champion pools that maybe we get to see? I'm guessing the Ahri is going to be banned, so we can't even really talk about that. But maybe something else that you feel like could be that final gem, that final step to take a team over the winning line.
With Sumi, you never really can tell because this man has like no more than 2 games on any champion prior to this series. He managed to get Nico up to 3 by picking her up in this series, but really hard to say. Obviously, we know about the Yone. We saw the Yone. That's probably the big outlier, but outside of the Corki for Pomo, potentially if Smolder gets through, you throw that to Pomo as well because he's got 4 games of that, 3 wins. But I'm looking elsewhere on the Rift for inspiration here. I feel like maybe Jones could be unleashed a little bit more if they were put onto one of his quintessential champions. Yeah, he had a lot of success on the J4, but we've seen him do a lot on the Lee Sin. We've seen him do a heck of a lot on the Vi. Lots of games on that champ as well. And that's kind of why we've seen the Ahri banned, because Vi Ahri, of course, very, very strong duo. And so taking that away kind of lowers the enthusiasm for going for that champion. But that doesn't mean that Vi can't do a lot of work. It just kind of forces Blue Whites to play a more engage-centric, more proactive style that they're not exactly the most attuned to. They like to play things a little bit slower in general.
And I guess also we've seen some more aggressive picks, right? We saw the Jax, we saw the Kindred, both of those looking strong. I'd say the Kindred was the best game that we saw out of Giannis. So there definitely is a world where maybe a little bit more of a proactive jungler, a little bit more of a kind of wanting to get kills jungler, I guess we could say, maybe like a carnivorous jungler, as some people use in League. But we're going to have to see what the picks are, as we are going to go into the final pick and ban. This is game 5. We've had pretty much everything you would expect in a best of series, and it all comes down to this Huawei banned first side.
I'm excited. Game 5 Corki. Will we see it?
Guys, hear me out. It might happen, but it's slightly awkward for Blue Whites because they're blue side. Like the R5 Corki is very much like
I don't need
bread
more
and butter.
enemies.
There goes the Senna though. This draft warping, this series warping pick is off of the board. It does leave the question of what Blue Whites want to prioritize. If Smolder isn't banned, then the Senna as the counter option is now off the board.
It's open. It's open. Smolder is still there. Karma taken off the board there. The Varus what they're reaching for, though, they just prefer this pick a bit. And I will say, like, I don't think Smolder is as crazy as it once was, right? It still is definitely strong, but it's not even what they're going to choose for Rich Gang. They're going for the Ziggs, and they're bringing back Viego.
Yes! I've said
You
it
seem
enough,
so happy about this one.
I took a sign that says buff Ziggs to MSI, my guy. I love this champion. Second favorite after Victor.
Damn. Also, Zach hasn't been banned, so
Yeah, no, great for Veluxa to pick up. I will temper my enthusiasm a little bit. Great, yeah, another great angle for the Zach. Of course, Ziggs has the fun little interaction where you can satchel charge the Zach out of the elastic slingshot, but there's that Vi I was talking about. We do need a sort of aggressive mid laner. And then again, we've got Veluxa as the potential dive buddy, so it's still decently well set up, but I do want to see Pomo on something more aggressive. Maybe we see the Trist again, but that would be a very AD heavy team.
You know, really interested by this, right? They're going to go for the Nautilus. It's been what Greg has liked playing a lot of the playoffs period, not even just this series. So a very, very standard pick here. I like the Vi as well, obviously having that lockdown. Yones plays it a lot with Veloxer, as you said, can dive together. So there's a lot of setup from Blues Whites, but obviously it's all going to come down to those solo lanes, which are still pretty hidden from the side of Rich Gang. And then from the side of Blue Whites, they still have to lock in that mid laner. But I don't really know how they're going to accompany this. Also, support's going to be a big role. The Nautilus already taken. Do we maybe see another hook champion come out?
I don't think Thresh does much in this situation.
No, neither does Blitz.
Blitzcrank is basically land one good hook or be useless.
Yeah.
So I don't think so. I mean,
No,
Renata, unless you count Renata, but I don't know if he gets the one to play that again.
I think the Orianna ban here is very good though, because you don't want to have to play into Zac Vi Orianna. Like, you let one ability, the shockwave is guaranteed into the target, and that target just explodes. Wouldn't be surprised if they remove another one of those champions that can really follow up on that. My eyes, like, I'm trying to figure out what mid lane champs can be picked here, because a lot of the mid lane champs that you would pair with someone like the Vi have been removed already. We have seen a lot of Diana making a bit of a resurgence in pro play, and it could work with this composition.
Tristana's still up as well.
Or the Volibear that I mentioned in game 2. So Stumpy not going towards the Urgot instead. Will be a nice big frontliner, the run them down option.
Yeah, a lot of sustain in the Volibear.
Okay.
Can match the Zac. Definitely can trade out pretty heavily. Obviously now it's all down to Blue Whites. We're at final 2 picks to seal their 5th game lock-in. And I feel like a lot's riding on this, right? There's still the support, there's still the mid lane, the Talia being hovered. I do like the pick. It definitely could do some work against things like the Tristana that could still be picked up by the likes of Sumi. The final pick being hovered. There you go.
I really like it. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. I think right now Sumi needs to go for something. I mean, you can go AP, you can go AD, but I think the Tristana was a very solid pick here for this composition, and it is a bit tricky to play into the Talia, so slotting in that matchup makes picking Tristana less effective. So I wonder what Sumi's going to move towards. I do like the Leona as well. Look at this composition. This composition just says see champion, kill champion, and I love it. Also Syndra, great matchup into the Talia, but I don't know how I feel about it in the composition. I guess it's great to set up the Viego at least.
It's a lot of AP. That's for sure.
I feel like.
Mercs.
Hear me out. I think I would have rather seen the Braum Frigates. I think I would have rather seen the Braum in this situation, especially because, I mean, obviously you didn't know that the Syndra was coming, but you can basically, I mean, you make Syndra's life so much harder by picking the Braum, whereas Leona doesn't offer that much in the way of defensive utility. She is just a tanky bar of health that you can spend in some ways and hope you find the engage angle. Much as I adore the champion, I do love Leona as a champion. I just don't know if she really was it in this situation.
No, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I also get where you're coming from, Brack. I also feel like there is just a level of, like, if you can make a fight happen, then you can normally be on the front foot. And I feel like with the Leona, not only have we talked about dive buddies with the Vi, and now you have the Zac and the Leona, it's kind of like, realistically, if you're a carry for the side of Rich Gang, it's kind of like, how do you not get CC'd here, right? Because your Syndra's trying to stay back, right? They're trying to play from distance. So is Ziggs. Well, your distance is gone because of Zac Leona, and then you have Vi to top it off as well. The only question mark is, can you keep your own carries alive? But at the end of the day, if it's just carries for carries, who's going to come out on top? Well, we'll have to see.
Wait a minute. Why was I just like talking negatively about, well, I mean, I was talking negatively about Blue White's support there for a second, and then I realized I can talk about it with a positive light, because I predicted Rich Gang 3-2. So, I mean, if it doesn't work out for Blue Whites, I'm just a genius, and you're welcome.
If it doesn't work out, I'm just gonna blame lack of Corki.
I mean, fair.
Like,
There's no
just,
Pomo game
just
by
be
Corki.
one Corki, guys. Come on, it's easy. You win. It's your winning. No, obviously I'm joking here, but let's see what
We'll
happens.
see. We'll see. Maybe that's what you got to bring up in the interview. Who knows? But either way, the B1 Cookie did not happen. We've had our picks. We've had our draft. We've had most of our series. There is one game left. Carvis, Bloxer, take us to the end.
We just have one last game to go. Who will be the champion of the NLC Division 2 spring season? Is it Blue Whites on their Varus and friends, or is it Rich Gang on the Comforts? Fruity Fresh still not beating the allegations of being an AD carry player, piloting the mage of Ziggs. This is going to be a spicy one to end on.
Summoner's Rift.
I know the desk said it, but I feel like this needs to be reiterated. That's a lot of AP. That's a lot of AP damage, and I feel like magic resist items are pretty tricky to buy, and you're also putting yourself in a situation, right, where if Broda pops off, and you're having to build a lot of magic resist to deal with the Syndra and the Ziggs, yeah, that one's gonna hurt. But both these compositions are really interesting. Like you said, a lot of comfort being picked out in a lot of different places right here. I really like the Zac vibe. If you can get into the back line, you are absolutely golden here, right?
Indeed. Something that I'd like to bring out, though, we talked a lot about how most of these are comfort picks. This is the second game, I believe, that Sumi has ever played on Syndra in our Division 2. So this is the only one that is slightly out of place, in my opinion, while the rest are on extreme comforts. I was predicting the Erg, of course, Stumpy, the Volibear. He has played into this Zac as well, and he is looking to dominate the lane matchup one-on-one. You can see it. He's going for the door entering grasp. He wants to trade and keep it going with the W healing, and bot lane is looking to do the same, Nautilus providing additional CC if he ever lands any. Rudy has free reign to get bombs on it.
Yeah, absolutely. This bot lane could turn pretty explosive, which, to be fair, has been the name of the game throughout this entire series. There's just been so many kills, fights in the bot lane. A lot of them started by Greg. Some for the good, some for the bad. Pretty Fresh gonna take a little chunk of damage. Greg exhibiting quite a lot of restraint right now. Knows where he gets his. Isn't going for the hooks. Knows that it would be a pretty bad decision. And you're in a matchup in the bot lane where between the Nautilus and the Leona, you want to go second. You want to be the second person to press your engage abilities. That's kind of how these matchups go a lot of the time. That being said, Greg just snipes with the hook. It's just a love tap, not going to get too much going. But in the usual fights, you do want to be second, because if you go in first, you can be locked down by your opponent very easily.
Imagine if that had gone just a little bit further. Snormi would have been underneath the tower and taken a huge chunk of damage. Probably the Ignite would have gone down as well, so they established lane priority. But meanwhile, Blue Whites, remember to try it true? They're doing it again. Jones is invading the blue buff and Gromp area with the bot lane priority established by Stormy and Eggets. They have no vision of this. Jones has already started up the buff as Broda able to secure the additional camp, and now Jones needs to make a decision as Rich Gang is collapsing fast as Stormy did not want any part of this. Sumi has the level advantage. Oh, he misses the Huke, but still has to flash away from Sumi, but that could have been an easy kill had that dredge line hit his target.
Oh, and giving over that first blood to Sumi on this Syndra would have been huge. Like you said, not something that he plays particularly often, but it would have put a lot of gold into his pocket, a lot of priority in this mid lane as well. Well, top lane, huge damage as well.
Yeah.
There's a champion.
Volibear is one of the champions that deals max HP damage, and a lot of it. With the Doran's Ring, your E is going to blow someone up if you get the hit on to usually immobile Zac. He really needs to kind of stand still, and you can easily predict where he's going to move. The blobs are always going fairly close to him, so you can just press E on him and expect it to hit. Oh, the Syndra E pushed him away. That's what happened.
Oh,
Unfortunate.
anti-synergy.
It happens sometimes.
It really can happen sometimes, and it exonerates Greg from him missing that hook. Instead, it's a little bit of a mistake. Costs Sumi that kill, but still, it leaves things in a very neutral state at the moment. Nothing too much happening so far. Jungles have gone back to base. Actually, saying that, Jonas hasn't. Broda is in a very strong position to be able to contest for the spawning grubs if he wants them, whereas Jonas has not yet taken that reset, so it's going to be a little bit more delayed getting back out onto the map, possibly saving up to get a little bit more, might be looking for a Tiamat as that first back and buy if he can possibly get it.
Yeah, they kind of exchanged Jonas's jungle tempo for an advantage down on the bot side of the map, since Rudy and Greg had to rotate over to save the blue buff. Jones had to go back into his own jungle, lost out on the scuttle crabs, and Broda got a free-ish reset into a faster jungle clear. So Rich Gang will enjoy a small advantage there, as they are rotating down on the bot side. They have vision of the river, but Greg is there. Has the hook landing on the Snormi, but no need to burn anything just yet. Eggets has a ton of resistances on this Leona, W's up, and takes no damage up.
Just going to be absolutely fine right there. The Leona, a pick that we don't see too much at the moment, but I really like how much CC it can just lay down. It works really well with the dive buddies, as the desk is saying. Bot lane though, uh-oh, Greg, what's happened?
Walters has been called out. He was off on a rotation somewhere, and he just gets collapsed onto by Snormi and Eggets, picking off an easy kill for them. And now Sumi has level 6, but he's in danger, flashes over the wall, and Blue-Whites off of a literal walk up into stun combination find multiple summoner spells and a kill for themselves. Rich Gang looking for more. They go onto Broda, who has no more, and get traded over as kills for both sides. Pretty fresh, running low on mana if they want to keep this one going. Snormi as well, looking for the river. We're going to see on replay what on earth happened. He X-flashed! What?
Pass.
Yeah,
Pass on that one. This set of plays, though, to get a couple of kills down, not going to be too shabby either. Top lane Vox are super low. This Volibear really is doing absolute work right now. He's more fighting. He's alright.
They didn't come here to scale. They came here to play the video game. And with the Syndra W, they're able to get the Scuttle, of course. But they found Stumpy forcing out their ultimate. Eggets and Yo still level 4 and 5, by the way. So they don't have their ultimates. They don't have any major power spikes still. And Veluxa would really love to get a base off at some point, because, as you said, he is fairly low. He can regen quite a bit with the blobs, but since Stumpy got all of the honey fruits, back to full HP.
Yeah, Stumpy's in a really good spot. Doesn't have the ultimate, so not going to be able to tower dive. And also Voloxa, I'm pretty sure, still has got that passive, so he's not in kill threat at the moment. But still, you do just want to be careful, want to go back to base and actually be able to spend your gold at this point. The CS gap in the top lane is pretty significant. There's a chunk in the jungle as well. Everywhere else sat nice and even for the minute. That Drake, despite the fact that we had some fighting and kills going down around it, has not actually been taken yet, so there is a potential for another set of fights, because everybody loves an Infernal Drake. You know, nobody wants to give up an Infernal Drake. It feels so bad to give it to your opponent, and so good to be able to pick it up for yourself. Does also mean that that first set of grubs just being ignored on the top side for the moment. I wouldn't be surprised as seeing somebody slink over there to pick them up as a consolation prize, or Stumpy going down and grabbing one just because he can.
Eventually. First he has to deal with Veluxa, who is still trying to hold his own against the Volibear, but with the Executioners calling once again alive in Stumpy's inventory, he is heavily cut down on his resistance. He doesn't have the Bramble Vest himself yet, so he doesn't have the healing reduction to trade advantageously against Stumpy just yet. And if Stumpy is not careful, Veluxa still can trade quite well here. Looks like Rich Bang, though, looking for a pick onto Yon. CC chain misses this time around, but still chunked fairly low. Follow up onto Eggets, even using the flash to make sure that the kill goes over to their side. And now they have easy dragon priority.
Really feel the tension in this game. The winner of this wins it all. That's a huge position to be in, especially considering how many games Blue Whites have played. They played 18 games in the regular season. They'd played 17 games in the postseason coming into today. They played another 4 already today. The amount that they've played, they're either exhausted or really warm, really loose with it. And Blue Whites so far seem to be playing pretty well, but you could just feel that neither of these teams want to make that critical error. You want to find that exact moment where you can go and you can get yourself that kill, that fight that can secure you the title. The Drake does go down over to Rich going pretty fresh. Gonna get stunned up here.
Yeah, and the damage is more than enough to take him down underneath the tower, even getting the flash out of the Ziggs. But Broda, being in close proximity, gets Eggert, who went in a little too deep with the Zenith Blade, tanks the tower for a couple of shots, and eventually dies. Now with the teleport being channeled, Snormi needs to watch out as the flash Zenith Blade works the other way as well. Mid lane, Sumi's almost being taken down, but the combo is a little bit too slow. Nautilus fighting him back with his mid lane, and they are still going, getting the kill on the Sumi. Bit of overconfidence on the mid lane play, but more than enough down on the bot side as they work the dive onto Snormi. I guess just preventing Broda from backing off.
Wait.
This is a Leona. He's stealing quite a bit of damage. Even flashing forward. One more order attack, and it gets good solid kill. He didn't want to take it. Finally gets it with the Zenith Blade. But a dangerous game that he's playing there, trying to give the kill over to the teleporting Talia. But eventually, the kill is secured, and the game is back to pretty much clean, even state.
Yeah, couldn't hold his nerve any longer. Probably just waiting for that E cooldown coming up, spamming onto it, wanting to pick up that kill. It would have been so great for Pomo to be able to grab that one, but you don't want to risk losing the Viego in that situation, not when you've blown your flash as well in an attempt to catch up to that one. Great play out of Eggers to be able to do that. You don't think the Leona's going to do that much, but we are still pretty early on into the game. No resistances at all at that point for Broda, so just going to get taken down. And what a ridiculous set of plays where we had fights in the mid lane, fights in the bot lane. I hope you're able to pay attention to all of the lanes at once, because the action just does not stop.
We are trying our best here, both of the teams. Yet again, crucial situation. 2-2. One final game, and it is a considerable point differential that you get heading into the summer season. If you want to try and get that promotion to Division 1, you need to get as many as you can. And so far, both teams showing they have what they definitely got the power to make it into the promotions. However, with the first items finished, and the dragon spawning in 2 minutes or so, Rich Gang are playing towards the mid and bot side quite heavily. And they go in, they look for Pommel. A very aggressive play from Stumpy with no follow-up to speak of. Not sure what the plan was there.
No, and using the ultimate in a situation where you can't disable the tower either just doesn't use it to its fullest extent. That's one of the best bits of that Stormbringer, is you're able to say, hey, no more to your tower. I'm gonna be able to just dive you, but didn't even go for that. Didn't blow a flash out of Pomo. There wasn't one to speak of. So yeah, a little bit of an odd play. Maybe it works out. Sumi does have the ulti. Didn't want to go for that. I don't think the execute's quite gonna come through yet. The Syndra is not at that point, but
Solar Flare onto Fruity Fresh. The death charge cannot save. Never mind, can save his mid. He's an AP carry. Let's go with that. Teleport coming in as well. This fight turned quite odd, quite fast. As Snormi has already backed off and Sumi teleporting in. Most likely will pick up a kill for himself with the Unleashed Power. There it goes. I thought Fruity was going to die 100% of the time there, but somehow the CC provided by Gregory bought enough time for Fruity to satchel charge away.
And you managed to get yourself that return kill as well. Really good to be able to stop that going down. Sumi, great teleport to get into that lane, dissuade any further play. No flash on Fruity as well. He should have been dead to rights, but instead gets away with that one. Look at Broda, oh my! Chunks Yones for more than half of his HP. The Drake isn't spawning for another 24 seconds, so you do just about have enough time to get back to base, get to full health and run back, but it's gonna be tight.
Face-tricking brushes against the Viego with a finished Kraken Slayer. Always a dangerous position to be in. Eggets wants to look for Fruity Fresh. Zenith Blades all the way downtown. And Greg and Sumi want to chase this one. Teleporting
The scatter.
in. Stumpy's coming in. Scatter the weak. Finds the support. And
There we
Stumpy
go.
Boomer. He wants to go more. Underneath the tower he goes. Disabling it for the moment. Taking a chunk out of almost HP pool. But Jones is still there. Alive and well. Just taking the Raptors as Rich Gang head to the second dragon of the game. Playing the early game very aggressively once again. Blue Whites, what is their plan? Well, Luxa has rotated over. There's a teleport from Bommel coming in as well. They want to fight this. Dragon's
Yo,
already
Sumi's
gone,
so
but
caught.
Snormy is absolutely gone, caught out, and now the rest of Blue White stuck in the Dragon Pit. They cannot fight this at all. They are way too separated. Bommel in a very precarious position as well. Gets flashed onto by Greg. Ridge line away, and way too many kills for nothing go over to Rich Gang.
That could be a series-ending play right there. That's so many kills going over onto key targets as well. Sumi gets some, Fruity Fresh gets some. A return set of kills could be good.
Shut down from Sumi, but this is still a
Fruits does so much
3-on-2 that
damage.
Blue Whites are not winning. Fruity and Broda are more than capable to milk the HP pool of anyone who dares to approach. And this feels like Blue Whites are getting a little bit antsy under pressure.
It definitely does feel like that, Carlos. They seem to be stepping up in places where they really ought not to. Have another look at this fight, and I just want to know why Snormi was there.
He was looking for some
On
sort
the
of name.
ward as well, gets collapsed upon by 3 different members. There's no follow-up on the rest of the play either. The Drake has already gone down. The objective you're fighting over was gone before you were even there, and the Weaver's wall doesn't even buy time because they're already there taking out the Zac. This is just well-laid CC out of Greg and Sumi as well. And sure, you managed to get yourself a return kill, but you then get another one as Rich Gang. And man, giving those kills over 6, 1, and 4 right now on Fruity Fresh. If anybody's going to be able to carry this game through, it is definitely him. But at the same time, Sumi's in a very strong position as well. The Seraph's already completed. Means that this is just going to be one Syndra that can pump damage the entire team fight without ever worrying about slowing down.
And this makes it way harder to assassinate Syndra as well, having the shield there. If Jones wants to find a target, they have to find it with the entire team. Bommel and Snorri both need to be there to follow up. This is the lethality barracks this time around, not the on-hit version that we saw in the previous game. Cannot really defend against the Herald Shove. This should be a tower going down with the Satchel Charge. This is the Ziggs special, able to take down any towers. But Bommel
Almost
caught
just
out.
dead. Oh,
Unleash
wait.
power, no, has the
Seraphs.
Seraph's Angel still creating away a good amount of damage. Bomb landing on top of him, but no more damage coming his way, just recalling out. They lose the mid lane tower, but thankfully nothing else. If the Blue Whites members want to keep this game going, they need to find some sort of a play angle and fast.
Second item going to be completed as well for Fruity Fresh right here. Has gone towards that Crypt Bloom as the second one. So he starts getting those kills rolling through these team fights, keeping everybody in a good spot as well. We are going to see the Weavers will come down bot lane. Sumi in a lot of trouble.
Sumi is in trouble by combo into the knockup. Doesn't get too much damage since it went right into the wall and the rest of Rich Gang. Collapsing, Broda, charging W, finds his targets and gets the Heartbreaker reset. Now Jones Death charged up, full combo, misses the ult, but it shouldn't matter. After one last stun, that's a kill picked up. And now Eggets was trying to come and assist his team. Getting bombed by Fruity Fresh, emoting away. But Rich Gang, even on Blue White's offensive play, managed to hit back twice as hard.
And that's what you come when you've got those 4k extra gold in your back pocket. A couple of Drakes as well, though, just in such a good position to keep rolling through. Look at the vision around the bottom side, around this Drake. 1 minute until the next Drake, and there is just such a high vision line right now from Rich Gang, and Blue Whites doesn't really have one to speak of. There's a couple of walls. They do have one in the pit, which is going to be crucial. But as the resets come through right now from Rich Gang, it'll be great to see what these final bits of items are going to be before we see another one of these big fights potentially. Blue Whites could just concede this one, but it would be giving up Soul Point. And to be honest, knowing Blue Whites, conceding a fight isn't really their style.
And neither of this team really want to concede any fights.
No.
There's if they're behind, what's the copy pasta? Someone in chat must know it 100%. Hit us with the Blue Whites edition. Someone will 100% have it on deck. But Rich Gang, again, they're playing complete darkness. Voloxa looking for an E in. It finds the entire enemy team. Fruity has been called, but there's no call for the rest of the team. Volibear's in the back line, finding Stormy already, but they're fighting backwards fast. Rhoda can only hit Voloxa. Stumpy's being melted down. 1 for 1 so far, but there's a reset onto Broda, having the Zac pulling back target after target. Yos is the next one, trying to get the kill. Traded, the junglers are dead. 1 for 1 is the name of the game. Another hook, support for support. Do we continue the trade? Yes, we do. It gets one more bomb, needs to be dodged. Stormy pushing forward, he's feeling it. One more order, it's all he needs. With the E shut down from Fruity has been collected. And 3 members against 1. Sumi still full HP, no unleashed power, but still strong enough to defend.
Wow, I need to see what happened right there to the Volibear. Zac into the backline doing really good stuff, but just watch what happens to Stampy. He's fine, he's healthy, he's doing super good. What pops him? Because he goes from...
Arrow.
What? Was that an arrow? It was one last arrow out of Snormy. He is able to just bop the front line down, and as soon as the Volibear's dead, you lose so much of that chase ability. Of course, there's still hooks flying, there's still damage going down. Sumi.
Oh, we're gonna keep going. Cease and desist on to Sumi has been caught out, and now the Volibear with the ultimate way more squishy than he should be in the front line. And Blue Whites, after all this skirmishing, are clawing their way back into the game, stealing away the dragon and keeping us in full scaling mode towards the late game.
Just doesn't feel like there's enough consistent damage coming through out of Rich Gang. You know, you can hit the bouncing bombs, you can hit the scatter of the weak, and that can burst somebody down, but the targets to burst down are sitting really far back. And the front line is just getting melted through from Blue Whites and things. They're getting back to being even. Still 1,000 gold for Rich Gang, but it was significantly more not very long ago. TP coming through. And they have multiple members up around this Baron. This could be a big fight right here.
They want to look for Eggets. That is a very tanky Leona they are targeting. Teleport behind as well, flashing over the wall. He wants to go underneath the tower. Death charge is spent as well. The rest of Blue Whites are nowhere near, but I think Rich Gang can't commit to this tower dive play without a wave.
Committing to a tower dive onto a Leona and a Zac, never going to be a great idea. Stampy gonna...
That's the ultimate way.
Yeah. Just wasting that. You get the feeling off of that play. There's some people's like, we could dive, let's go. And the rest of the team are like, nah, that's not a good idea. They're going to pull away. He sticks around for just a little bit too long after his friends have left, giving enough time for Blue Whites to complete their rotation and get in onto that one. And that's a big ultimate going down right when the Baron is up and available. Not a good look, unfortunately, as second items completed on pretty much everyone right now for Rich Gang. A little bit further behind are Blue Whites, but not by very much at all anymore. And key members with those second items. Think Snormy, think Pomo. Those two are going to be so key. Are they able to deal their damage, or are they going to be chased around by a bear in the backline?
The bear in the backline is always a huge threat, but with the ultimate from Snormy, almost always managing to hit Stumpy. Once the Volibear has already ulted in, is a huge chunk of HP that the W proc will melt down. And that is the main thing that Rich Gang are struggling with time and time again in these team fights. As you said, they seem to be lacking consistent damage. They have it, but in the form of Broda, who is melee. He needs the Volibear to be there with.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, as we saw,
could turn everything. It gets so far a handshake between the two supports. Okay, I see you. You are here to defend the Baron area.
Greg, is a psycho on this on this Nautilus. He's like, yeah, I know what I want, and just goes forwards every single time. I love it. It's the correct way to play Nautilus. Some of these hooks have been absolutely excellent, just keeping the team in position to constantly get a ton of different kills. The vision around the Baron is pretty good right now for Blue Whites. It's a bit shoddier for Rich Gang, unfortunately, but to be honest, nobody's been able to fully set up their vision, get themselves into a spot where they'd be comfortable trying to take this objective. I feel like now I can even more confidently say I don't want to be either of these teams trying to sneak a Baron. I don't think you're fast enough on the take, so it's all about winning a team fight right now.
And another thing we can be very confident about is the itemization. Look at Zac, look at Leona. Full magic resist.
Yep.
They don't care about Broda at all.
Nah, because if Broda is dumping his full combo, full damage into Voloxer or Egets, you know, that's a situation where you're like, yeah, fine, perfect, that works for me. It's just the big burst carriers that you're worried about taking damage to. They're the ones who you need to get onto the backline for. Broda is much more interested in getting on top of Snurmy or Pomo. Those are the targets that you're looking for here. Stumpy going to be in the bot side, does not have the teleport right now. He's going to be up in just a couple of seconds time though, so no real issues there. Voloxer, Pomo both have the teleport, as does Sumi and Fruity Fresh, so everybody going to be able to join a team fight at a moment's notice right now. It makes these map rotations particularly easy for Rich Gang because they have got those 3 teleports. You're not constantly being pulled around the rest of the map. We're going to see Fruity Fresh is blown into the mid lane just to be able to establish that mid lane priority. And to be fair, if everybody doesn't get there quickly enough, Ziggs can always just murder any turret he has in his sights.
Speaking of possible murder, here's a W being charged by Broda, looking for Jones. They have full vision control of this huge choke point. This is where Ziggs thrives. Will be a hard approach from Blue Whites if they want to test this dragon take from Rich Gang. It would be, again, sole point afterwards if they manage to get this one. But the mid lane tower is still under threat. It's trying to establish even a small bit of vision that they can play around. Voloxer now sees the enemy team and is ready to go in. Beaver's wall, committed stomp, he's stuck, has to ult over the wall. Another defensive one from the volley bear, but a ton of damage flying in from Broody, still untouched in the back line. They call Broda though. Stumpy and Voloxer having the 1 versus 1, but the Viego has been shut down with Rich Gang not able to retaliate just yet. Now they look for the separated Stumpy. He's healing a ton with the unending despair and W procs, but neither team willing to commit to any more aggression as long as Stumpy is there to be annoying. Rich Gang, again, cannot commit to more as their top laner is missing. Teleport coming in, Voloxer has respawned. He's just coming in and finds Sumi, no flash to play with. Seamlessly doesn't find his target. Will be peeled away by the Scatter of the Weak. Stumpy, where did he come from? Another teleport.
Missed.
Indeed so. Nobody dies for now, but Broda respawning for the moment. Another scatter sends Voloxer back, but they want the dragon. That's their main goal. Evening out the situation. While Broda's still away, Blue White need to reset fast, or Rich Gang can go for the Baron.
Yeah, that's pigging on towards it. It's not the fastest take, but you are going to get through it quickly enough. Teleport's going to go through onto this top tower. Need to get there so soon. The turn can be pretty deadly out of Rich Gang. Their ultimates are back up and available.
You're saying that's not fast? That looks pretty fast to me. Already that's enough HP. And the Blue Whites are just not in time. There's no Weaver's wall to buy time. Now they look for what.
Wait, Jones nearly got there.
Oh, there's the wall. Sumi and Broody have been separated from the rest of the team. Broda and Stumpy can make it over the wall, but their carries have been left to their own devices. Sumi and Bomo, 1 versus 1. Bomo wins that one. Ziggs has been taken down as well, and Broda and Stumpy trying to run away as fast as a bear and a dead man can, but the bear is the one who's going to be dead after this handling from the team of Blue Whites, trying his best to deal whatever damage he can to Snormi, but 4 kills go over while Rich Gang secured the objective.
Said it wasn't the fastest, but it is fast enough, and indeed, you do finally get the Vi onto your screen. Great hook coming through out of Greg to stop that one from going over. And then you lose so many members right here. I understand the play. I see where you're going. Trying to get yourself this Baron, you really need to do something. But the fact that only the Viego manages to squeak away. Rich Gang, they get the gold that you have from killing the Baron, and that's kind of about it. Giving over a ton to the enemy team. Blue Whites, they really feel like they have a chokehold on this game. It started out so well for Rich Gang, but all of a sudden, Blue Whites managed to just step up. They're only 2 and a bit K up in gold, though. This game is so incredibly close. What a brilliant final game to the series.
It is down to the wire. Even the Dragon situation, that was the big advantage Rich Gang had, has been evened out. You look at the gold, most of the carries within 1,000 gold of each other. I think Broda is the only one with a major enough advantage to call one. And Fruity has been called out once again. No flash on the 6.
Oh, he's dead.
He's just dead. Can't even retaliate since Nurmi has built himself the Edge of Night. Will be preventing so much of that poke and catch potential that they've been using to get the picks in the earlier stages of the game. And Blue Whites, slowly but surely, they're flexing their playmaking potential and making Rich Gang respect.
Yeah, you've got to respect the all-in that you can get. You get Veluxa, Jonas, they're all so good at just diving in. This mid lane turret going to be under massive threat. Stumpy wanted to go there, had Snurmy in his sights, but wasn't able to get on top of him. Jonas is super tanky. He doesn't care.
He has the Kenny Crooked, and he literally does not care. Broda is the one they need to watch out for, hiding away in the shadows. Using the flash to get away, making it certain, even using the solar flare to peel the volley bear out. Now Rich Gang have the initiative, still having the Baron buff on one of their members, can keep the siege going. But with double Kenny Crooked, this poke is not sticking onto Blue White's members, except for Snor.
Snormy is the only one who's having the poke, and it actually hurts quite a lot. Doesn't really have all of that life steal quite yet. Has enough to be able to keep himself going, but could do with grabbing a little bit more.
Satchel charge, enough to take down the tower. Snormy's coming back from base, but Rich Gang got what they wanted, so now their turn to retreat away. What a tense situation, and Rich Gang are in a weird position where they want to reset, use the gold that they got from the tower, but there's a minute to go for the Dragon. They want to keep going as they play, keep Stumpy in place for a while. Broda jumps right into the Talia. He has to get out fast, but Stumpy will be sacrificed once again in the front line, trying his best to tank damage for the rest of his team, but Broda with the overcommitment onto the Talia, forcing the flash and the ultimate out. And Blue Whites, if they get a 4 Mountain Soul Dragon Soul,
ouch.
That is... have you played a Pokemon into a 4 Dragon Mountain Soul?
I have. I didn't have a good time.
Didn't
have a good time.
Have you played an AP Pokemon into
I've
a
not
4
done that,
Dragon?
to be fair. And that sounds even worse now, doesn't it? The 4 Mountain Soul would be devastating to a lot of what it is the Rich Gang are looking to lay down. Broda really hasn't been able to get into the backline in the way that he needed to be that consistent damage. And Stumpy on this volley bear, I love the volley bear. I think it's such an awesome pickup, but just hasn't been surviving long enough, not in the face of that bursty Varus composition, not in the face of the Talia either. And with the tankiness that you have on Blue White's comp, it feels like they're just a mountain that you cannot quite crack. Multiple times in this series, I feel like I've said they're just too tanky for Rich Gang, and it took Rich Gang getting far ahead for them to be able to actually pick up games versus Blue White's comps, and in this one they're not. They're down by about 3k at this point. 4 minutes until that Mountain Drake. Only 30 seconds though till the Baron.
And we are starting to reach again a pulse, and I assume we will coming back to us for the moment. Last time we be some sort of a connection issue being resolved as soon as we can. But yes, this is a complete turnaround from the early game. And Rich Gang find themselves in a position where they need to get a Viego reset somehow. They seem to be lacking the damage to blow up any of the squishier members of Blue White.
How are you getting to them is the thing. How are you getting on top of this Boris? How are you getting on top of this Tilia? Because the second you step up, they both have their own CC, either to push you away or bring you in if they think they can kill you. Guess get stunned up through that Varus ultimate as well. And then, that's not even considering the fact that they've got some incredibly tanky members all around just trying to be there and keep them alive best as possible. Like you said, the Kenic Rokans are just keeping everybody alive. When you build such a AP-focused composition, you'd better hope you're either ahead of the ahead of the magic resist curve, or the one bit of AD you're relying on gets super far ahead. That hasn't happened. Broda is in a fine spot, but not an excellent one. And these magic resist items, they're just wrecking it.
Looking for Stumpy once again. Here's the Weaver's Wall. A ton of damage right onto the volley. They're already down to half HP, and Moluxa can happily jump into the front line. Fruity's been caught out by Pommel as well, taking the full brunt of Sumi's burst. A separated fight, but 2 kills traded for 1. Pommel barely died to the Ignite from Gregory, but now Blue Whites need to keep the offensive stance going. Can't get the second hit of the Q, but Yo's flashing forward. He's not afraid. Sumi's a magic damage carry, and he has magic resistance more than he needs at this point, I'm assuming. Broda even getting dragged down a bit further down the lane, but Blue Whites shouldn't care too much. This is a Baron angle for them.
It is a messy fight. It is a split fight. You end up accidentally losing out. Pomo just gets caught in the backline. The teleport does come through as quickly as possible from Rich Gang, but they don't manage to get everybody involved and into the backline. Honestly, it's just Bollocks are getting there on top of that main damage carry in the Ziggs. I'm so sorry, Brackish. We got to see your Ziggs, and it just doesn't have a fun time at all in this one. See the Baron down to about half HP right now. Doesn't look like it's going to be too much of a contest, not at least for the steal.
Zoning back Broda to the best of his abilities. They may even sacrifice Eggets for this. It's perfectly worth it to get the Baron to 3 members per 1 second of respawning. But that's more than enough. Once, even if Bollock says one of them have it, he can go on side lane B and noises. Who's going to match at level 17? Probably close to 4 item, full magic resistance, Zac. No.
Who gets through? You kind of need to import ADC from another game. Unfortunately, that's not something you can do. You know, I'm sure Vayne would be able to get through, maybe even an on-hit Varus, but that's not going to happen, unfortunately. The Viego, given enough time, might be able to get through as well, but you're never given that enough time. That's not afforded it as Broda, because you have to care about everybody else around. That first kill that's so critical for a Viego to pop off in a team fight isn't happening. It's not working out, and only in split team fights are things going wrong. Pomo going to get jumped on by Stampy. Stampy doesn't deal that much damage at this point, though, and he's even forced to blow the ult. Really?
That was, I think he got a little bit too scared. Assumed he was playing with no vision. Let's be real. So, he probably assumed there's more Blue Whites members coming at him, trying to just buy time, maybe force Bomber to jump scare Weaver's Wall away. Maybe there's more of the Rich Gang roster there. Instead, they're heading right down mid lane. Weaver's Wall going way up there. Finds Sumi with the knock as well. The mid laner is gone. Support as well. Stumpy hasn't finished the recall. They have the Baron buff. They have Voloksa. 3 members are the only thing that stands between Blue Whites and the championship. 3
They're going.
5-game series. They want to go for it. First Nexus Tower going down. Voloksa going very low. Still has the passive up. Bomber falling very small HP as well, but the Nexus Tower's gone. Broda finds the first reset. He gets the Leona. Jones now has to be sacrificed. They get both Nexus Towers, but a bunch of shutdowns go to the way of Rich Gang. The Dragon is up, so with only 3 members alive, Blue Whites may have to give the dragon away, and we play for 5 minutes more.
5 more minutes. It's a saving grace for Rich Gang. Those shutdowns were huge as well. There was a 700 goal shutdown I saw at some point in that fight. Not entirely sure who picked those up. If we get a replay, we'll be able to track that one through. But this Drake is going to be key. Still, though, that is an open Nexus in Game 5 of the Grand Finals. It's not the situation you want to be in as Rich Gang. They found a better fight there, but part of that is because the enemy team dove under Nexus turret. That's not a good spot to be in the first place. And look at this bot back from Pomo. It's so nice to be able to catch right on to poor Sumi, and then they're able to just push this one forward. Where do these big shutdowns go? This is the big question for me.
I think Broda got most of them, considering he was the one dealing the most of the DPS. Everybody just clearing the way to the best he could, but instead it gets Willfall and
Yeah, Broda gets that one.
I think this one goes to Broda as well. I think I saw it level up as well, so
Broda for 2. So Broda gonna be in an even stronger position than they were already. You can see that Phage gonna be the last component of an item coming on in. They're in a good spot. Whoa!
Find Stumpy fully CC. He doesn't get participate at all. Well, survives the initial burst from Sumi, and now he is the target. One more added to Jones's kills. Now looking for Snurmi. Stumpy's diving in. That is a very tanky bear, but Jones' back line just buying time. It's not done just yet. 1,000 heal for the volley bear. Broda needs to find at least one kill, but they're just too tanky. Blue
Comeback Kings have done it.
They've done it. The Comeback Kings. Poika, ootko kotona? Poika sauno. Yksi jäljellä. Broda, one last member alive. He has the ultimate way, but Blue White's marching towards the Nexus. Blue Whites, Suomi is the champion of the spring split of Division 2.
All Finnish roster. Multiple reverse sweeps. And a best of 5 that goes the whole way. And they do it. They take down the final boss, the raid boss that was Rich Gang. Rich Gang had such a good split. Unfortunately, they fall one single game short of lifting that trophy. And Blue Whites, man, what a team.
I don't know who wrote the script for our playoffs, but what a script they have written. This went all the way to 5 games for 4 different series in our playoffs. Rich Gang was responsible for 2, Blue Whites was responsible for 3. They even won that best of 5. Huge congratulations to them. We will get to hear them soon as we set up an interview after a short break.
And welcome back to the NLC Div 2. I am joined by Egets, a champion in NLC Div 2. Welcomes in, congratulations. I got to ask, how are you feeling? Because it's been 5 games, you got to be a bit tired.
Feeling really good. I'm very happy we won that game.
Yeah, I feel like that is to say the least. I got to ask you, let's start with the
Sure.
What's going on with the best of fives? Like, why do you guys keep going to 5 games? Do you just like League of Legends, or is it that like you feel like even though you're growing a lot as a team, there's still some inconsistencies?
I mean, yeah, we love League of Legends, but I think the reason we go to 5 games every time is that we aren't actually that good. But
Damn.
we could be a lot better and dominating maybe a little bit harder, but we are maybe a little bit out of practice even. But I mean, we still won, so gotta be at least somewhat good, right?
Yeah, no, I think you guys are pretty good, right? I would say that you guys are very good, right? You won the season, you had a pretty good general season, then your playoffs, it didn't start off great, I'll be honest, like with the 4th wall loss, but at the end of the day, you guys have made it all the way through and you've won the finals, which obviously means something right. You guys are definitely doing something right. And I got to ask you, what's kind of the step next, right? Obviously, like, you're going to try and go into promotions. Obviously, you guys must be feeling pretty good. Like, do you feel like there's levels of adaptation that you're kind of looking forward to? Or are you just kind of like, hey, look, we won, we're just going to have a break and then see what happens next?
That's a good fun, for sure. We are definitely not sure what, I mean, we don't know what anybody is doing, so I don't know, we'll just have to see.
Okay, and now I've got to ask you a question, right? You played a lot of League, you've had a long split in Div 2, but what was your favorite moment of the whole split?
Must be winning against 4th wall, the last series that we played before this one. Like, we lost pretty much every game before that to them, so it definitely felt good to kind of get the revenge on them.
Nice. Okay, I like it. All right, okay. Any big shout-outs, any final words that you want to say to some people before we let you go? I'm gonna ask you one more question actually after this.
Yeah, all right. Shout out to everybody in the Finnish scene watching us and cheering for us. We love the support. And yeah, that's about it.
Okay, I got one final question for you.
Sure.
If you could give yourself some advice at the start of the split that you know now, what would your advice have been?
Ban Swain from Food Refresh from the start. That's it.
Okay, fair enough. That's very solid advice. Thank you very much, again. Congratulations and congratulations to all of Blue Whites.
Thank you for having me.
The trophy, the champions of Div 2. And I'm going to bring my desk back in. I didn't feel like it was time to ask him what would he risk it, like what biscuit would he risk it for, because I don't know, it didn't work out too well last time I asked that question. But I think all in all, it gets pretty happy. I think it's hilarious that he said to me that he doesn't think his team's that good when they definitely are very, very good. But guys, obviously we've been game 5. They picked up the win. Brackish, what are you making of the whole series?
I mean, nothing wrong with a bit of humility, right? Like they recognize that. I mean, there's a whole summer to happen, as they said. Not too sure what really happened with the roster, but I certainly hope that they stick together, because if so, I would love to see the heights that this team could rise to. And I'm kind of looking at that direction as well. Roll on the summer split. Let's see what all of these rosters can give us.
And EK, what's your final takeaways really from this? Because obviously it's been a tough game. It's been a tough set of playoffs, right? No games have just been easy, and you predicted it right.
Yes, I never doubted them. You know, I put it in chat. The moment I won, put it in chat, guys. I never doubted them. Okay, I did doubt them for 2 games in a row, but guys.
I'm giving you half a point tops. You call the reverse sweep. That doesn't count fully.
Fair. But I just want to point out, this was my very shoddy handwriting at writing MR. That last game, guys, there was so much MR there, it was ridiculous.
And we get to see some of the nice highlights, right? Obviously, Baron, a massive proponent of essentially the whole series, right? Even from game 1, Brack, it was a big part of this game.
Absolutely. And this last one is a little bittersweet to watch with both, because this was basically the death knell for Rich Gang. They got the Baron, but at what cost? They lost everyone other than Broda, and thankfully he held on to the Baron buff, because I think the game might have ended a lot sooner than it did had he not. But at this point, it certainly felt like Like, I had little doubt at that point that Blue Whites were going to close it out.
Ooh, okay, I think that's like a nice sentiment, right? I will say, like, at the end of the day, I think that they really put up a tough performance, and I feel like Rich Gang, they just couldn't get it done today. Had we played this best of 5, maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday, we might get 2 different results, 3 different results. So I do feel like both these teams really showed what they're made of, and they really put themselves in a good position. Obviously, in terms of who's going for promotions and all of that, that is for the future to talk about, but that has been our split. What's the this is the final bit. Okay, we're gonna get Brackish, then EK, and then we're done. What's your final words for the split?
Pick more Ziggs.
Okay.
Like just keep the bangers coming. Like, we've had so many best of 5s going all the way. If we can repeat this for summer, guys, I'm there. I'm ready to go. I'm hyped. Please keep this level of
CPM
energy
through the
going.
roof.
Like, it's so exciting. It's so much fun. There's so much league.
I thought you were going to say B1 Corky, but with that being said, that is going to be all from our show.
B1
Shout out
Corky.
to our casters, Bloxer and Carvis, and shout out to our production as well for keeping us in this. Absolutely massive from them, and shout out to Tip as well for organising it all. But with that being said, that is all from us. That is all from NLC Div 2. We will see you in summer.